Hello, everyone. How is everybody today? What are you reading? What have you been up to?
Oh, I guess that's me first. I'm reading Throne of Glass. Okay. Because this is for Mr. Reading Waniva's reading vlog, which, by the way, is a very long title. That's what it's going to be titled, but it's a very long title. I'm page 94, so I'm like 13 chapters in, I think. So far, it's pretty good. You know what I'm saying?
Nice.
So far I like this one more than the Assassin's Blade.
For a second, I thought you were going to say less than, and I literally was like, "Oh no!"
Oh no, we go downhill.
Oh,
no,
no.
I gave the Assassin's Blade, I think, 4 stars or 4.5 stars?
Yeah,
4 stars, I think. And this one is definitely feeling like 4.5, maybe 5 stars. It's really, for me, it's going to depend on the end, because so far there's a couple characters that I truly dislike.
No.
But that's fine. Otherwise, the last few days I've just been playing the Switch. Oh, I did get Ari's vlog fixed. That's back up on my channel now.
Yay.
It only took 3 times.
that was such a saga. I felt so bad for you.
So if you want to go watch it and like actually watch it without like the audio being all like janky, please do. I will apologize in advance though, because there's a whole clip where I'm talking about the haunted house book, how to sell a haunted house. That was filmed when I was doing my manager training, that week that I was doing that, and I sound dead inside because I was. So to anyone that watches that specific, like the rest of the clips, I'm like energized. I'm like, hello. That clip though, I'm like, yeah, this book is fine. Feels like a 5-star, but it's fine. Like that's how I'm talking. And I was like, what?
Yeah.
The morale was down. Okay. The morale was down.
There.
But otherwise, I'm surviving spring break. 1 week to go. So
good. How about you, Brittany?
In the first sprint, I'll probably finish my book or be very close.
Oh my gosh.
I'm going to finish Final Girls by Rayleigh Sager. I'm very close to done. Like I'm
so close. Wow.
So I'll either finish in the first sprint or have like 10 pages left. You know what I mean? Like it'll be that sort of situation. And then I'm going to read a book that's on my Kindle, Me Before You.
Cool. Very exciting.
Is that like Jojo Moyes or something?
I was gonna say, I know exactly. You know when people mention a cover or a title and you know the cover, I can immediately picture what the cover is.
Yeah, that's what I did. I was like, that's the only Me Before You that I know of. But
yes, that is the one. That is the one. It's for a secret video project. So
very fun.
That Neva knows about, and I can tell you about it. But
yes, but for the general public,
for the rest of you,
nice. And also, for those, I'll go through the comments. But if someone isn't already subscribed to Neva and Brittany, I do have their channels in the comments or in the description. And also Brooklyn from Brooklyn Reads. She'll be joining us later, but she's Australian. So at the moment she's sleeping, I hope, and enjoying a not very restless night. Hi, Sarah. Hello. What are you all reading? Also, Sarah, I think all 3 of us are going to be on her channel tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
So exciting. Yeah. So I'll make sure maybe during the next, like the first sprint, to add a link to her sprints so that you all can join tomorrow if you want to. Hello, Sarah. Hi, Danny. Welcome, everybody. Tina's here too. Lovely. We've got Lexi. Hey, baking cookies. Oh my gosh, I'm jealous. I haven't baked in a very long time, but I've been thinking I need to. Howdy, everyone. Hi, Andy. Welcome. Hi, Chrissy. Yay, everybody's here. Great. Hi, Nina. Oh my gosh, this is awesome. About to start Heartless by Marissa Mayer. Meyer.
I think.
Yeah. I don't know if I know that one.
It's the same person who writes Cinder and Scarlet.
Oh, okay. She writes like a bunch of series.
I've been meaning to read Cinder because I feel like that looks really good, but I haven't read that yet.
Me
Yes.
neither.
Everyone's saying hi.
Me neither. I have the whole series on my shelf, and I
also
haven't
have-
read it yet.
I also have
I
not
love
read it.
retelling, so I'm really not sure
Mhm.
what has happened.
Yeah, but it's like a cyborg like science fiction retelling, isn't it? Oh, that's so cool. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Reading Gears, Grills, and Guns by Tanya Capps. I am exactly 50% in. Oh my gosh. So I'm assuming that's another one of those cozy mysteries because it's an awesome title. I hope that you're liking it so far. When you're halfway, I feel like you should know if you're going to like it or not, but sometimes you never really know. Hi, ML. I hope that all the grading and everything is done because you've been doing that for quite a long time. I am 44% into my book, hoping to finish this one during these sprints. Yes, totally here to support you on doing that. Also, the next comment is my father. My father is in the chat, everybody. He is reading a few books too. He's gotten into reading lately. And it's been really awesome. He usually reads a lot of nonfiction, but I've been getting him into the fiction dark side. So I think he's picked up a fiction book the last time I checked. I'm listening to A Court of Frost and Starlight and reading Satan's Affair on my Kindle, hoping to finish both today. Awesome, Sarah. That is so cool. So A Court of Frost and Starlight, where is that in the like Akutar series?
That's the little one, isn't it?
It's like the fourth one technically, but it's like a novella.
Okay.
Because we get more about Nesta in that one, I think, which is one of the sisters.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, because I have to let everybody know I've never read anything by Sarah J. Maas, but I'm so aware of the titles that I'm like, there's something going on in the series.
Until we did the Besties read along, had never read Sarah J. Maas as well.
I only know where that one falls because I do own all of A Court of Thorns and Roses on my Kindle, but I need to buy them physically. But before doing Throne of Glass, I'd only ever read the first Court of Thorns and Roses, like that book, and then I've read the first Crescent City book.
Okay, yeah. Very cool. During sprints, I'm going to decide whether or not I want to DNF my current read. I'm dragging my feet. Oh no. Anyone
Neva, tell the people.
DNF is self-care.
Yes. You heard it here first.
Listen,
probably not first.
I don't know what this book is, The Storyteller's Death, but listen, if it's not giving you the vibe, you know, if it's not passing the vibe check, if you're not enjoying the book, I'm just going to need you to DNF it. Now, keep in mind, I don't care about Final Girls, but I will be finishing that at work. But also, that's only because it's a buddy read. So if Storyteller's Death is not a buddy read, even if it is a buddy read, I give permission to DNF it.
Girl. And it can be a soft DNF. Like, it doesn't have to be a DNF, I'm never going to pick this up again. If you know it's more you, or it may be you, it may not be the book, like, maybe just don't, put it down for a little bit. You don't have to say that you're never going to pick it up again.
Quick question. Where are you in Final Girls?
Not far at all, ma'am.
Okay, we're doing it as there's quite a large group of us reading Final Girls.
Give me a second and I'll check my Libby app.
And frankly,
Does it get better?
No.
Great. Wonderful.
Oh no.
No.
I had such high hopes for that book.
No.
I love
it's not bad. I'm just very bored.
Okay, yeah. I'm further in this book than I thought. I thought I was only 10% in. So I was like, girl, give it a chance. No. No. Your girl is 22% in.
I hit the twist at 85, which was a twist I saw coming from a long ways off.
Oh no.
I was like, oh no.
Halfway for 85%?
Yeah, but that didn't make it better, in my opinion.
Okay, great. I'm definitely going to be listening to this at work. I was listening to it while doing dishes, and I just did not care. Like, I literally was doing dishes the other night listening to this, and I kept saying it out loud, and people kept walking into the kitchen, and they were like, and Austin was like, who are you talking to? And I was like, myself. I was like, because I do not care about this book. I do not care. Like, I want to care about these characters. I want to feel bad for them. But the amount of times that this woman is like, so-and-so said, you're a final girl. I got it. Thank you so much.
And I'm wondering if just like Riley Sager, like, is it kind of his thing not to have likable characters? Because I read Home Before Dark and I was like, I'm okay with not liking everyone, but come on.
Yeah. This is my second Riley Sager that I have not liked. I've only read 2. So I think at this point, I just have to assume that like maybe not an author for me.
He also
because I know a lot of people do like Riley Sager. I might just have to go.
Yeah.
That's not for me.
He also
yeah.
writes women as very unlikable characters. Like like all of his books, from what I understand, have women main characters, and they're
Which
all
is just interesting, also.
Because honestly, House Across the Lake, I'm gonna reread that this year, and if I give it lower than a 4-star, I'm going to say that I gave it 5 stars because I was delusional at 2:30 in the morning when I finished it on 25th. Because
very possible.
Brittany will remember, I complained about this book for 12 hours.
Mm-hmm.
For 12 hours, I complained about this book, and I was like, how much bourbon is this woman gonna drink? Like, if I played a drinking game with the amount of bourbon this woman drinks, like, if I drank every time she talks about bourbon, I would be dead. Like, that's just what it is. Like, I would not survive. But then the twist happened, and I was like, 5 stars. But in 2022, I was Oprah with the 5 stars. I was giving everyone a 5 star. So.
I was Oprah.
But
yeah.
like,
honestly, at that point, any book would have gotten 5 stars.
Yeah, I was just like,
you get 5 stars. You get 5 stars.
Because like I read for the vibes last year. I didn't really like rate books. You know?
Yeah.
Like this year I'm like actually rating books, so you can see like I'm still giving a lot of 4 and 5 stars. But like last year, if I'd finished Never Never, I probably would have given it a 4 star.
Yeah. And I'm consistent with that, with rating. Like sometimes I have certain reasons for giving a book 5 stars, but then I'll give a book 5 stars for different reasons. So it's all vibes. I think
it's so true. There's different kinds of 5 stars. There's like, this book is legitimately amazing. Yeah. And then there's like, I just had a really great time reading this.
Yeah, exactly. Like it was just, it hit me at the perfect time. Yeah. So I'm just going to give it the 5 stars that like my emotions received that day. So yeah.
I cannot wait to get to this comment at the bottom because Nina is yelling at me in the comments.
Okay. Well, I can't wait to get to it. Whatever it is, I don't know what it is yet. I finished book 3 recently. Cool. I'm going to have to read that series. Love Cinder. That series is awesome. Okay. Everyone seems to be like, no one seems to dislike it. Making mac and cheese and trying to finish Echoes. Very cool. But also loved Cinder. So again, everybody's
we need to read this, Leandra.
I know. Okay. Seriously.
We all need to buddy read it. I haven't read it either.
Oh, sure.
It used to be. Let me check really quick while you're reading comments. It used to be on Kindle Unlimited.
Okay, cool. My dad, he was reading Last Night at the Lobster, which I've seen some people read. It's like a very realist kind of book that I think is very literary in my opinion, but I hope you liked it, Dad.
I would just like to say your dad and my biological dad, because I have 2 dads. Anyway, that's the point. They're not married to each other. Okay, people think that my dads are gay. They're not. Like, I have my dad and then my stepdad, but to me, they're both my dad.
Yeah.
But your dad and my biological dad have the same name.
Oh my gosh, what?
They're both David.
Yeah, it's so weird because so my dad, my grandfather, and my brother all have the same name. So I always just imagine they're the only Davids like that I personally know in my life. So I know it's a common name, but it's very weird when I'm like, you also have a dad named David?
Also, the entire Lunar Chronicles is like the entire series is on Kindle Unlimited. So we have
nice
to not read these books.
So yeah, Nina says, Lily, is that your nickname, Leandra? I love that. It's so cute. Yeah, that's my nickname is Lily or Leeler, Lee. I think originally my parents had said that they like actually didn't think my name would have any nicknames because like Leandra, you just don't really think. But yeah, people who don't know me, usually like of the older generation will start calling me Leanne, which is fine. It just reminds me of Leanne Rhymes, who I think is like a country singer.
Yeah.
Which is fine. But I think I for nickname's sake, I do like Lily better. Mac and cheese, yummy. I agree, Nina. That sounds delicious. ML, thank you. I do have to grade some today, but not as much as last week. I'll be reading a silly trash vampire book. Honestly, we support that. Of the 2000s, Boys That Bite. Oh, what a great name. Because I was getting in a reading slump. I don't know why. Honestly, sometimes those like trash books are the perfect way to get back into reading because you're just like, there's no pressure. I can just take it as it is and have fun. Yeah. That's how I feel about like Ice Planet Barbarians a little bit, where I'm like, you know what? This is the series that I could totally just read when I know I just want to have a really good time.
Totally.
That's what I did when I had my my Magnolia Parks hangover.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I
Yep.
guess I'll just read this. I'll just listen to the second Ice Planet Barbarians book.
Which,
And
in my opinion, is the best one so far.
Brittany was like,
Me too.
absolutely listen to it. I'm like halfway through, so I
Yeah.
will finish it, but I can't listen to it again until I'm not at work. I
That's
absolutely
fair.
not.
Yeah,
I would not
no.
recommend it for
We
work.
will
Yeah.
not be listening to that at work. No.
Yeah.
No thanks.
Yeah, DNF, everyone. Yeah, we agree. Danny, if you choose to do so, we are all supporting you in DNFing it. Jean, hello. Just broke a crown. Oh no, and tomorrow is the end of my vacation. Trying to finish Club Dumas by Arturo Revente Perez at 78. It is finally getting good. Book club meeting is on Monday. I'm so sorry that you broke a crown. That must be so painful, especially at the end of your vacation. So we will be thinking of you, and please just relax if you need to. Don't feel pressure to like hang out if you are needing to lie down or something. Yes, it's a cozy mystery, and I'm really enjoying it. It's the 13th book in the series, so majority of the books I've loved. That's so cool. I genuinely don't think I've read a series that's that long. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like I need to get better about series. Neva, DNF now.
To be truthfully honest, no one in the buddy read would care. I just felt like I had to finish it because it was a buddy read that was like started through sprints on my channel. So I felt like I was like the official host of the buddy read.
Yeah.
And I was like, I need to finish this.
I'll listen to it for like a little bit at work, but if I really just like, if I find myself just being like, I don't care. Because usually what happens is like, if I really do not care and I've moved to listening to it on audio and I still don't care, then I start spacing out. So then I can't tell you what I have even read. Like, you know what I mean? Like right now I know what I've read because I've paid enough attention. But like, if it gets to a point where I'm just like not paying attention to it at work, then I probably will message the group chat and be like, I'm sorry, y'all, but
yeah,
yeah, that makes
you
sense.
know this.
I started Blood Marked, and that's been really anticipated by me. I gave Legendborn 5 stars, and I couldn't pay attention. So I was feeling slumpy but silly throwaway vampire fiction. Well, yeah, especially if you loved Legendborn, then you probably know that Blood Marked is more. It's more of you not in the right space than the.
The only person that I think so. Mr. Rita when Eva read Blood Marked before I did, it's fine. Okay, in my excuse, okay, to my defense, he listened to it on script and he went straight from Legendborn to Blood Marked. I did not do this because I'm the queen of reading one book in a series and then being like, well, I'll come back to the rest later, and then never. He gave both books 5 stars, even though he said that he was really annoyed with Bree in Legendborn. So, ML, I think this is a good call.
Yeah. I've listened to you, Neva, and started to DNF. Good! When I'm not feeling it before I had forced myself to read to the end because felt bad not reading books. Yeah, like I just think you become more productive when you adopt DNFing, if you're okay with it, you know? Like, if
and reading's supposed to be fun. So if you're not having fun, like why are we doing it?
What's the point? Yeah.
Especially because this is like, I mean, from my perspective, this isn't my job. I'm doing this all for fun. So it's like, it's a different perspective than being like, I have to do this because it's a deadline because I'm going to get paid to do it. It's like, no, I'm not getting paid to do this. The only payment I'm getting is enjoyment. And if it's not that, then just stop.
And I mean, I feel like even people that make money on BookTube, like I watch big BookTubers that make weekly vlogs that are like, y'all, I wasn't feeling this and I DNF.
Yeah.
Like, sorry, like that is what it is. But I'll be honest, I didn't start DNFing until last year. I didn't know that it was a thing you could do, to be honest. I didn't know.
I actually didn't really think about it either. It took me a while.
Growing up, like my mom or whoever would like buy me a book, or I'd get a book from the library and I would read it to completion and then be like, okay, well, I didn't really like that book. You know what I mean? Like it was never a thing that we were like, oh, I'm not going to finish this because I'm not enjoying it. No one did that. And then when I really joined Bookstagram, I saw other people that were, and I was like, what is this DNF? Like, you guys just like start a book and then
don't read it.
Finish it? Yep. Like, you guys are like not feeling it and you're like, next, what? But it changed my reading, like my attitude toward reading, because I will put myself, you can ask Brittany, if I don't DNF a book that I'm truly like I need to DNF. I did this with Darling Girl last year.
Yeah, you'll put yourself into a slump.
I will be in a slump for months. Like that's just
Yeah.
I will not want to pick up anything at all. So
Yeah. Yeah. So Tina says, yeah, same. My rating system is all over the place. It's all just vibes. Yeah. Honestly, just vibes. Totally fine with me. I'm like that. Also, the last 3 books I finished were 5 stars. Awesome. Lovely. Yeah. Perfect. I appreciate the support. LOL. If I DNF, help me choose my next read. The First Binding, Murder Your Employer, or Spice Road.
I 100% vote Murder Your Employer.
me too. I don't know what any of these
Like, I know nothing about this book, but like I'm gonna look it up.
I know nothing about any of these books, and I'm like, Murder Your Employer. Absolutely. That
And I'm looking it up
think
right
that
now.
sounds great. Yeah. So Nina says, if you buddy read Cinder during Realmathon, that's what it is. Realmathon, it is one of the prompts. Plus, if it is a new
Have
to
you seen the cover for this?
Let me see here.
Murder Your Employer?
Yes. Oh my gosh, that looks so cool. I swear I've seen it on lists or something like that.
It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, it looks really pretty. Points for Team Cyrus, y'all. Okay. Yeah, you two are doing Realmathon, I think, aren't you?
Yeah, we are.
Yes.
Yeah, I've never participated in it. So that might have to be
I need to go look at this stupid isn't there like a spreadsheet or something?
Yeah.
I need to go look at that because I am really slacking. I didn't say this to you because you weren't backstage yet, but I ended up losing all of my planners.
No, I knew that because you messaged me.
So I'm now like I have them on my computer from when my iPad got wet. Remember when my iPad got wet? I had downloaded GoodNotes to my laptop, and that has continued to sync, even though my phone hasn't.
Oh, good. Well, at least it's somewhere.
So at least like I can copy and paste things from my computer to my iPad, but it's still like a pain to have to redo everything. I know. I love you too.
Yes. Danny, I vote Murder Your Employer. Yeah, Tina has spoken as well. Listen, I think we all want you to read that just so we can know what you think about it. Maybe it's selfish. I want to know what you think about that book so I can read it. Yeah. I am not in pain because of The Crown. It will be an expensive week next week. Yeah. I was going to say, at least you're not in pain, but it is unfortunate. Anything to do with your teeth and your mouth is always annoyingly expensive. I'm such a mood reader. Yes, you are, Nina. I always DNF. LOL. It is the most normal thing for me. I think that's healthy. That is great. Same Chrissy. Neva convinced me to start DNFing, and I love DNFing. Yeah, like I think I've DNF'd. Genuinely, I was kind of surprised by it. Like 10 books already this year, and for me, that's a lot. But I'm like, this has also been my most productive 3 months. Like I've read so many books that I'm like, clearly it's working. It's a good method.
Well, Brittany never really didn't DNF books until she met me either.
Yeah, until like last year.
Yeah. And it's also different. Like if I'm already like so far in, like maybe I'll finish it, but just by book, depending on how you feel. Chrissy says, I was close to DNFing Echoes, but it is now getting interesting. So now I'm intrigued. Yeah, that's the other thing. It's like just depending a little bit, figuring things out. Yeah, it does look really pretty, doesn't it? Yeah, that looks like a gorgeous book. This is my first year doing Realmathon too. Leandra, sounds fun. Yay! Okay, thanks for making me feel better about not knowing anything, Nina. I feel like I should look into it though, because you all have been talking about it on your sprints, and it does look really fun.
There's so many prompts too. Like it's so easy to do with anything.
Like participate without like forcing yourself to read something you're not into.
Exactly.
ML says, I just made a vegetarian stew. Oh, that sounds lovely. And I don't know if it's very good. Oh no, I keep tasting it and it's so hot that I can't taste any flavor. Oh, see, I love heat. Like I really love like when I'm eating something and it makes me cry. I love that, but I don't like when I can't taste anything else. So yeah, I wonder if you can, is there something you can do to balance it out? Like what do you do when it's too hot to make it less hot? I am participating only in one event in April, and it is Old School April. It is retro reading and watching retro like Goosebumps, Dawson Creek, Teen Witch, Fear Street. That's really cool too. Yeah. There's always something you can do. Like all you have to do is look at it and there's always something happening. Yes, join us, Leandra. Okay, Nina. Sounds good. Even if you don't read romance just for fun, I've become a romance reader. I think I can officially say that confidently. And I am a romance.
What has happened to us?
Yes, we have successfully been converted, I think. Murder your employer it is. I will report back.
Yay!
Yes, let us know. Oh my goodness. We'll start a sprint soon, by the way, everyone. I just wanted to get through these comments. Yeah, I don't know how many books I DNF, but yes, reading year has been amazing. Yes, 2023. This is our year, everybody. Okay, so I think we can get going on doing a sprint. I went with beach vibes today, but great. I was gonna say we can always change it to something else next time. If you all want a different vibe, just let us know. Yes, someone else. Yes, love this romance era. Thanks, Nina. It is so funny. Oh, I am also participating in Old School April. Cool. So Tina and Chrissy are doing that. That's really cool. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to like take some time to research everything that's happening to see what I want and can do.
There's a couple of YouTube channels that do like
A list of
a list
like,
because I actually got like tagged in one. It's
Mhm.
on I shared it to my community tab.
Cool. Okay. Yeah. And I know Nicole from Dusty Book Sniffers. She's an admin for some type of like thing where
It's probably that one because Courtney is also like an admin or whatever for this specific channel because they don't make any like the whole point of the channel is just to like give bookish news.
Yeah.
And not necessarily like they're not making any profit, like they're not trying to make profit off of that channel. But I didn't know the Stars Hollowathon got tagged in it.
Yay.
And I was like, what did I get tagged in? Because like people don't just be tagging me in videos, and I went and watched it.
Speaking of,
I'm like, I cannot wait to see what the first roll is.
So exciting. Yeah, thanks for shouting that out.
That I can
Perfect
try and get
timing.
my books into it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, on that note, I will see you all in 45 minutes. Happy reading or happy productivity time.
I have 3 paragraphs left, so I'm just going to mute you.
So go ahead. Go ahead.
5
Oh my
seconds.
gosh. Okay. In that case, well, while Brittany finishes things up, how did you do, Neva?
I got.
I'm just gonna go and get clothes.
Okay, thank you. Why don't you just wear what you have on, bro? No? Okay. I got to page 136, so I'm on chapter 19.
Oh my gosh. Awesome.
I'm getting closer to halfway. Like, I'm not
Mhm.
halfway, but I'm getting closer to halfway. This definitely has, like, there's a blurb on the front that says fans of Games of Thrones and the Hunger Games will love it. Like, this definitely, this book at least, I don't know if it will, like, continue with, like, this competition thing that they have going on, but it definitely gives, like, Hunger Games nostalgia, you know what I'm saying?
Okay,
don't
yeah.
know.
So that's nice when the blurb is actually accurate, because sometimes
Yeah.
they compare it to series, and I'm like, that this actually isn't very similar, but
Yeah,
it's just to get
I
people
don't-
to read it.
I don't know if this book came out before or after the Hunger Games, but it definitely gives, like, Hunger Games vibes, you know? Which we love.
Just so I can open the closet.
They're for what?
So I can get
A towel?
yeah.
Towel. But it definitely gives, like, Hunger Games vibes. We love a Hunger Games vibe, you know? You got it?
Very nice. Well, how about you, Brittany? Now that you've finished your
I
book,
finished. I was like, there's no way I'm putting it down with, like, literally 5 milliseconds left in the book.
yeah.
So it ended okay, but I still
Mhm.
think I'm gonna give it 2 stars.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Because it just like the last 10 pages cannot make a book. You know what I mean?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. No. It's like, I guess
So
it's nice that it seemed to have ended in a way that you're like, okay, fine. But yeah, that doesn't. The leading up to those 10 pages sounds like it wasn't really worth it to wait
absolutely.
that long.
I agree. I would concur. So that's why I'm going to be giving it 2 stars. And now I'm going to start Me Before You.
Yay. Hopefully, honestly, that'll be completely different tone, completely different. So that'll be a nice change.
Reading a contemporary romance. I feel like that's what I need right now. So
listen,
You
as we heard from
stars.
Nina,
I did say 2 stars. That is what I said.
I have no hope for this book. Honestly, I'm probably gonna DNF.
Mhm.
I'm just gonna
I mean,
speak
I would.
that into the
If I
universe.
could go back in time and not be the one hosting the thing, I would.
It's such a
wasn't
cool
worth it.
concept, you know, like the idea of, at least, like, I don't know, the idea of final girls. Like, there's a lot of social commentary on that, criticism about the horror
Mhm.
genre. So, like,
Yeah.
it's not like the concept had potential, but yeah, I'm not going to pick up a Sager book in a while, I don't think, from my own experience.
I think
And
it's
I'll be
just
skipping
not
that one.
a writer for me. I don't think there's anything really wrong with the book. It's just very slow.
Yeah. But
And I
so many
was just
people
not
have
interested.
given him 5 stars that he has an audience, you know? We're not saying he doesn't.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's not like there was a book that I DNF'd early in the month and I was like, this book's actually like problematic. Like the content is problematic.
Mhm.
So that was a different situation. There's nothing like wrong with this. I just didn't really care. And was bored. And it's
like this book doesn't seem to be problematic from what
it's not.
I just don't care. Like I feel like the people that we're supposed to care about,
I didn't care.
I don't care about you. Like I am like a person that like I am like I automatically try to care about the characters that I know I'm supposed to care about. So like I am like that. All right, we hear my vape, please. I am that person that like it's right there. See it? Thanks so much. Because oh my god, me and spring break, it's not a vibe. This is just nicotine, y'all. Okay.
Yeah, when you did the pointing, for some reason I was like, she's gonna point at me. Like I could feel the hand coming. Yeah.
No, but go ahead, go take a shower. Thank you so much. Shut my door, please. Thank you so much. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I'm that person that I'm like, but I'm supposed to care. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I just don't care.
That was exactly it.
Meanwhile, I'm almost 50 pages into this one and I'm liking it. Like it's dense, it is taking some time, but there's like I don't know if anyone was looking at me when I was reading it, but there were some things that have already happened where I'm like, Like, it's, I don't think it's a spoiler because again, I'm only like 30 something pages in, but the like plague doctor man, like being like, what did you bring with you? And it's like this, I don't know. It's just like all of this mystery. And I've already, there's like this note from a person that the main character got that is almost like, is this person a fortune teller? You know, like anticipating events that are happening in the future. I don't know. I'm already really liking it, so that's really good. But I might end up. I think I'm going to read a little bit more because I really want to, like, I want to feel solidified in the world before I move to something else. But I also have been trying to read more nonfiction lately, and so I'm reading this book. It's got a very evocative title, and it's called "People Love Dead Jews," and it's by this Jewish writer who's also just a scholar in like Jewish literature and Yiddish and Hebrew and just the history. And I'm finding it really impactful and really fascinating. So I'm kind of in two different camps right now with what I'm reading, but I hope everyone else was also successful. Before we headed off, I think Jean had just commented this. I quit one of my book clubs because every book was a DNF for me.
Fair.
Yeah. Sometimes you've got to like, I think it's hard to find a book club when you're all kind of like-minded and there's like a good variety, but you're kind of like, it's okay if you don't like every book, but I've had it where I've joined a book club and every pick isn't for me. And I'm like, well, then that means this isn't, like, I shouldn't be a part of this book club. Hello, welcome, Izzy. What are you reading? Got to page 12. Nice. Getting started. I hope you're liking it so far. Hello, Camilla. Welcome. Very exciting. ML finished the stew, put away clean laundry, and started more laundry. Lovely. It never ends, all while listening. I am at 78%. We'll finish this in these sprints, I bet. Yeah, I fully have confidence in you too. I finished making monster cookies. What's that? And started on chocolate chip. I don't know, everything but the kitchen sink kind of aspect. I feel like I wonder if that's what monster cookies are.
That's what I would have assumed they were.
Mm-hmm. Just loaded with
just
a lot
with
of things.
all the things.
Yeah. Read 6%. Good job, Sarah. Read a couple of pages only, but had lunch too. Listen, being productive also means taking care of yourself. So make sure you're fueling up and eating. I'm going to have to probably eat soon too. Read 14% and made and ate lunch, egg sandwich. Lovely. Got some protein in there. We lost Neva, but that's okay. Hopefully she'll pop back in. Camilla saying hi to Nina. Nina saying hi to Camilla.
I love when everyone like talks in the comments. Like I love that everyone like is friends like in the comments. You know what I mean? Like it's so fun.
And even though it's like not a comment for us, I like to highlight it to
everyone. I do too. I'm like, and everyone's saying hi to each other.
Yeah, like it's not for me, but I'm gonna like showcase it. Izzy just got here. Yes, you did, and welcome. Reading The Duke and I. Ooh. Yes, that's the first in the Bridgerton series, isn't it? Or I think it's got to be the
Honestly,
first, right?
I'm not sure, but I want to. I had no interest in reading Bridgerton when it first, like when this Netflix show came out, because I was not in my romance era. Yes. However, now I'm highly intrigued.
I've been thinking about that too. And there's this really fun YouTuber who I'm gonna have to remember who she is. But she did like an entire commentary where like a lot of times she does like reviews of movies and TV shows. But she was like, oh, because of Bridgerton 1, she's like, I read all of the Bridgerton books that you don't have to. And I'm going to tell you what I think about them. And even though I know what happens in all of them, I still want to read them because she made me interested. Yeah, it seems really fun. Like probably certain things didn't age well from what I understand.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. And that happens so often in older books. It's like, oh.
And the first one, I think it came out in like the early 2000s, actually. The first Bridgerton book, if I remember correctly. Yeah. What are you reading? I'm thinking this was for Camilla, who responded. I will start A Good Girl's Guide to Murder by Holly Jackson. What are you reading, Nina? This is so lovely.
I love this.
Oh no!
I've heard. I was pre-warned that this, because I'm a crier, so I'm going into this knowing that may. So I was pre-warned.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like that's kind of on par for the author too, right?
Yeah,
Like, I think
it
there's
is.
some
Yeah,
solid
for
books.
sure.
Did she write that book that features the Queen of Dragons? What is her her and the guy who was in Hunger Games? I don't know actors' names, but Amelia Clark and the guy
Game of
who
Thrones?
yeah, Game of Thrones. But so she was in Game of Thrones, and then there's that other guy who had the trident in Hunger Games, who's in a lot of stuff. He's in the
Yes.
Daisy and the Six new
Yes.
TV
Yes.
show.
I know exactly who you're talking about.
You know the movie they were in together?
No. They were in a movie together?
Yes, I think he was like she was his caretaker. Let me see if I can.
I don't know which movie this is.
I'm sure there's someone in the comments who've already.
So I love both of them as actors.
Oh,
so
no!
like,
Wait, no, it is. It's the book you're reading right now, Me Before You. The movie.
Oh. No wonder I haven't seen it.
That is so funny. Everyone's probably like, you guys are literally talking about the same thing.
I know nothing about movies because I like don't watch very many of them, to be honest.
Yeah. No, I think I don't even remember why I've seen that one, if I'm going to be honest. Neva's back. Yay.
I had computer issues. My computer, like, I don't know what is. It does this to me like once a month on StreamYard. I will be on someone else's stream, and then it will decide to like freak out. And
at least it's not freaking out on your stream.
Yeah, that's kind of
that
nice.
would be worse.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
True that.
But I suppose it did happen that one time where you left, but it was because things were being unplugged, and I was like there by myself for a second.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Scared. And
there was also a time where she could talk, but her screen was gone.
I was a ghost. Yeah. Like I could see everything, but it was saying that like my my camera was disconnected and my mic, and I was like, "There's no way," because my camera and my mic are through my MacBook. Like, what do you mean? But I could see everything going on, and I could read comments. So I was just like typing in the chat. And putting my comment up on the screen. It was ridiculous. Anyway,
I ended Neva Sprints that night. It was fantastic.
But good news. So I opened GoodNotes up on my computer because I was just going to copy and paste everything from my computer to my iPad. And it synced through. So I have everything back on my iPad.
Yay!
I was like, I've already set up for April. So I was like, I cannot lose like I had already set up like my whole content calendar.
I'm so glad.
And I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
And like
I know you messaged me like earlier in the week and you were like, I lost my planner. And I was like, what?
And like
I know how much work you put into it. Like you put in so much work.
Yeah.
Like I know this.
I make my planner spreads so pretty. Like I should start posting them again because I used to post them a lot on.
You really should.
On my like planning Instagram. Like I should start posting them again. But like I decorate with stickers. Like I do all of the things. And I have like a memory planner where I just like record like things like no one cares about them but me. But like it's just things that I want to remember from like each day. So I was like, I just lost like 3 months.
Yeah.
I know. Remember, and I can't go back and like remember those things. I have to fill that out every day before I go to bed. So I was like, well, I guess I just lost them all, but I got it all back.
I'm so glad. Also, I do want to secondly say that you should start posting your planner content because even just on your book channel, lots of book people post planner content.
I feel like
once in a while I do that with my
lots.
I can also cross post. So like I can post it to one and it will post to the other.
Oh, really?
So I'm thinking because I'm more active on my book page, like on my book Instagram, just cross posting and just having them show up in both places. So the planner people can see it, but also the book people. Cause like I do put a lot I didn't realize how much effort I put into planner spreads until I started showing like Brittany. And she was like, wow, I wish. And I was like, I'll do
when I grow up, I want to be Neva and do her planner spreads.
When I grow up. So Brittany, Nina says, honestly, I don't know if I'd call Me Before You even a romance. It doesn't really have a happily ever after.
I know there's really no other place to like, it's kind of like hard to, I know that the series as a whole does though. So I think that might be why it's classified as contemporary romance.
Could it be considered like contemporary fiction?
No, because I think the main plot is their relationship, so that's why it's put in as a romance.
Wasn't this made into
Yeah.
a movie?
Maybe just like
Yeah.
a subgenre.
No, you missed the movie thing of Leandra is trying to tell me about a movie with these people that was a JoJo Boynes book, and I'm like, oh, I didn't even know that was a movie. It's this book. We didn't realize that it was this book. You missed that whole saga of us being really.
The whole reason I want to read this book at some point is so I can watch the movie, because the main, if I remember correctly, the main male character
is from Hunger Games. Yeah, we went.
Yes, yeah. Oh my god, we are literally reading. I was like, he's the one with the trident.
He plays Finnick.
Yes, Finnick. Yes. And he's the one in the Daisy and the Six that you guys are.
What is the one? Who is the one I'm thinking of? Because it's the guy. Maybe it's a different movie that I'm thinking of.
Or maybe we're thinking of the wrong character. I only learned about this movie all of 2 minutes ago when Leandra brought it up.
Yeah.
I would not say that I am.
So I know which movie this is, but the movie that I'm thinking of is not. Well, it is this movie because it has Emilia Clarke in it. But maybe is there a movie that was made about? Oh my god.
What?
Oh my god, I can't remember his name right. Stephen Hawking?
Yes, there was. The Theory of Everything.
Okay, that is the movie that I'm thinking of because it has one of the main character, the guy in it is a main character in Les Miserables.
I think that's the name of the movie.
Plays Stephen Hawking.
I don't watch enough TV to be the one telling people the name of
the
movie.
I'm really bad about it. I think I usually like to watch things with people, and so if I'm not watching
the Theory of Everything.
To be honest with you, I will only know characters if they've been in musicals. I'm just because like if somebody's like, "What's a comfort movie for you?" I'm like, Rent, which like. Why is that a comfort movie for me? I don't know, because it rips my heart out every time I watch it. So like I don't understand, but like, or they'll be like, okay, a different one, and I'm like, okay, Les Miserables. They're like, these are depressing, and I'm like, I understand, but also.
Actually, as a kid, I remember one of my childhood friends and I used to like listen to our iPod shuffles. Each person would have an ear in, and then we'd both take a part in "Would You Light My Candle?" Be like, which one do you want to be? And then we would sing to each other. So I totally had that. Rent is a nostalgic thing for me.
I will have to ask my sister to ask her grandparents if they still have footage. Of this, if I kind of hope they don't, because I'm sure it's embarrassing. But when my sister and I were younger, I'm saying like I was 16, so she would have been 11 or 12, I think. We would perform Rent at family functions. So like, that was the entertainment with us, and we would split the parts up evenly because we would like decide like who our favorite characters were. So like her favorite character was Mark and my favorite character was Mimi. So then we would split the characters up so that we could always sing our favorite parts, but every part, it was a 2-man show, okay? 2-woman show, if you will. So we would split all the parts up and then we would perform them, but we would skip like La Vie Boheme depending on who we were performing for, because like that, you know, pretty suggestive for us to be singing that.
I know.
We would sing like Light My Candle, we would sing Goodbye Love. Like it's embarrassing, y'all. Like it's embarrassing to be honest, but I'm pretty sure that's where my love for like performing in front of people came from.
Or Another Day. That is another great one. But okay, ML says Sager is hit or miss for me too, and Final Girls was my first Sager and I liked it, and then I read The Last Time I Lied and people loved it. I hated it. I was gonna say I feel like it's maybe some of them are for you, some of them aren't. I will still give new ones a try because I do usually have some fun. Like I had a lot of fun for the most part with Home Before Dark, so I think I will eventually read Sager again, but it's just like, ugh.
I am reading Home Before Dark this year because it's a B&K book club book. So I will give Riley Sager one more try.
Yes. You're like, I'm already planning on it. I will be reading it again.
Because it's scheduled in and it's not moving at this point. But that will be the last try if I do not like it. Because I think 3 is enough.
Fool me once, fool me twice, fool me
Yeah.
3 times. Okay, we're done.
I'll just go, not for me.
Yeah. So Danny says Evelyn Hardcastle was such a fun read. Honestly,
I agree.
I am enjoying it. Like I think it's good. It's like a thick read, so you just have to like, really accept that. But it's totally worth it for now. I'm kind of sad that I took so long, but I'm also glad because now I can enjoy talking about it with other people. What are you reading, Camilla? You probably already saw this, but I'm reading 7.5 Deaths of Evelyn Hardcastle, and yeah, it's really fun. I can't tell if it's like historical fiction mystery. It sounds like it's like old, like not modern day. Just
Yes,
because it has
it definitely is like historical in the setting.
And in arranging like town, they would have had to arrange for like the stables. It's not, rather than just
It's like set on a like 19th century English countryside. That's how that was my
like picturing it. Yeah,
picture
like definitely
of
old
like
estate.
of a castle or a estate.
Yes, for sure. A manor. Yes, that's what monster cookies are. Everything but the kitchen sink. I love that. That's so cool. Started Murder Your Employer. Okay, everybody listen up. Danny is giving us her first experience. Slow but interesting start. It is written like a guide to murder. A prestigious institution prides itself on teaching murder, and I'm reading one of the students' stories.
Okay,
I can't.
On my TBR. I'm sorry.
So unique. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Excuse me.
I need to read this.
Yeah,
one.
here we can read it again. So,
Where's
Murder Your Employer. Yeah. That is so cool.
I just a note on my phone.
Okay,
I know, just like
that's now been added.
And then Tina says, yeah, The Duke and I is the first book. That's what I thought. Tina read The Duke and I around the time the show came out, had no interest in watching the show, and then decided to watch the show. So reread the book 1 and then watch season 1. Okay. Yeah. Like sometimes
I didn't realize that Bridgerton was a book series. So I watched the whole show, and then I really like got into Bookstagram, and everybody was talking about it, and I was like, "Oh, that's cool that I did read this." And I have no interest in reading the book series, if I'm going to be honest. Like, I have no interest at all. But like, the show is like fine, but I didn't expect it to be like HBO. Like it's Netflix.
Oh yeah,
like,
it's spicy.
Steamy.
Netflix is the new HBO. I'm sorry, but like me and my sister.
Yeah, that's true.
My sister and I are watching the newest season of You.
Spicy?
No, but not really. But like, you see a naked man, and like when I say a naked man, I mean like
fully naked.
He's like laying on a table, but you see
like front and back kind of thing.
What? Because Ari had literally just left my room when that scene happened on my computer, and I was like,
"Thank God."
What is happening? My sister, who
Uh-huh.
has like sex aversion, she like all I could see on FaceTime
yeah. Oh my gosh.
And I was like, I didn't know that was. I was like, no one told me that.
No one prepared for you for that.
Yeah, that's true. That is, but yeah, it would be nice to like maybe
there should be a warning at the front, just because a lot of people do like have these things on with kids running around.
Yeah, especially too like with like Bridgerton being set during a certain time when like I don't know. I think up until this point, bar some shows, they usually don't show any of that stuff. So like it's like, yeah, let's just be aware just because it's a historical
doesn't mean
Izzy says, hey, I'm a crier too. I got your back. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it because sometimes people don't pre-warn me that a book is going to make me cry. And I read it and I'm like not prepared.
Yeah.
Amy's part of this buddy read. Hi, Amy. I'll write that in the chat momentarily. But
yeah. Oh no, I know it's kind of like when you're like, oh well, good to know. At least you'll be going in without super high expectations. Maybe that'll help. Read book 2, started season 2, but don't like the show. Oh no, you didn't like so in comparison, is it more so that like season 2 didn't do book 2 justice? Is that maybe what the concern is? Yeah. Amy's like, oh no. They were in Me Before You together. Yep. Yeah. Everything's catching up. That's so funny. Nina, welcome back. Oh, sorry, I like completely got distracted for a second. Tina says, yeah, what you were saying about Bridgerton being outdated, and there's a very specific scene that a lot of people were talking about. Okay, so yeah, I feel like there's, like, from what I can tell, certain problematic situations in book one and how season one handled not fully doing it. They kind of changed it a little bit, but it's like, be aware of what's going on. I'm gonna okay, I looked up the YouTuber because I want to be sure. Her name's Julia Courtney, and she does like an entire long kind of like documentary in a sense of her experiences like reading through the book series and comparing it to the TV show. And I really enjoyed it, even though I'd never read any of the books. So I'll try to put the thing in the comments. So if you guys want to watch her, she's really funny too. Like, I actually just like her as a person. But yeah, she talks about that kind of like comparing how things haven't aged well, what she did like, what she didn't, everything. Lexi says, Me Before You doesn't have a happy ending, but overall the series does. Yes, which Brittany, you said. You just have to read book 3 for it. And then the novella that takes place during the pandemic was cute. Oh, okay. Interesting.
I did not even know there was a novella during the pandemic. So who knew?
Yeah.
I don't know if I never make a decision that I'm reading a whole series until I've read the first one.
Yeah.
Especially if I don't own it, because I have this one on Kindle. Like, I don't own it physically. So I own it on the Kindle, but
don't own the physical holding. Yeah.
I don't own the whole series, because there's definitely some series on my shelf where I own the whole thing and have not read a book of them.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I've been looking at my shelves being like, I must have been really confident, thought I was going to read all of these things right away. And now they're just sitting there. I'm like, nope, never mind.
Yep.
In my opinion, the show does, it's so much worse than the book does. Interesting. Ooh. Tina, you are dropping some tea. This is some controversy. I love it. Hello, Nicole. Welcome. Good morning. Yay, Neva, ML says. I think this is in reaction to you saying that you're
getting her planner, I think.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, we are so far behind. I'm sorry, everybody. Oh my gosh.
It happens to the best of us.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't tell anyone in my house because like I was so like distraught about it, and I knew that they would be like, because I am the planner in this house. Like, I'm the one that like keeps our like family calendar app up to date and everything. So like I was like, what am I gonna do? Like,
yeah,
but it's fine. I mean, I guess I was gonna take good notes off of my computer, but I guess I'm gonna leave it on here.
I would leave it there just in case this ever happens again.
Because it seems that as soon as I opened my computer, like the app on my computer, I charged my iPad because it died. And then I opened my iPad and I was like, well, I guess I'll just go work on more planner stuff so I can get it like set up and everything. Because today is usually the day that I set up for the next week. And I was like, I guess I have to do like the whole month of April again. So like I need to like get on it. And I opened it and it had a bunch of like all my folders. And I was like, what? And then I like opened each individual file and I was like,
so excited.
What's that guy?
Yeah. Speaking of your content, though, ML says that you totally should do some planner content. People are into it.
I am gonna do a digital book journal video for April, like where you can see me like set up my book journal.
That's a great idea.
Set it up for April. So because they replaced my ring light. So the other, like the ring light that I ordered, I messaged them, like the seller on Amazon, UV size, and I was like, something is wrong with my ring light because it shows that it's like plugged in and connected, but then it would take me like 15 minutes to get it to turn on.
Oh dear.
And I was like, I don't feel like that's normal considering that they sent me a replacement and now like I just click the button.
Yeah.
And it turns on and off. So they were like, we'll send you a replacement. So I was like, okay, cool.
There wasn't any of my balls in the dishwasher, so
it's fine. It's fine. Okay, it's fine. And so, sorry, she wants an orange.
Oh, you're fine.
Yes, Eddie Redmayne. That's what I'm
talking about. Yeah. Thanks, Chrissy.
Okay, calm down. So they went ahead and sent me a new one, but they sent me the whole kit again. Okay, there. I cut it. Okay, you're all right. I cut it open so you can peel it. They sent me the whole kit, so it's like a ring.
Where did you cut it? Right here?
No, right there. Okay. Go eat it downstairs, please. Downstairs, please, ma'am. You can do that, but go downstairs to the table. Thank you. And then it has like a tripod and a phone holder.
Mhm.
So I asked if they wanted the other one back, and they told me no. So now I just am using just the tripod and phone holder part, but it will go all the way like flat down, so I can
Mhm.
do overhead videos. So
Hmm.
that's how I'm gonna.
Oh, yay! Well, that's good. I'm glad that you got that fixed. We'll get through these comments as quickly as we can. But also, Izzy just said, "I feel so sad. I just lost a friend. They said I am blaming them. Of course, I'm blaming them because they triggered me. I've told them my triggers, and now they don't want to be my friend. Like we're here for reading, but we're also here to like have
For
some
support,
therapy sessions when we need to as well. So Izzy, if you set your boundaries, this is a PSA for everyone. Setting boundaries is totally fine. Like that's not you being a bad friend yourself. Like you told this friend, hey, these are my boundaries. These are my triggers. And if that friend is not respecting you, then I think that you're better off to protect yourself. It's too bad that that person has decided not to work on themselves and not support you. But I'm so sorry, Izzy. Yeah. And it looks like other people in the comments are also supporting you too. So really, yeah, just don't know what to do. If I were you, like it's really tough. Like that me saying these things that your boundaries are valid isn't going to help with you like feeling this way. But like I think it's the right thing that this person isn't, if they're choosing not to stick by you, it seems healthier for you anyway. Whatever their situation is. I don't know what it is exactly. You don't have to tell us, but just so you know. Murder your employer, add to TBR. Yep. Yeah, everyone.
I think we all did.
Yep. Proceed in the chat to everyone do that. I am low-key mad at you season 4 for bad academic rep. Yeah, let's hear it.
It does.
Emma.
It has. So basically, he goes to. I don't know. I can't remember which school, but he's at a high like an academic place, a university. What am I trying to say? I don't know. He's supposed to be like a professor, and he only teaches one class, and somehow that makes him like have like an abundance of money. Like the academic rep is bad in it, but I do think that it fits his character. Like it fit like the way that she had it, because from what I understand, this show follows very closely with the books.
Okay.
I've only read the first 2 books, so I'm not sure.
Mhm.
I need to get on that because I have the newest book as an arc. But anyway, but the 2 books that I've read, it does follow, like the show follows very closely with the books. So it does fit the character. Like it wouldn't work in real life.
Yeah,
You
like
know
it matches the character
But it
arc in the
matches
book, but it's not
Joe's
realistic.
character that he would just up and move somewhere and just become a professor.
Yeah, because you also like to be hired at a university, like you have to have all these references.
Yeah.
They definitely check
It's
up
not
on
easy,
that.
I would think.
Right.
Yeah.
So but it fits for the story that Carolyn Kepnes is trying to tell. So
Right.
like
Yeah.
yes, it's bad academic rep, but I do also feel like as adults we should know that it's bad academic rep, and that it just sort of fits the story of.
Yeah. It's also bad. Sounds like bad, I don't know, like financial situation rep. Like it's kind of like the whole like when we were
like
watching Friends, we accepted it, but we're like, how can they afford that huge apartment in New York City? You know, that kind of thing, was just like, this is just stupid and it's not realistic.
Yeah.
But
Well,
it's whatever.
Yeah, I expected him like to be dead. Like he's dead on a table. Like that's just what happens in you. Like people end up dead. But then like for him to just be like, and like I'm no prude. Okay, it's not like I've never seen a naked man before. Like I'm just like, what? I'm just like,
But it's just like a warning, like just so you go into it knowing.
I was like watching, and it gives warning. Like it does say like, you know, in the little rating thing, like suggestive material, nudity, but like I wasn't expecting.
Yeah,
like,
but like that could just be like a tiny little bit. Like
there's a difference between nudity, like
situation is really different,
and showing something else.
Yeah, and there is a lot of like, there's been a lot of like sexual content in these shows, like you seeing people, you know, doing the nasty, like that's like part of it. But like I was not expecting to see an entire naked man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I let this scene go through because literally when my sister went like this, like because like we were watching it and then all I saw on the FaceTime, because I was shocked, like I didn't know what to do, and she was like, and I let the scene go past, and then I paused it like when I felt like it was safe, and I was like,
check in, are we okay?
I was like, this is Netflix,
Yeah.
right? And she was like, yeah, and I was like,
Yeah.
why do I feel like I'm watching HBO? And she was like, I did not expect that. And I was like, me either, because because I'm very much a person that will be like, hey, there's like when she and I started watching you, I told her like there's a lot of sex in this show. Like Joe is out here just having sex with people. I was like, so I will tell you, like, if you don't want to watch it, I'll just tell you when the scene ends.
Like when it ends, so you can like fast forward.
Like there was no way for me, like no one told me that there was a whole naked man. So I couldn't be like, hey, around this spot, there's supposed to be a naked man on the screen. Just so you know. And like when I tell you, Ari literally had no sooner closed my bedroom door that this man was on my screen. And I was like,
thank
could
goodness.
you imagine?
Yeah.
Could you imagine? She walked in on Sam one time by accident because we all shared a room when we stayed at my grandma's house last year when we went. And he went into the room to change and expected her to knock on the door, not just walk in. And she walked in and he was, you know, in his birthday suit, and she was traumatized. Like to this day, she will knock on my door and she'll be like, is my dad in there? And if I'm like, yeah, she'll be like, is he naked? And I'll be like, no.
Oh no.
She'll be like, okay. And then she'll be like, can I see?
Oh
And I'm like,
no, poor Ari.
and Sam will be like, you thought I was naked? She was like, I just didn't want to see it, Dad. That's all. So like, could you imagine
listen,
all that on
understandable.
TV? No.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Nicole says, then yeah, Minx is probably not a show to watch either. With frontal female nudity.
Me personally, it doesn't bother me. I just didn't expect it, so I was like shocked. But she was actually uncomfortable. Like,
yeah,
she was.
Well, yeah, of course, like, you know, yeah, especially if you've got an aversion to that, then yeah, I think that hopefully they'll be more like receptive to that type of thing. Like at the moment. Television series and that, like, I think they don't take responsibility for letting people know as much as they could what content is going to be there. You know, it's, I'm not saying the content shouldn't be there. Like I think that's fine.
No, I just think a little some way of designating it at the start is all that's necessary.
Yeah. This is actually why she watches a lot of like K-dramas and like Asian dramas, because they don't do nudity. Like they barely kiss each other on screen. Like to be honest, you know what I'm saying? Like they're very like a lot of times like they're very in it. Like there's murder and stuff, but like sexual wise, they're very innocent shows, and so she tends to watch things like that. But if I can warn her that things are gonna happen, like she and I have been watching Grey's Anatomy from the beginning, and I've said like it's a doctor show, so like there is sex in there. Like people are having sex in the hospital, for God's sake. But
yeah, like, which is also like speaking of not realistic things. That's another example of not being realistic.
Just on call room, they're just like smashing everywhere. But I was like, but obviously, like it's a doctor show, so like there is some times where you see people like body parts, and she's like, I expect that. But like for me to not be able to warn her, like I felt bad.
Yeah, for sure. Totally. I just want to let everyone know we are about 10 minutes behind in comments. So sorry, everybody. We will get to another sprint. But ML says, unless he is supposed to be a 10-year track, but then again, him faking, it's just so no. Yeah.
Because he has no background. And the only thing that they really say about it is that he's not sure his immigration papers are up to date. Sir, if your immigration papers are not, if you don't know if your immigration papers are in order, you definitely are not teaching at a high-end university.
Yeah.
You definitely are not.
No.
Yeah, Tina says, like that didn't happen in the previous seasons and literature. Yeah, so I think that's the other thing is once you're into a few seasons, you have an expectation of content level. So if it happened in season 1, then we know to always be on guard. We're going to see something. Whereas, if it's season 4, it's like, let the viewers know there's a little bit more going on. Chrissy says having two boys, when that happens, my boys are like, that's small compared to mine. And then off goes their under. Oh my gosh. Yeah. No, I don't know. Boys. Boys are gross.
Like,
Boys are
boys,
gross.
listen, girls
Yeah.
are freaking gross too. Like, I'm just gonna be really honest.
That's also
Like,
true.
Mhm.
boys
Yeah.
are like they're a different kind of gross.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like, Ari doesn't want anyone to see her naked, but she also like has started sleeping with her door closed because
Mhm.
she's like, well, I don't want to wear pants to bed. And I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, well then keep your, but she's like, but I also don't want anyone to see me. So I'm like, okay, keep your door
Mhm.
closed. But like, she will, I mean, she makes messes like any other kid, you know what I mean? But
Mhm.
boys are like a
Different level.
different kind
Yeah.
of gross.
Mhm. Yeah, for sure.
Different.
And yeah, Izzy, I saw that you kind of had commented below, so we'll get to your response to, because I kind of already gave my thoughts on that after, but I didn't like it, the Bridgerton show compared to the books, not only because it's so different, but because I don't think they did the emotional aspects justice.
Yeah,
Uh,
I
yeah.
didn't watch, or I mean, I didn't read the books. I just watched the show. So
Yeah.
in that aspect, like I did, like the show was fine. Like I enjoyed
Mhm.
it. I wouldn't give it like a 5-star, but like it was
Mhm.
fine.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion, the problematic thing in Bridgerton in the book was accidental in the moment, but in the show it seemed very premeditated. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And Izzy says, thanks for, giving ideas. Yeah. Like, listen, you are valid in your own experiences. If someone's a true friend, they respect your boundaries. It's not you overreacting. Overreaction isn't real. Let's all just get that straight. This is your reaction to something that's happened to you. You don't need to have any type of validation for your feelings. And if that friend can't respect you, then like that's an issue with them, not with you. By the way, I've seen the comments about the book that I'm reading. Do you guys have any ideas if the book is the same as the TV show? I think that was the one for.
I think this is Bridgerton, and Tina's the only one that I know that has done both.
Yeah.
So Tina's thoughts are probably the best ones on that because I have
Yes,
not
Tina,
read
give us your
it.
wisdom. Yeah, for sure. The show in the book, very different, especially in season 2. Okay, yeah. But the one season is the same as the book one, right? But season 1 is for book 1. Yeah. What's season 3 is book 4 because they're skipping. Oh, yeah, that's right. Because with season 3, I think it's because so many viewers are dying to see what's her name? I'm so bad with actresses. The actress who's in Dairy Girls. She's the one who's the friend.
What show are we talking about? I'm confused.
We're talking about
Bridgerton.
Bridgerton. You know the
Okay.
was her name Penelope?
Oh, I have no idea.
Something like that. Yeah. So I know that they're just really excited about her.
I know who you're talking about, but like names,
Yeah.
I'm no help.
Names, I don't know them.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Penelope and Colin. Thanks, Tina. Yeah, listen.
I am no
one
help
thing
at
is
all.
Tina's the expert, so let's all refer our questions to her. So thank you so much for being here because we would be lost without you. In that note, we are finally through the comments. Thanks everyone for like sticking around, and I know that reading sprints we're here to read as well, so I wanted to make sure we get to that. If we're good for another 45, I am down for that. Lovely. I hope everyone has some productive 45 minutes, whether it's reading, listening, whatever you're doing. But we will see you in a little bit. Bye. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
How was everyone's sprint?
I got to 8%.
Woo, how's it going so far?
Good.
Mm-hmm.
It is going good. There's like a few comments that are like, I don't love that, but I think it's like part of the book, like that they address it later. So like,
Why are you hating everyone?
I'm just kidding.
you know what I mean?
Yeah. You're getting the feel for everyone. You're kind of like, I think probably characters are meant to change or learn.
I think that's exactly what they're setting up. So if that's the case, that's totally fine.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Yeah. See, I'm for mine doing the Evelyn Hardcastle. It's giving me like it's reminding me of I hate to bring up J.K. Rowling because I do not like that person, but what is it, book 3, movie 3, where they like have the time loop?
Yes.
Like that. It's like reminding me of things that are like we're getting pieces of the past, pieces of the future at the present at the same time. Or even more recently, I read what was it? Emily St. John Mandel's most recent book, Sea of Tranquility. She's the author of Station 11. Yeah. Oh my gosh, so good. I gave that 5 stars. So if anyone is interested, Sea of Tranquility was so good. And it's also a kind of like futuristic sci-fi, but time travel, like time loops and everything. Highly recommend. Yeah. I'm not sure if Neva is available to mention.
I was talking to Mr. Reading with Neva. So he's apparently finished Air of Fire.
Mm-hmm.
So he's now going
through he's gonna finish all of Throne of Glass by like June.
He's on book 5.
I know.
That was crazy.
Okay. So I had
to
purchase or use it. I had to grab that for him so that he has Queen of Shadows. I'm 30. No, I'm not. I am 39% in now on chapter 23. So we're making a dent today. Thank God, because I did not pick this up. I read 2 pages of this yesterday. That was it. But it's fine. It's still good. You know what I mean? Kelsey says I don't really put a lot of enthusiasm in books that I enjoy. I am enjoying this book.
I know, because when I said a book was fine, that doesn't mean I like it, to be honest.
I was gonna say.
I am still giving it a 4.5 to 5 stars so far. I mean, there's a lot of death in this book.
Oh yeah. Oh,
a lot of death. I mean, there's
death. Good.
Like there's like a competition aspect to this, so it's like Hunger Gamesy, you know. So like I expected there to be death. Why are you laughing like that?
It's not Hunger Games. It is. Oh my gosh.
They definitely on the blurb.
The Runner.
The Maze Runner.
Not Maze Runner though. Arnold Schwarzenegger movie back in the 80s. Oh my god!
I don't know Arnold Schwarzenegger movies that good.
There are so many Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I feel like someone in the comments will know what we're talking about and want to clue the rest of us in.
Vibes. If you don't think so, I'm gonna need you to reread the Hunger Games. But it definitely gives Hunger Games vibes. So don't.
Okay.
Blade Runner.
Blade Runner. Yes.
Okay, just Blade Runner vibes also.
I did not come up with that. I read Chrissy's comment. I just want everyone to know that it's not me.
Thanks, Chrissy.
So everyone knows, like, there's definitely a "May the odds be ever in your favor" kind of like vibe to this book.
Yeah.
And there's just a lot, like, I don't know, like, obviously I know that like Selena is not going to die because she's in 8 books. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But they're just dropping like flies. I mean, I've like marked a few things.
But I will say, you're giving me such hope with the things that you're saying.
No, it's good. Like
I'm slightly excited to pick it up now.
You understand? Like I feel like this book just went up from the Assassin's Blade.
I've been taking my time with these.
And I gave the Assassin's Blade 4 stars. Also, I just do want everyone to understand that Mr. Reading with Eva is not listening to these super sped up, because I can hear when he's listening to them, like in the room or whatever, he's listening to them no faster than 1.5 speed. So like, in a couple of them, he's listened at 1 time speed. So like, he's like really digesting these books.
Yeah. He's like me. I'm
so
always proud of
proud of
myself if I can read at like
He's just
1.75.
getting through them.
If I don't, I'm usually less than that.
Yeah, he's just
Yeah.
getting through them faster than I thought
Mhm.
he was going to.
I don't entertain myself with anything else but the book.
Have you not been watching? He's not been watching anime. I don't think.
No.
I think he's just he usually watches like
Dedication.
anime. So clearly he has just replaced his anime time with book
Mhm.
time.
Well,
Loves-
I approve of this message.
Yeah. See, look, reading, everybody.
Although
So
anime is
Nicole,
fun too. So, you know.
yeah, well, honestly, if anyone has any anime recommendations, I want to get into that. And I feel like I've written a few titles down for like TV series, but I always forget. So let me know what I should start with if I'm not an anime person. Nicole says, I have read all the Bridgerton books, and the books are way better than the show. So she agrees with Tina. I just don't think the show has the emotional pull that the books do. Also, that's just typical of.
I think it's hard to get that kind of emotion in a movie. Does that make sense? Like a book has the time to really lay the foundations of that.
Mm-hmm.
That like in a 2-hour movie, you have to cut some of that out.
Yeah, there's just no, like, they just don't have the time. They don't have the time. They don't have the capacity. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I've only read the first 2 books and loved them, but I'm kind of nervous about book 3, says Tina. You're the only other one, Nicole, I've heard say they didn't like the show. Yeah, so that's honestly, this makes me more interested in reading the books just to see where I stand on the spectrum. Like, am I more show? Am I more books? Yeah. Welcome, Heather. Heather's Hectic Hideaway. Oh my gosh, new sub. Thank you so much. And if you aren't subscribed to Brittany and Neva, I do have their info in the description because they also do reading sprints. This is a great time to let others know that in my description, I have listed a few other people who do reading sprints as well. If I remember correctly, I put Sarah's channel down. I'm pretty sure I did Meredith from Reading with Merb, and I want to say I showed Courtney from Tangible Reads.
Mm-hmm.
So all of them do reading sprints. They're all lovely and awesome. So if that's a big part of BookTube you want to be a part of, don't just sub to me, sub to all of these people because they're great. But thank you so much, Heather. Welcome. I did let her know, and anyone else who was reading, that we'll be doing it for another few hours. But honestly, Brittany and Neva, if you guys need to leave at any point, that's totally fine.
I have nowhere to go.
Yay! I love it when all of us are just collectively reading together.
And to be honest, Margaret's doing sprints tonight, and I'm going on those. And I was like, I'll just hop from Leandra's to yours. So whenever Leandra's done, I'll just hop over.
Perfect. All right. Then honestly, I'll do the same as a viewer, and I'll go watch that afterwards. So that's so fun.
We'll just do some sprint hopping.
Exactly. Mika, hello. Dropping in late. No, you are right on time. Listen, the party has just started. Yes. Yeah, and so I dropped in the comments is
that the YouTube link? Oh, okay. I'll have to log in to go on the video on YouTube to get that, but I will.
Yeah, for sure. Just because like she does a really good thing of like social commentary, comparing the books and the TV series for Bridgerton. And I really liked the way she outlined it. So yeah, read 17 pages and loving it so far. Yay, Sarah! So happy. Welcome back. Yes, welcome back, everybody. So glad that we're back. Let's see here. Danny, I'm having a blast. Favorite line so far. I was alarmed to see a woman holding another person's head underwater while several men and women in blazers watched with studious interest.
Okay, I need to read this book soon. Like, this just sounds fantastic.
Yes, that is so great. If I can, for those who've just kind of arrived and don't know what Danny is reading, what is it called again? I want to make sure I get it's like How to Murder Your Employer.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, I need to, because like that just, it looks so good. I'm like so excited for it. I'm trying to find her original comment. Yeah. Started Murder Your Employer is what it's called. Yeah. Like that, honestly, that line in itself has me hooked. So everybody, let's go add it to our TBRs right now. Listen to 13%. Great job, Sarah. That's great. I hope it's going well. Tina read 20%. Only have 9 minutes left. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, if
just mute us.
I was gonna say, if you're at a point, Stop.
I mean,
Go.
I was on camera in the last sprint and muted everybody. So, you know.
Also, I'm definitely back.
Mhm.
Sorry, we were having a whole conversation about the order that the Assassin's Blade was published. And I was like, this is how you're supposed to read it. And he was having an existential crisis. He had like a visceral
Should
reaction.
I read it this way? Should I read
Well,
it?
no,
Yeah.
he was like, I could never read it the way you were like in publication order.
Mm-hmm.
Because, and he wanted me to tell you, Brittany, because this is not a spoiler. You'll understand when I say it this way. I'm gonna word it a specific way so it doesn't spoil anything. You gave the Assassin's Blade what, 3 stars?
Yeah.
Because you didn't feel like you were connected to the characters.
Correct.
This book, reading this book after the Assassin's Blade, so reading the Assassin's Blade first, is going to give you the connection to the characters that you were wanting.
That was what I was hoping. I think I would have liked to have read it in publication order. I think I would have liked Assassin's Blade more.
Yeah, but
Had I read it in publication
I will
order.
say I'm going to reread this series at some point in the future in publication order. I'm not sure that this book would have had this book would have the same impact for me if I hadn't read the Assassin's Blade first. Because of a certain character that I can't say because that'll spoil it.
We'll have to see what I think when I read it.
Yes, for sure.
Which will be sometime in the next couple weeks because I need to read it before the live show.
Right.
Yes.
So it'll be soon.
Camilla read 35 pages. Oh my gosh. That was such a productive, sprint for you. Sarah's making dinner, got some chores done. Good job. That is reminding me of chores that I need to get done. Tina said, and at the end of the chapter was a very obvious clue reveal of the killer. Oh my gosh, so you like already know. Yeah, I was gonna say, if you've got 9 minutes left, usually that means you're very close to, if not having the reveal, like it's honestly gonna happen in 1 minute. Sea of Tranquility is a pick for my IRL book club. Oh my gosh, Amy, I hope you like it. I honestly ate it up, and it's a really quick read. Like when you actually have the physical book, and you can see it's not a very thick book. So yeah, I went through it in like a matter of a few days. If I'm going to be honest, I adored it. I don't want to overhype it. If someone else in the comments has read it and they weren't about it, please let us know so you can see the spectrum of emotions. But I personally really enjoyed it. And I liked it better than Station 11. I read that other book by her. I preferred Sea of Tranquility. They're both standalones. I have been suspecting this person, and since the minute the body was found, and obviously other people got arrested and stuff, but not this person. Yeah. So
there you go, Tina the detective.
I was gonna say, like, once you've read enough mysteries, you kind of like take on the persona.
It's true.
You know what the author's gonna think. Yeah. I have 40 minutes left on the 12th book from the Women's Prize. Longest 4 to go. Oh my gosh. Nicole, you are a champion. That is so crazy. I would be interested. I mean, we have to wait for your content, but I'm really interested to see, like, at this point with the 12th book, how are you feeling about it? Like, do you already have like a runaway favorite? Izzy just finished chapter 3, just going to start chapter 5. So I'm just going to start chapter 5. So I'm 17% done. Okay. Oh my gosh. I hope you're liking it so far. I know there's been like different thoughts about the Bridgerton series as we've been chatting, but I hope you're liking it. The audio for Final Girls magically came available. So I am getting along quicker now on chapter 6.
Nice.
What are your thoughts? We already have some.
I will say this: I would have DNF'd this book.
There would have been absolutely no way. There would have been no way I would have gotten through this book had I not had the audiobook. There would have been absolutely no way.
I originally got the ebook, and I started with the ebook because I just got it through Libby ebook, whatever, because the audio wasn't available when I first grabbed the ebook, and I only read the first like 3 chapters, and I was like, this book is not great. And then I was like, let me go see if they have the audio, and they had it available when I checked again. This was like 2 weeks later, and so I grabbed the audio, but I would have not made it.
I think that's always the case when I'm not loving a book, though. Like if I don't have the audiobook, I'm like, no.
Because you can also do a bunch of other things if you're just listening to the audio books. You're like, whatever. Yeah.
Exactly. Like if I need, then I can like, okay, I can get other stuff done and still finish the book and take it in. But like, I don't have to like sit, because I find if you're like not enjoying a book, sitting and physically reading it makes it even less enjoyable.
For
If
sure.
that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. You're like, you can feel the time passing, like you're wasting your time on this book. Yeah, exactly. Oh my gosh. So happy I guessed the right person. Okay, that's great. I knew this was the person. Oh, yay, Tina. I would honestly, it would be fun for you to like keep track of the number of mystery books you read and then how many of them you actually guessed right.
I love that idea.
Yeah, like what's your ratio of like ones you've guessed right and ones you've guessed
Your
wrong?
detective score. Like, I would love to know this as well.
Exactly. Rainy, hello. Making
Hi.
progress in the 4 wins, 25% in. Hey, Rainy, so exciting. In the 4 wins, that's like a Kristen Hanna book, isn't it?
Yeah, it was the B&K book club book for this month, and I totally failed, so only Kay read it.
I also did not read it.
It's fine. Everything's fine. It's the first time I haven't read a book. There was a lot going on that week.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Well, Rainy, I hope you're enjoying it. I've only ever read Firefly Lane, and that was years ago before the TV series even came out. It was a TV series, right?
Yeah, it's on Netflix.
Yeah, so like, and I remember I loved that, but I haven't read anything by Kristen Hanna since. Yeah, Blade Runner. Thanks, Chrissy. But there are other guesses. Terminator. I know that's what I was instantly thinking too. Let's see here. You're almost at 250 scores. Thanks,
Yay!
Christina. Yeah, that's very exciting.
Yay.
Thanks everybody for your support. I really appreciate it.
How close are you?
I don't know. I must be pretty
That's what I was
close. I've been seeing
Hold on.
it slowly go up, which is just really, I really do appreciate it. I don't want to like every single subscriber, every single friend I've made so far.
Okay, you need one. You need one human.
One human
Yeah,
being.
you need one human to be at 250.
Yes, but also no pressure. So if you're watching this and you don't, you're not fully sold on subscribing, that's totally fine. I get it. But I do appreciate everyone who's been here so far. So thank you. And thank you, Brittany and Neva too, because you both have really like been so supportive and joining me on sprints and everything and letting me join you. So it's really nice. Yeah. And thanks, Chrissy, for the support too. I was going to shower during that sprint, but realized the washer was still going and our water pressure was too finicky. So I just drank an iced latte and listened. I'm at 92% actually. Oh my gosh, you're so close to finishing.
That's so close.
Yeah, oh, that's so great. I took a shower today and I was long overdue for like washing my hair. So I understand the need to do that. But if you're doing laundry at the same time, my own thing can't handle that. Also do reading sprints too. Lee, L-I, just Nicole.
Yeah,
Is
Nicole does
Yeah,
sprints.
Nicole does
Yes, of course. Yeah, for sure. Nicole does reading sprints on her channel. And it's really great because Nicole is Australian. So in regards to time zones, like adding Brooklyn, for instance, like to your reading sprints repertoire, like you could arguably probably do reading sprints 24/7 on someone's channel. So yeah, definitely go. I watch Nicole's reading sprints all the time and it's great. I always lean toward the books over the show.
Me too.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. For
Listen,
sure.
there's one exception. Daisy
What's the
Jones and the Six.
exception?
I'm sorry. I personally
haven't seen the show yet. I'm horrible.
So here's the thing.
But I would believe you that the show is probably better than the book.
I'm not going to say which character. I mean, Brittany, I can tell you because you've read Daisy Jones and the Six.
Mhm.
But there's one character that I do not love the way they were portrayed in the show.
Mm-hmm.
Because they were portrayed much differently in the book, and I prefer the way they were portrayed in the book than in the show. But other than that, I feel like I liked Daisy Jones and the Six. Like I bought the audio simply because everybody was like, I don't know, I had FOMO for the audio because everybody was like, the audio is so good. So like I used a whole credit. Like I will listen to it again, which is why I didn't mind using a credit.
Mhm.
But when I tell you that I have to remind myself that Daisy Jones and the Six is not a real band. Like I have to remind myself.
Right?
Because I was going to just read the book because I like books that are written the way that Daisy Jones and the Six is written, which is very it's very like magazine editorial. Like, and to like, I am that person like as a teenager that bought like 17 magazine and just read the interviews. Like I am that person. It's fine.
Yeah.
So I actually enjoyed reading just the book itself, and I'm going to go back and just read the physical copy so I can, because there's stuff I want to annotate in it.
Yeah.
But I have to remind myself that they're not real. Like I want all of, like, I have so much Daisy Jones like merch in my Amazon wish list right now. Like, I need all of it, okay? And then I have to be like, I have the album on my phone. I'm like, girl, this is not they're not real. And I'm like, but are they not?
They kind of are now because there's an album and everything. Like, it's almost like they are real.
They feel real in my soul, because it's not Daisy Jones and the Six soundtrack. It's their actual album.
I know.
But are they not real? Because I don't remember a time when they weren't. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They become my whole personality.
I've said it once and I've said it again. Because you like that book so much, I really do think that you would like the final revival of Opal and Nev. That's by Donnie Walton. And it's like similarly written. It's like in that same kind of interview format, like a lot of similarities. So I really do think, I haven't read Daisy Jones and the Six, but the way I've heard about it, I think anyone who likes that should check out the final revival of Opal and Nev. And that's like a debut novel, I think, for that author. So I recommend it. I have to go in a few minutes, but thanks for the sprints. I may be back. If you're still on, thanks, Sarah.
I'm just going to interrupt you, Leandra, and say congratulations for hitting 250 subscribers.
Oh my gosh, everyone, thank you for being here for me with this moment, celebrating with you all. It's so nice. Yeah, that's so exciting. It's one of those things where you're just like, you know what? I'm just doing this for fun. If people find my content interesting, that's really nice of them. But yeah, thanks everybody. That's so nice. Finished with cookies. Yay, Lexi. Another congratulations. Congratulations all around, everybody.
Cookies are great.
Yeah. Oh, Anna, hi everyone. Just subbed. Oh, thank you so much. Maybe you were my 250. Thanks. Thanks for
I love that. It's always like, who was my 250?
Yes, you are my 250. I'll always remember you, Anna. Thank you so much. But yeah, seriously, like I just think it's really good practice to try to, like, I think all of us have kind of been doing that lately, is making sure that we include other people who are sprinting in our comments, just so that, spread the love. Like, if you like sprinting, then who am I to not let you know everyone I already know who's doing it? So
like my channel wouldn't even exist without sprinting. Because like there was a time, Brittany remembers it, where I was doing sprints like 7 days a week. Like I was literally finding time every day to do sprints for like 3 months. And then I was like, this is
you exhausted yourself.
And yeah, and then I started doing the 24-hour sprints, and people were asking, they were like, can you do 24-hour sprints more than once a month? And I was like, absolutely not.
Yeah. Like that, I am only human.
And then in November, I like took a step back and like didn't do sprints. I only did my birthday sprints on my channel, which was an 18-hour or 12-hour sprint. And then every other sprint that I was on for that whole month was like other people's channels. And then I came back in December and I was like, I'm sorry, y'all, you're going to get like once a week. Like I can commit to once a week and one 24-hour sprint a month. But like I burnt myself out for real.
For sure. My sister dropped my 5-month-old niece off while she runs to the store. So we're learning to pet Ellie, my very calm dog. That's so cute. Oh my gosh. I wonder if it's like, like just the overstimulation of like her like touching a dog for like one of the first times. That's so sweet.
So fun. Puppies and dogs and babies. Like, it's so fun.
Yeah. All the cozies. What is it? Skin babies and fur babies coming together.
Love that.
I also read the entire Virgin River series, and I'm now watching the show. And I must say, the show is okay, but a little dry. And they changed so much from the books to the show.
To be honest,
so different. Like even the couples are. Some of the couples are different.
So I didn't read. This is another one.
So different.
This is another one I didn't know it was a book series. So I watched the whole show, and like I'm in love with the show. But I do actually want to read.
The books are so different that honestly, I think of them as two different things.
So, and that's the reason that I want to read them is because that's how Pretty Little Liars was for me. I read the Pretty Little Liars series before I watched the show. Like I read them in high school. I mean, the show came out when I was in high school too, but I read them when I was like younger high school. And then when the show came out, the show was so different that people were like, well, I'm not going to read the books. And I was like, you should though, because the storyline, the things that
So
happen
different.
in the books
Mm-hmm.
are like, I think the first book is the only one that they like kind of sort of tried to stick to for the show, but Sarah Shepard wanted it to be two different things because she wanted people to be able to read the books
Yeah.
or watch the show and not be ruined one way or the other.
Yeah, because it also like isn't like kind of stinks for the author when they're like, well, if the people watch the show, then they might
don't
feel like
wanna
they
read the
don't need to
books.
read my
Yeah.
books, which I would like them to do. Yeah, so that makes sense. Amy says, a woman in my silent book club was reading Murder Your Employer last month, and it sounds so good. The cover is great. Honestly,
The cover
yeah,
is
we were
gorgeous.
just mooning over the cover too earlier.
Yeah, the cover
It looks
is so good.
gorgeous.
Cover is gorgeous.
Yeah. Kirsty says, I watched the channel where you are tagged Neva and OMG. I never knew there are events. Love it so I can know what events are happening for the month, which is awesome. And I can plan what my TBR is. Actually, yeah, Nicole, since you're in the chat too, I know, Nicole, you are like a part of a channel like this, if it's not this channel, the one where you like give updates every time, like every month, like what's going on. So Nicole, let us know and you can put the
I
description
watched
in the comments.
this channel that tagged me in the video. I watch the channel anyway because they always do all the readathons that they know about, and then they also tell us like if you know of other ones that I didn't talk about or I missed, like comment them in the chat because that's the whole point of this channel. I just was like, oh wow, someone noticed me.
Yeah, so lovely.
And like, and so then when I went and I like watched the whole video because I was like, I don't understand. Like, I was like, why am I tagged in this video? And then I watched it and I was like, oh, someone told them about Stars Holothon and they included it, and I was like, I'm in there with Realmathon. Me?
Yeah.
I love that.
So awesome. Yeah, Izzy, totally understandable. You probably saw my brain short circuit when I was reading your original comment. Done with chapter 3, starting chapter 4. I totally understood. I knew that was on me for being like, she just mistyped. Totally fine. This one is my least favorite at the moment. Oh no! And I do have a runaway favorite, actually. I have a couple and I will be rereading them.
Nice.
That's so exciting. Oh, honestly, yeah.
I can't wait to watch all your videos.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if anyone doesn't know, Nicole is reading the long list for the Women's Fiction Prize. And like, yeah, she's doing like all of her vlogs and everything. So go check out her channel if you're interested. I know that I remember you saying in your sprints that there have been some that you've been excited to read and others you've been excited to finish so you don't have to ever read them again. So yeah. Mika, y'all are making me reconsider. I read the first 3 or 4 Throne of Glass years ago and I loved them. Recently I read The Assassin's Blade and really did not like it.
So here's the thing with The Assassin's Blade. The Assassin's Blade is choppy. Because they're novellas. Because I feel like even if you were to read them where they're technically published, they would still be choppy. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, they would just give, like, all they would really, reading them in publication order, in my opinion, of someone who has not clearly read them in publication order yet, I feel like, because I've already read The Assassin's Blade, I feel like if I read them between Heir of Fire and Queen of Shadows, which is where you're supposed to read them, according to their publication dates, because I looked to make sure I didn't tell Mr. Reading with Eva the wrong spot to read them. They would still feel choppy like they do, because the novellas feel very choppy, even though they're like within like a certain time frame. You know, they just feel like disjointed, I guess. Like they don't flow like a novel flows. But to me, like all they would really do is give you backstory. So it's like he said, like you would get a bunch of foreshadowing, and then you would get like like the novellas would work as a flashback.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I would love them that way.
Yeah.
Because there's a certain character that I'm not sure I would have been as connected to if I hadn't read The Assassin's Blade first and then read The Throne of Glass.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you're making Mika wonder if, and I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, so let me know phonetically if I am. You're making Mika reconsider if rereading the books are in their future.
I would try it.
Yeah. So Nicole says, the one I am reading right now is a political satire, and the characters are animals, similar, but not the same as Animal Farm by George Orwell. That's quite interesting.
Fun.
Yeah, Mika's
Animal
asking that she's basically saying it sounds interesting, which we all just agreed with our oohs and ahs. And so that's very interesting. Tina also thinks it is. I started reading Cozy Mysteries in July, and the first time I guessed the killer was a month ago. Oh yeah, so Tina, totally start keeping track of which ones you get right. That would be so fun. Glory. Honestly, I've seen that title. I've seen that book making its rounds. Which obviously makes sense because it's on the long list. But yeah, really interesting. Yeah, everyone's like, I love when we all
We're
start
all checking it out.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Amy. And thanks, Mika. Thanks, everybody. So nice. This is such a supportive community. I never have anything negative to say about BookTube. Whether you are someone who actually makes videos or watches them, everyone's always been so supportive. So yeah, thank you so much. It's very rare that I like a show more than the book. An exception was The Shining Girls. The show added a whole other layer that made the story more interesting. Okay, that's really interesting. Yeah, I feel like sometimes it adds or it's helpful when the author is more involved in the TV series or the movie being made, because then they're actually participating in changing ending or changing certain characters, and it makes sense. So as long as like the author's involved, though, I think in some way. Okay, so I looked back, and I think the first cozy mystery I ever guessed of the killer with was Books Can Be Deceiving by Jen McKinley. Yeah, you start looking back and see which ones, because that I would love to see your stats. I have only just watched the show, so I am still on the fence if I like the show or not. I was surprised to see that Taylor Jenkins Reid is the producer.
So Taylor Jenkins Reid has been very hands-on. So a lot of times they make authors executive producers because, to be honest with y'all, don't ask me how I know this, it doesn't matter. But executive producers are basically just people that are funneling money into whatever it is. They don't necessarily actually produce anything. You feel what I'm saying? But Taylor Jenkins Reid, like, I've watched a lot of interviews and stuff with her because she has been very hands-on. There is one thing that I feel like this is an unpopular opinion, and it might just be because I imagine Daisy Jones different. The actress that plays Daisy Jones, physically, like the way she looks, is very much what I pictured Daisy Jones.
Okay, yeah.
But
isn't she the daughter of Priscilla?
Yeah. She's Elvis's granddaughter.
Her singing voice. Now her singing voice is wonderful. Okay, so don't anybody like at her and be like, reading what Eva said that you suck, because she doesn't. But I pictured Daisy Jones with more of like a Stevie Nicks singing voice.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see why, because I think when Daisy Jones came out, they kind of that was the way people were describing the band, was that it was very similar to
like Stevie Nicks or Fleetwood Mac.
Right, Fleetwood Mac. Thank you.
Yeah, and in my brain, I mean, her voice is fine. Like, her voice is really good. I keep saying fine. Like,
no, she's fantastic.
When I say fine, that means like wonderful, great. Like,
especially since she isn't like necessarily like her first thing that she would say. I don't think she'd describe herself as a singer in regards to like that being her first priority of entertaining. Like, she's an actress first, and then from what I can tell,
I just imagined Daisy Jones' voice being like her singing voice. Her speaking voice is on par, but maybe that's because I know people that have like my singing voice is much higher. I'm a first soprano than my speaking voice, just so everyone's aware. Like, it's much higher. Okay, so like, I don't always say like, oh, your speaking voice is the same as your singing voice. Some people's are, some people's aren't. Her speaking voice is what I imagined, but her singing voice isn't as husky as I like imagined it to be. But like, she did wonderfully though.
Awesome, cool. And Tina said, and that was also the first time I gave the first book a cozy. Yay! 5 stars. That's awesome. I love that. Wow, woohoo! Oh, thanks everybody. ML and Camilla and Tina and Sarah. Oh, you all are so nice. Thanks everybody. Really, yeah. I don't want you to think that I'm like not as I'm really appreciative. Thank you so much. I just am kind of embarrassed by how exciting it all is. So thanks, guys.
I'm the same way. I'm like,
Don't be embarrassed.
Yeah.
Because
I'm just
listen,
happy I have all these friends now.
truthfully, the way that I get, like, I wait till I hit like right now I'm at 340, so like I won't say anything again until I'm at like 350. Like I
Yeah.
usually like wait until like every 50. But like, listen, when I hit 300, like I was in the besties group chat and I was like, I hit 300 subscribers. Like I was like
All
screenshotting.
caps on all the time. Yeah.
So it's fine to be excited.
Yeah.
it is.
Mika says sprint hopping has connected me to so many other readers. Genuinely, like this has become my favorite thing. Is like all types of sprinting, whether I'm in the chat, whether I'm in the screen. Like it's just really nice, and you're immediately connected to other people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Jean. Thanks so much. Oh, I remember.
This is
When you were sprinting.
when I was
every day.
sprinting all the time.
Yeah.
This is how ML found me. Because so I started my channel and I got like 10 subscribers like off the bat because I started my channel while on I made my channel while on sprints with Michelle and Lexi, like back in those days. Okay, when they were doing sprints all the time. Okay, I will go. I will open it. Go. And so a bunch of people from there. Yes, I'll be right there. So a bunch of people from there like followed my channel. I think Brittany was like one of the very first people
I
that
think so.
subscribed. Like I started with like 10 people and I was like, you know what? If these are the only people I ever get, it's fine. I did sprints for like 3 weeks where I would get like 2 people on sprints. Like it would just be me and the computer. And I would do them for like 4 or 6 hours at a time. And then like ML and Ollie were like one of the first people to like that I didn't know already to like show up in my comments and be like, oh, you have sprints. We were looking for sprints. And like they have my heart, honestly. At this point, they're Ariana's grandparents. There was a whole thing that Ariana told them she was their grandson. So their grandson,
Family.
yes.
Book 2 creates families. Alexi says, my sister had a dog too. Her dog is just a plot hound and hence huge, while Ellie is a Pekingese. I'm always nervous saying the word pug mix and is the same size as my niece. That is so cute. That is so sweet. Have you read Sweet Magnolia series?
I've seen all the series that is out on Netflix and I've read the first book, but I want to continue. And I'm pretty sure I own the whole series.
I've not read this and I've not watched the series because I did know that
Nicole, where are you on your read of these books? Because maybe we can maybe we can do it together. And you can make me actually read the books that are sitting on my shelves. Because
also, if we're doing this, I would like to invite myself into this.
If you want to do that and you're not too far, I can catch up to wherever you are.
Yeah, and I would also like to invite myself. Thank you.
Yeah, and I just remember that I watched the show like I think I watched the first few episodes, and it's just also aesthetically pleasing. Like I don't know, I just really enjoyed the atmosphere of watching it. So I'm interested to
got all that like small town drama feel, which is something that I really love. Like I love a good small town.
Yeah, same. Yeah. Thanks, Chrissy, so much. Yeah, thank you. And also, yeah, everybody, like pretty much a lot of people in the comments are also booktubers. And I've mentioned a few of them, but like all chat with each other. Like let us all know if you are booktubers too. And if we can support your channels, like totally down to do that. I want to say I'm mostly subscribed to everyone who's in the chat who's like also a booktuber, but like I'll make sure maybe in the next sprint to double check that because I definitely want to make sure that I'm reciprocating because we're all friends at this point.
Yeah.
Sarah says, I love the Virgin River books, but I still have a bunch to read. I didn't really like the show. Yeah, I feel like it probably depends, especially if it's so different. It would make sense that you might not like the show.
It's very different. I literally like sort it as like the Jack and like some of the characters, like I don't even think of them as the same people.
Mhm.
Like I think of it as two separate things because it's so different.
Yeah, that's so fascinating. Jean accidentally napped. Totally fine.
Yeah.
Accidental naps are welcome here. I hope that you feel refreshed after that. Nicole says, yes, we are planning on getting more info as we go on. So yeah, BookTube bulletin board, go check it out, everybody, because that'll be really helpful in figuring out different reading events going on if you want to participate. Because I was really fascinated to know when I heard that Nicole was a part of it. Hey, Nicole, just sub to your YouTube channel. Yay, Izzy! Yay, Nicole! This is awesome.
This is what I love about this community. It's like so supportive.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it's just, honestly, I would subscribe to everybody. Like, I'm totally fine with doing that. Like, why not? Bring on the increase of my TBR lists. We are trying to get all the info in one place. I'm going to be putting forward to see if they will include sprints so people can know who is regularly doing it. I love that. Yeah, that's lovely. I really did not like Selena, is that how you say it, in Assassin's Blade? Okay. She was so conceited and bratty, but that might be because she's so young in this book.
Mika, I am with you on I did not love Assassin's Blade, so I'm excited to try the series and see if I like the progression of the characters.
Yeah. And so it's Mika.
Mika. Okay. Good to know, because I think I always say it wrong, so now I know. Mika.
Yeah, that's really pretty. Awesome. Yeah, thanks for letting us know, because I don't ever want to be saying someone's name incorrectly. Are you guys watching Daisy Jones and the Six? I'm assuming, Jean, if you've just arrived, you probably missed it, but yes, at least Brittany and Neva are.
I haven't started it yet, but I need to.
I've watched everything except the last 3 episodes.
Okay,
so it just ended, and I was like getting annoyed having to watch it every Friday.
I was waiting till the whole show came out.
So I do.
We used to do that though. Back in the day, you used to have to watch a show every week, whereas now I'm just used to being like, no, I want to wait until I can binge it.
I waited for that exact reason.
I started it when it came out because I was so excited for it to come out, because I finished the book the week before it came out. So when it came out, I was so excited. So I watched the first 6 episodes immediately, and then I ain't got time. So I do need to watch the last of the show, but I mean, I'm really enjoying it. So
yeah. Yes. So Nicole was agreeing with the fact that Stevie Nicks' voice was what she was expecting. ML is just spreading the love, saying, yes, we're a family. It's great. She welcomes, having a grandson. That's how my sprints are with 1 or 2. It is hard to not try and compare to other channels, and it is something I'm emotionally trying to not compare to. Yeah, you know what? It's weird. Knowing how the algorithm works, how you get notified if live sprints are happening. I am surely not an expert. I don't really fully understand how things work either. But I'm very much here to support anyone's sprints when they're doing it.
And I think it's good to remember that we all had moments where no one has shown up. So you're not alone in that. We have all been there, where it's one person rolls up, especially when you first start sprinting consistently. It takes a while, and to know that's normal and it's not you, and
especially if you don't have people, especially if you're doing it by yourself too. Because that was my thing. Is I started by doing it by myself. Now I'm not really trying to do sprints by myself. I always be trying to find somebody to do them with me. But when I first started, I was doing it by myself. So I didn't even have other people that do sprints tagged in my description. There was no way to really shepherd people. I just had to hope on Instagram getting to enough people, my Instagram story saying hey, I'm on sprints, getting to enough people that they would, or other people, there were other booktubers that would say well, Neva's doing sprints on this day if you guys need sprints, that type of thing, Yeah.
So, but we're all here to support each other.
Absolutely.
And
That's what I love this community so much. Sometimes it's just like we just sprint hop from one comment section to the other just to be like, hey.
Yeah, exactly. Especially as soon as I'm done with my sprints, I usually go, okay, who's doing sprints now? Jump in the comments.
Literally.
Yeah, immediately.
At this point, I don't even read without sprints. That's why I didn't read at all yesterday because there wasn't there weren't like a ton of people doing sprints like during the daytime.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when I kind of needed sprints. So I was like, okay, I guess I'm not reading today because
I got a clip of my niece petting Ellie, so I'm going to put it in the vlog for this week. Yes, Lexi, I can't wait to see it. Oh, he's so cute.
So cute.
Yeah. I am just about to start book 2 of Sweet Magnolias. Come and join me.
That's the book I need to read. I'll message you during the first sprint, Nicole, because I can start that.
Perfect. And even Sarah says, I really like Sweet Magnolia's show. Haven't read the books yet. Sarah, I mean, join the party. It seems like all of us are ready to start reading that. Yeah, I want to try Sweet Magnolias because it seems like it's similar to Virgin River. Tina says this. So listen, all of us seem really interested in this series. Also, I've been holding off on Daisy Jones' show, so this is Rainy, because Fleetwood Mac is my favorite band ever, and so I'm probably going to judge harshly because I know that's the vibe they were going for. Yeah, if you're going with those expectations, totally understand that. Mm-hmm. I've only watched the Virgin River show and not read the books. Well, because they're very different, you might be interested in reading the books and it wouldn't feel weird. Yeah.
There are two separate things.
Yeah.
Normally, I've never seen a series be so different, but it is, and the author's involved, so maybe it was a deliberate choice. Yeah, but it's very different.
Yeah, for sure. And Nicole also says, let me know when you're sprinting and I will make sure I'm in the comments to Chrissy. So yeah, like Chrissy, just
love that.
Do some blasts. Let us know. We will all come in as a bookish army.
Chrissy's really good about sharing her sprints in the Discord too, for anyone who wants to keep track. Chrissy's really good.
She puts them in her stories also.
Mm-hmm. And her stories. Yep.
Also, that one person appreciates you are there. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, honestly, like, it's tough when we I feel like a lot of things we do, especially on social media, on the internet, are like numerical. Like there's this quantitative expectation where we see numbers, so we have this thing like we all do it, but it is like, well, that one person is very much appreciative that you're there. So yeah, that's a
also when it's smaller, you can really get to know your audience too, which is nice, because that's how I think we really gotten close to certain people, because they like show up all the time, and you know, you get to really chat with them.
And you know, when there were only 3 people in your comments, like you knew, like I always knew, like if I only had 2 people in my comments, it was probably at Mel and Ollie. You know, when it started hitting like 5 to 10 people, I was like, okay, so now I've got like Rainy and Brittany. Like I have like my like booktuber friends, you know what I mean, that I talk to all the time. But like if there was 2 people, I was like, I'm just gonna assume that this is ML and Ollie. Like I'm just
yeah.
I love ML and Ollie.
Yeah, ML says, honestly, sprints friends are life. I want to hear what is going on with everyone. Reading, life, chaos, everything. Yeah, listen, it's called reading sprints, but it is everything. We touch upon a million topics.
It's literally therapy. That's basically what reading sprints are.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we have reached the end of the comments, so let's finally get to another reading sprint. But this has been really lovely. Yeah, I'm glad that this was just a nice chat session for all of us. We needed it. Okay, so we'll do another 45. And I wish everybody luck. I hope if you're taking a nap, if you need to eat, if you need to read, whatever, fill up your water too. But we'll see you in 45 minutes. Okay, bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. How was everyone's sprint? Were you successful?
Hello, I made it to 16%. This book is a lot longer than I thought it was because, like, obviously I just have it on Kindle. So
Yeah.
don't think I realized how big it was, but the audiobook is like 14 hours long. So I was like,
Oh my
oh,
gosh.
this is chunky.
Yeah, that's a chunky one. Are you enjoying it so far, though?
Yes, I think I am.
Mhm.
Like I said, I think there's obviously problematic characters in the book, but
Yeah.
like they're there to like show growth in the book, which is
Mhm.
perfectly fine if I'm assuming that's what's happening. But like I'm really starting to like the main character quite a bit, like starting to get a feel for that, if that makes sense. Like
Yeah.
it covers pretty hard topics though, so obviously that's
Oh, for sure, for
part of it,
sure. Yeah, that makes sense. How about you, Neva? Or are you still reading? I don't want to interrupt.
No, I'm not still reading. Hold on. This is being really stupid.
Okay, you
Thank
take your time.
Okay, I am on chapter 28. I had to update like where I was in the book on Storygraph so I can get like a percentage because I'm on page 210. So I'm now 52% through. So I have to do like an update for the vlog. Like I don't really know what I'm gonna say, but I have to do an update for the vlog. Yeah, still, depending on how this will end, it's either gonna be 4.5 or 5 stars.
Okay, awesome, cool. I ended up finishing the chapter I was reading for Evelyn Hardcastle, and then I don't know. I'm reading 2 books right now that I feel like I want to take my time with. Like I don't want to binge either. Like I want to finish both of them by the end of the month, but because they're both kind of dense in different ways, I want to like read a little bit of each. So like I switched over to People Love Dead Jews, which is my nonfiction read at the moment. And yeah, it's really impactful. I have to be prepared though, because this book has already made me cry once, if I'm going to be honest. And so I don't know if I'm ready for BookTube to see me cry in person. So I might not be able to do it.
I totally understand this, as I have when I am reading super sad books, I will call them not my sprint books. Like I will get a sprint book and a not sprint book because the whole internet doesn't need to see me openly have a breakdown.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see. I'm feeling okay with this chapter, but I might switch back to Evelyn Hardcastle afterwards because you can't tell. I see Brooklyn.
Hi, Brooklyn.
Hello. I'm sorry. I don't know how long you've been waiting.
Hello.
Hey, Chrissy.
I'm sorry. Hang on a second.
Oh, also, I get to stay till 7:15. I thought I had to take Lyft because it's Saturday. Usually I take Lyft to work. But Mr. Reading when he just said that he can take me to work, so that means I can stay longer. Because usually I would have to be like, I'm going to have to jump off during this sprint.
Yeah.
Yay.
Well,
Sorry,
welcome,
I slept in today. It's like 9 a.m. because I was like up all night watching Daisy Jones and I was like a mess. It was so good. Have you guys watched it yet?
No, I was waiting for all the episodes to come out so I could like binge the whole thing.
I've seen all but the last 3 episodes.
Oh my gosh, they're gonna break you. Like,
I have to
honestly.
I'll probably watch them after I get home tonight from work.
Yeah.
Because I do have to like stick to my schedule and I have to I'm supposed to go to the bookstore tomorrow. What am I gonna buy? I don't know. But I'm supposed to go to the bookstore tomorrow.
Sometimes it's fun not to know though. I actually like the idea of you just going and being like, we'll see what catches my eye.
Like I might get the Crescent City, the special editions from Barnes & Noble if they're not like sold out. Because they come out tomorrow, so I don't think they'll be sold out. But they have like exclusive paperback covers.
They're so pretty
for these, and they look like the inside of the.
Oh, I've seen. Yes, they're so beautiful. Yeah.
This one. And also this one, and Mr. Reading when Eva was like, but you have them. And I'm like, yeah. But those ones are the, like, Barnes & Noble like, paperbacks. And he was like, but do you need them? And so he was like, look and see how much they are. And they're only $20.
That's not bad.
I was like, I need them. Only $20? I need them.
That's really good. I was expecting you to say way more than that.
Yeah, I was expecting them to be at least 35. Which then I would have been like, okay, maybe I don't need them. Like maybe I can get something else like that I don't already have on my shelf. But they're $19.99.
That's so cool.
So I need them. Clearly, obviously.
Well, Brooklyn, are you reading Save Me, or is that a cry for help?
No, yes, I have talked about this before. I am reading Save Me.
Okay.
I had to make that clear in my last sprint.
Yeah.
Like, you know how people write that kind of thing when they're in trouble? No, I'm okay.
Okay, good.
Blink twice if you need help, Brooklyn.
Yeah, please.
No, yeah, I'm still reading Save Me. I started it the other day when I finished Find Me. But I just haven't been able to like sit down and read it, but it's so good, and like every time I read it, I read like 100 pages of it, like just sitting down there. So I like want to finish it.
I'm sorry, this is like my favorite series. Like I will go to the grave on this series. Like,
oh my gosh, really? Cool.
It's so good.
It is really good.
oh god.
Well, I read the whole series in 6 days.
And I
And
did that before
read it.
she did.
Physically read it.
So here's the thing. In February, I did a February hopefuls video. I did not do one for March because after February was such a fail, I was like, I'm just not even gonna do it. But for February, I did a February hopefuls video, and my February hopefuls just got abandoned for the Witsec series because Brittany from Gigi and Bo, she was posting about them on her personal Bookstagram. And I was like, oh, this looks cute because they're like flowery covers, you know? And I was like, this looks great. I'm going to read this. And then it had me in a chokehold, like to the point that I read the first book. I was reading it while getting my hair done. Huh?
What does a W look like?
It's like an upside down M. So you know what? Like an uppercase M, like a capital M.
Well, I made M's and I don't want M's.
Okay,
I want the W's right side up.
Right, so you flip the M around. So the middle part that sits on the line for an M, it points upward. The legs point up. You understand? Go try. Go try. I know it's rough to be a kindergartner. But like we usually will watch like 90 Day Fiance or something when I'm over there, and I was like, listen, like I love you, but I'm gonna have to put in some headphones. Like you watch what you do, but I have to read this. Like I have to. It had me in such a chokehold, and like I read it in 6 days, and those are M's, right? So now, let me see. I'm gonna show you. So for a W.
On the back.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're doing it on the back. So for a W, it's like this. That's a W. Okay, go practice. Go ahead. Good job. Yeah, it had me in a chokehold, and I had to work too. So like in between, I was like I had my Kindle in my back pocket. So every time we wouldn't have an order, I would just like stand off to the side and be reading. And my GM was like, what are you reading that's so like intriguing? And I was like, I can't even describe this book to you. I can't describe it. Just know that it's great. And he was like, and then like I tried to describe it to him, and he was like, I'm never gonna read that. And I was like, I would not expect you, a 23-year-old male, to want to read this book. I would not. But like me, and the third one I read in less than 24 hours because like I stayed up until like 9 in the morning. So like I worked and then I stayed up until after Ari was on the bus and finished it. And because Brittany was like, have you been to sleep yet? And I was like, no, I had to finish this book first. Like,
oh my gosh,
so good.
Next time we're on the.
Well, now I really need to look into that series then. These were comments, I think, just before we left where ML said, but honestly, we loved it. We felt special. We got all the attention. That was back when Neva we were talking about how sometimes when you're doing sprints, there's only just like a couple of, viewers and like what that means. And it's a nice personal experience too, for sure. Yeah, Nicole said, and when I am on and there are 0 people watching, I just ramble about my kids, funny stories about them, talk about them. Yeah, like honestly, you find a way to fill in the content. Like I would just be talking too. Izzy was eating during that sprint, which is awesome. I have really enjoyed the smaller sprints. I used to join in on the big booktuber sprints, which was fun. I haven't gone back since I found smaller sprints, though. It's much more engaging. I agree, especially it's overwhelming when you're seeing like the comments going by so fast and you can't participate as much. So it is really nice. And I feel like we've kind of gotten our group of people, which is very sweet. I agree. I just prefer the smaller people that I feel like I know. Yeah, like you get to know people's reading tastes even. Like like if you were on the sprint with us last time, you know what someone's been reading, so you can check in with them. And it's just, yeah, it's really nice knowing a bit more about their own reading process. ML showered, finished a book, put laundry in the dryer and started new laundry in that sprint. Lovely, wonderful. Oh no, your book was dumb. Oh wait, no, but that was the vampire trash book. So maybe that's okay. Honestly, it's fine if it's dumb.
Yeah, as long as you enjoyed it.
Right.
Yeah. But fun. That's the important part, but fun. Should I keep going in the series? Yes. 100% keep going. Like, I don't know. If you're on that train for just trashy books with a series, like keep going. Why not? I did not read, but I found some good recs for thriller and suspense books on YouTube. Oh, awesome. Putting them on my first time to be read list. Oh my gosh, so your first like TBR list? Is that what you mean? That's so exciting. Yes.
That's so exciting.
It's so fun, right? Like, listen, don't be hard on yourself if you don't end up sticking to the TBR list, though. I think we all agree.
I take it from me. I never stick to a TBR list. I make a hopefuls thing every month, and then I come back at the end to do like my live wrap up, and I'm like, just so everyone knows, I read nothing on the TBR.
Yeah, exactly.
Literally, my roll of reads TBR that I put up at the start of the month, I have read one book.
Yeah.
And I will tell you right now, none of the others will be read in the next 6 days. I can guarantee you.
Yeah,
it's not happening.
We've got, big hearts for our TBR lists. We really are hoping for it, but yeah, sometimes our eyes are bigger than our reading stomachs, I think.
Yeah.
But Nicole finished her book. Yay, that's so exciting. Book 12 out of 16 now completed. Congrats. 39 pages of Such Pretty Flowers. I don't know if I know that one. I don't think I know that title. But Mika, if you're enjoying it, let us know. Didn't read, but I ordered dinner. Lovely. That sounds great. I hope that it ends up being delicious. A reply to your message, Brittany.
Yes, I've already sent you a message back. Thank you, Nicole. I'm very excited to buddy read this series with you.
Perfect.
Wait,
that's about Sweet Magnolias, right?
We've both read book 1. So if you read book 1.
You've only read book 1?
Yep.
Okay, well, great. After I DNF this Riley Sager book, because I feel like that's happening at work tonight.
I support that choice, to be honest.
I will start Sweet Magnolia. So give me like
We're not doing it, I think, for like a month, so you're good.
Okay, great. I was gonna say
I'll
give me
add
like
you
24 hours.
Chat with Nicole.
Okay, yeah, just
Speaking
add me
of
to
Final Girls, Amy read 50 pages. She's now on chapter 11. Are you enjoying it, Amy?
Like,
I know
are
that
you
some
liking
people
this
are.
book?
Yes, Amy. Let us know what you're thinking.
Yeah.
Guys, listen,
Eve and I had pretty similar thoughts.
if Amy likes it, maybe no, I'm not even gonna say that. I'm not pushing through. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go to work and I'm gonna start it. I'm gonna listen to like 10%, and then I'm gonna be like DNF.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Rainy says The Four Winds is so sad, which honestly, that's on par for Kristen Hanna. Like, I don't think any of her books are only happy.
Need to like be emotionally prepared to take on this book,
this is
because
gonna
if Rainy and Kelsey had a hard time with it,
this is gonna
I will not be okay. Like, I will not survive.
Listen, after my Magnolia Parks hangover last week, Four Winds is gonna have to wait, because that means me and Brittany are gonna be we're gonna be dead inside by the end.
We will have cried every tear that that our bodies can make.
Yeah.
Brittany, when you're ready,
or have you read anything? Have you read anything by Kristen Hanna?
No.
Oh my gosh. I'm surprised that usually I feel like I'm the one who's never read anything by an author, but I have read Firefly Lane. That's the only thing I can contribute.
Brittany,
yeah.
When you're ready to read The Four Winds, let me know. I'll read it with you. We can be like emotional support.
Sounds good.
Buddies.
Sounds good. We'll need that. We'll need it.
So Camilla worked on her reading journal, read 15 pages. Awesome. I'm actually behind on my reading journal. I need to update it, and I haven't been doing that. But Rainy is 35% and in loving it, even though it's so sad. So that's good. About 30% in for Amy, and that's for Final Girls. A bit indifferent so far. Okay, so
That-
no strong feelings.
That was realistically, that I didn't have anything that was particularly wrong about Final
I
Girl.
just don't care.
I just did not care. And the longer the book went on and I did not care, the less I liked it.
I think my
Yeah.
problem is, like, if I don't care, like, why am I going to continue to read about these people?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Tina finished her book, 5 stars. That's got to be like, is that now the 4th book in a row? Yes, it is. I was going to say the 4th book in a row, continuing the streak,
That's
4th, 5th star.
amazing.
That is crazy. I don't know if I'm going to have to look at my own reading journal to see if I've ever read 4 or 5 stars in a row in general. I don't know if I have, but Sarah's back for a few minutes. Lovely. Hello. Nicole says hello. Everyone's saying hi. That's so sweet. Yeah, it's so cool. I made it to 91% of Court of Frost and Starlight. Oh my gosh, you're like almost at the end. Everyone is saying hello, Brooklyn.
Hi, everyone.
I'm going to show every single comment.
Wow, that's so nice. Thank you.
Yeah, look at it. It's so cute. That's how I feel about Magnolia Parks. I can just tell it's going to be my favorite series.
This is another one that's, like, going to be in, like, my top 5. Because, like, the way that first book just, like, listen, I was, like, reading it, and I was like, yeah, I'm, like, mad at these characters, but, like, it's not, like, it wasn't, like, I mean, there were parts in it that, like, upset me. Like, I definitely cried for, like, the last half of the book, and then Rainey was like, just wait, you haven't got to the part where you're gonna hate this certain character. And then I got to that part, which is in, like, the last, like, 6 pages, and I literally was crying so hard. Like, I finished this book 20 minutes before I was supposed to be on Britney's sprints, and I was like, this was not the time to finish this book, because I'm literally sitting here and I text Rainey and I was like, I hate blah blah blah. I'm not gonna say who it is, but I was like, I hate this person, and she was like, I know, and I was just like bawling. Like, Ari came in and she was like, how's the book going, Mom? As I'm like crying, and I was
Now's
like,
not the time.
very sad. And she was like,
Yeah.
oh, and then she just left me because she's 5. She doesn't care. Like,
Yeah, she's like, Mom's just having a moment.
and my eyes were like puffy, and I was like, listen, if I look like I've been crying, I have.
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm very hesitant to keep reading this one while on sprints, because I was like, it's just it's a really heavy topic, of course. So we'll see how it goes. But if I feel the waterworks are coming on, I'm going to stop immediately and then move on to Evelyn Hardcastle. That's just
I should have done that when I read A Man Called Ula. I should not have continued that. I finished that on sprints.
Did you finish that on sprints?
Yes. Yes, because I had 10 minutes. I finished it 10 minutes before the end of the sprint. Because you were like, you shouldn't read this on sprints.
Well, at least I warned you. I didn't remember warning you, but at least I was a good friend.
I was like, it'll be fine. I haven't even cried yet. And you were like, okay. And then me and Amy were like sending pictures in the group chat, like back and forth.
Oh, yes.
Of our tear-streaked faces.
Yes.
And Brittany was like, are you going to be okay to come back on camera? So I came back on camera and I just sat here like this. And Brittany was like, did you finish? And I was like,
yeah, let's move on. Let's not talk about it. I'm not sure what I'm going to read next. I was planning on starting the next book in the series of the book that you just finished, Campers and Criminals. I really like that series name. That's really fun. But Scribd won't let me read it, and it's a 12-week wait on my library, so that's not happening. Oh no, that's really
Tina,
annoying.
have you tried making Scribd let you read it? So if you listen to the preview and then exit out and hit download and exit out again, sometimes it will let you download it. Just
wow, we're getting some insider tips. Love it. Still enjoying myself, but I'll have to switch to another book on the next sprint as I need to cook dinner. This school is mad. So this is the Murder Your Employer book. Brooklyn, have you heard of this?
No.
Honestly, none of us have.
Cover.
It looks amazing.
Looks beautiful. Like, it looks like the most beautiful book.
Yeah, look up the cover. Murder Your Employer. It just looks so good. But yeah, understandable that if you're going to make dinner, maybe switch and do something else. You don't have to necessarily focus on reading it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, right? Doesn't it look so cool? I'm really dying to. I hope you continue enjoying it, Danny, when you get back to it. I'm thinking maybe Freshly Ground Murder by Tanya Capps. You were just mentioning that author. Is that the same author of the other series, or which is the third book in Killer Coffee series? Or you were just reading a book by that author? We were talking about it not long ago, I feel like. But maybe I'm just mixing cozy mystery authors together. I think I will pick up Youngbloods by Sasha Lawrence instead, a YA vampire, potentially silly book, but much more contemporary, published last year. Yeah, that actually sounds good. Stick to the paranormal kind of activity world, but just do something else vampire. I'm down for that. Honestly, that you are bringing back the whole in every generation like feels the Buffy Vampire Slayer series that I was reading. I want to return to that. You're making me want to pick that second book up. Tell me more about this Killer Coffee series.
I knew someone had asked this question already, and I was trying to scroll up because I'm like, I need this in my life, and I need to know what this is.
Yeah, for sure. What series is that, Brooklyn? Oh yeah, so what is it? It's the Wit Set.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that the author, the right author, or is it a different author?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Cool. Yes, we read. Yes, lovely, awesome. Sure, it is a cozy mystery series. Kentucky, the main character, owns a coffee shop. The town is where she would spend her summers with her aunt, who she's really close with, and the coffee shop is on the boardwalk, I think, surrounding a lake. That's really cool. She moves back to the town after getting a divorce and leaving her and her ex-husband's law practice. She has a romance with her ex-fiance, her ex-fiance from when she was 18. Oh my gosh. So it's like a return to like second chance kind of romance on top of their
Tina, can you let me know what the first book in this series is, or the name of the series, or any information that I can hunt this?
Yes. The more information.
Thank you.
After putting together my perfect TBR for April, I realized that I missed finishing a book and then spontaneously picking up the next one. So I tossed my TBR. Oh no! Does that mean like you read, say, like book 1 and then 3, but you accidentally missed book 2 or something? Is that what I'm gathering, Mika? Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, Leandra, I went to another city at the beginning of the week and went to a bookstore and I found something, bought it, and you need to know about it. It's called Bloody Fool for Love. And it says a Buffy prequel novel on the front, but has Buffy marked out and Spike written on the top of it. What? Okay, what is that? Okay, I'm going to type in my search bar, Bloody Fool for Love, just so I can look at it when the time comes. Oh my gosh, a Spike prequel. Okay, I cannot wait. Thank you so much for passing along this information. That is awesome. The Four Winds is in my TBR, Izzy says. Oh my gosh, cool. Yeah, that's like also another distinctive cover where I know exactly what book that is because of the cover. I'm pretty sure the books are on KU and the audiobooks are on Scribd. The next book in the series is coming out in May. Let's see. I'm sure that we'll get to the explanation. I met Tanya Capps at a reader event. She is one of the sweetest people ever. It's so nice when you like know that an author is nice in person. That is so nice. Awesome. I had Carly from Bookish Pixie Reads. She recently went to a talk with Min-Jin Lee, and that's the author of Pachinko and Free Food for Millionaires, if anyone knows those two titles. And she said that like it was awesome. That author is so cool. She recommended that if anyone ever can like get to that author, like if she's doing a talk at a university near you, to go check her out because it was really informative. So I don't know, has anyone read Pachinko at least? That's probably the better known title. Oh my gosh. So it's set, I believe, like during World War I and World War II, but it's like set in the part of the world of like Korea and Japan and talking about the experience there during that time. So I think we usually focus in on Europe and North America when we're reading books set during World War II, especially. So it was really interesting. So I recommend that for like an educational aspect. By an author, I don't know, William Ritter. Yeah, I think that, do I have the right one? Yes, I do. Okay, great. I've got the right one on Google. So perfect. So far, I like Such Pretty Flowers, though, or because the protagonist is a very flawed heroine. Sometimes that just makes them more real, to be honest. So that sounds good to me. Yeah, she seems so sweet. I'm planning on reading the first book in all of her series very soon to get a vibe for them. Very cool. Sweet Magnolias is on Scribd in both ebook and audio.
Ooh, good to know for the audio. Because I have, like I said, I bought the whole series before I read it, which I know I should not do, but I did. But then I read the first book and liked it. So it's fine. Everything's fine. It was a good decision. It's fine.
Yeah, perfect.
But audios are great.
Especially just, I think it motivates you a bit more to like finally pick up the book when you can have access to the audiobook. Yes, so intense to finish it on sprints. I'm assuming that was it?
I think that was The Man Called Uwe when
was
we
gonna
were
say-
all reading it
Yeah.
last year.
Yeah, okay. Definitely an emotional read by the end of it. Yes, the trick you said, Brittany, doesn't work for me, but I have another trick used, and that isn't working either. Oh no.
Boo.
Yeah. Tanya Caps has audio of some of her books on her YouTube channel.
Ooh.
See, YouTube, people, you don't think about it, but I've listened to audiobooks through YouTube myself. It's awesome. Free access, that kind of thing. I'm moving on to book 13 from the list, Cursed Bread by Sophie McIntosh. I can imagine the cover, I think, but I actually don't know anything about that book. Good luck. I hope you like it. Yeah, Tanya Caps is the author of the book I just finished. Happy reading, friends. Yeah, thanks, Izzy. Yeah, I hope everybody is enjoying their reading so far. Okay, I have that in my TBR. If you all loved it, I'll give it a try. Which one was that? Was that the Whitsack one? I'm assuming. Yeah.
Give it a try. It's so good.
Yeah.
I highly recommend.
Yeah, for sure. I was going to say, especially like, again, romance era, I'm totally down for that. Yes, the first book is Scene of the Grind.
Thank you, Tina. I've added it. When I saw this comment pop in, I added it to my TBR. So thank you so much because it sounds so good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Especially if everyone's saying that the author's great, various series are great, then
yeah.
In the comments so I can shower. Okay, thanks. Sounds good, Neva. Enjoy your shower. No, it's that at the moment I feel so restricted by having a TBR. At the moment, I'd rather just pick books at whim. Yeah, like if you're someone who wants to do TBRs once in a while, it's okay to then like switch and do like a mood reading month. Like I think that switches things up a little bit better. Mika agrees. Pachinko is wonderful. Oh, lovely. Good. I'm glad I'm not the only one who thought that. I own Pachinko and want to get to it soon. Yeah, just so you know, it is like a slow historical fiction read. Like it's dense and it's multi-generational. So it does follow, I think, like 3 or 4 generations of this family. So just let you know, it's not going to be like a fast read, but I just felt it was really informative to get that perspective, especially just in regards to like the discrimination that Koreans were experiencing when they were, in Japan. And it was like before we had South and North Korea. So you kind of see the development of that a bit more thoroughly. It was fascinating. I did prefer Free Food for Millionaires myself because I read that book. That was her first book. And they're both standalones. But like Pachinko was really good too. Do you have access to Hoopla? Tanya Cap's camper series are on there. Yeah, like honestly, Hoopla is a great resource. If your library has a connection to it, I definitely recommend you downloading that too. What do you guys do if you don't like the book? I DNF. I very much am so good with DNFing a book. I don't know if you also mean by like, what do you do with the book itself? Because we could talk about that. If I don't really enjoy a book and now that it's physically, like I own it, I usually try to either give it away, I might sell it, I might donate it to my local library. I usually, even if it's a like kind of a nice edition or a nice copy, I personally don't choose to keep it. Like I won't keep a book if I didn't like it. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, I'm the same. I'll DNF a book if I don't like it, unless it's for a specific reason that I need to finish it. Like like a book club book where I'm on camera. Like obviously I need to finish that. The final book Final Girls was one that like I was the one hosting the buddy read with a bunch of subscribers. So I was like, okay, I need to finish this. But in general, I'll just DNF it. And if I don't like it, I will usually just, it's hard to sell books in Canada because we don't like have Pengo or anything
oh my
like
gosh, I didn't
that.
realize that. That's nice.
No.
Yeah.
So there's like no really place to sell books in Canada. So usually I will just like put it in a little free library because we do have a lot of those. So that's usually my plan. I don't keep books that I don't like because I need the shelf space, to be truthfully honest.
Yeah.
Shelf space is premium.
Yeah.
I'm kind of the same. Like I do the same thing. I try to sell them. I sell them on like Facebook or Depop. Sometimes that sells a little bit, but it's really hard to sell them over here as well. Like no one like reads it. Like feels like no one reads the books that I read. But yeah, I've only got one book. My least favorite book I've ever read. I kept it because I thought like this is always going to be my least favorite book, so I kept that as like a funny thing.
So funny.
And it's like
that's actually a fun idea.
Yeah.
You know, I did
Every
that
time I look
for
at it, I'm like,
years with a couple books. One that I feel badly, this is going to be controversial. So if this is a book that everybody loves or someone really loves, I'm so sorry. Please don't take it personally. But A Little Life by Hana Yanagihara. I refused to enjoy that book. I did not like it. I read the entire thing, which was what, like 800 and something pages.
I refuse to ever read that book because I've heard from so many people that the emotional trauma you go through is just not worth the story that you're reading.
Yeah. And you know, some people found it so moving and they found it really emotional in like the sense where that's why they loved it. For me, my perspective, I viewed it as sensationalizing pain. I thought that there was purposeful shock factors, not because these characters needed to be, you know, victims in their stories, but it felt like it was done that to shock us rather. Like, I don't think that these characters needed to go through as much pain as they did. But anyway, I kept that book for so long because I was like, I finished this freaking book. I need proof that I finished it. And I finally I don't know what I did with it. I think I just gave it away or put it in. Yeah, like I think I donated it to like the free shelves of our library that we have because I was like, nope, done. Or I think I gave it to a friend. No, you know what it is? I think I gave it to a friend saying, I hope you hate it as much as I do. Like I was like, if you read this, I hope you don't like it, which was kind of bad, but you know. Tina says that she hasn't tried Hoopla yet. So yeah, see if that's an option. Oh my gosh, there was a cookbook for the Sweet Magnolia series. The Sweet Magnolias cookbook, more than 150 favorite Southern recipes.
Okay, well, I may need to check this out.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be so cute if you all like read it, like the book, and then you maybe made a recipe from that'd be so cute.
Oh, we should do that. That should be a part of this buddy read.
Yeah, that'd be so sweet. Like while you're vlogging or something, like vlog about while you're reading and then cook. Oh, okay, I'm already thinking about all these things for you. Mika says, are public bookshelves a thing where you are? Or is that what you mean by free libraries? Yeah, like public bookshelves pretty much. Yeah, like they're kind of like little, I guess like they look like mailboxes, but they're much bigger and you can just, put your own books in there, come back and maybe borrow a book, bring it back or do whatever. It's just kind of like a free exchange. It's really nice. Like, I think it's a great way for you to also just give a book a second life if you don't really have an easier way to do it. Because I do feel badly. I think books should be read more than once. So if I'm not going to read it, give someone else the opportunity.
I agree. I love putting books in my little free library because it's just like being part of your local book community too, in a way.
Yeah, exactly. So true. And the thing is even if you're not someone who's going to take books from a little free library or from, public shelves or the free section of your physical, like public library, there are people who that is one of the like only ways they can actually access books. Maybe they don't have the, income to be able to like buy books. It's quite a privilege that we get to like go to bookstores and buy books. So that's always kind of a nice aspect where if you can't make money off of it, or if you're okay with not making money off of selling a book, give someone else the opportunity to get that book for free.
I'm back.
Says,
I'm just you just can't see me, okay? Because
I just saw the light around your face. And I was like, what is that?
I'm here. I wanted to chime in really quick about A Little Life because you guys were talking about it.
Oh, sure.
I tried that book. I told my therapist that I was going to read it because there was a group of us last year. Like, when I say a group, I mean like 10 people that were going to read this book, including my biological dad was in this group of people. And my therapist was like, I've read it. She was like, so be like cognizant of like your life trauma. I DNF'd it after 20 pages.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
I could not do it. Like, I was like, this is triggering for me. And like, I know people that have gone through it, but I felt like it was just like purposely terrible.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, it was like all of the trauma that the characters went through, like, was made that way to like purposely make you feel things that I did not want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, and listen, if we had the time, I would go into every other aspect. Like there's a list of reasons why I'm not happy with that book, and actually I listened to a podcast where the author was being interviewed, and I didn't really like what she said her purposes for the book were. Actually, I really didn't think it was a healthy message. But if you all want to hear it, we can talk through it. But I'll let everyone decide if they actually want to hear those rants here or somewhere else, because I don't want to force it upon you all.
Show them.
I will if I put it on. Sorry, she's freaking out.
Hello.
I got like
Hello.
I have manager shirts now. So
Oh,
she was like, "Oh, your fancy shirt," and she's like, "Show them." As I'm standing here with no shirt on, and I was like, "Ma'am, I will show them when I get my shirt on. Thank you."
yeah. So Rainey says, my mom did that with the cabin at the end of the world. She keeps it on her nightstand to remind herself if that garbage can be published, then her work can too. I love that.
That's so funny.
Yeah, that is actually perfect. Yeah, Nicole hated A Little Life, and I'm never reading anything from that author. I agree with sensationalism for sure. Yeah, like again, if someone else in the chat really adores it, please don't feel like we're attacking you or your own reading preferences. But that I'm glad that I'm not the only one who's felt that, because I usually see people who adored that book, and it makes me uncomfortable to say that I didn't like it. Yeah. Initially, I wanted to read it, but everything I heard about it sounded like trauma porn. Yeah, honestly, that's exactly what it is. In my opinion, there's too much trauma for one person's life.
Yeah.
Where to me, it felt like she actually read a bunch of different stories from victims of various things and was like, I'm going to apply all of this to one person. It was just kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's Neva's comment about it. Yes, we should do
I'm going to
that.
order
the cooking. Yes.
I'm literally ordering this cookbook at the start of the next sprint because we are going to read and cook together.
Yeah, I will also order this cookbook as I fix my collars. Yeah.
Look at you, so official.
So fancy.
Yes. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Ari.
Okay, let me go sit back down. Thank you so much. Okay, thanks so much.
Izzy's making coffee. Oh, honestly, please send me a cup. That sounds great.
I always want coffee.
Yeah, just IV me the coffee into my arm. I'm going to start leaving books that I don't want anymore in doctors and public. Places with a sticker free for you to read. Honestly, that's such a good idea. Especially like a doctor's office that people are sitting there waiting. It would be better for them to start reading a book than just looking at their phones, which we tend to do. I just realized I have my Buffy shirt on. ML, yes.
On brand, ML. On brand.
Yes, of course you should be reading all things vampire at the moment. Is the cabin at the end of the world this bad?
I haven't read it.
It seems to be. So this book seems to be popular.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm that person that, like, I have to read a book for myself. Like,
I agree.
Yeah, totally. Like, you know what? You decide for yourself. If someone else doesn't like it, that doesn't mean someone else won't give it.
Reading is so subjective.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, because, like, for instance, like, Reckless Girls, I read it before Rainey did, but I gave it 5 stars, and when Rainey read it, I think she only gave it, like, 3 or 4 stars. So, like, I feel like, and also, like, Rainey, well, really, no one. Honestly, I can't even say Rainey. No one liked We Stole Our Souls, and I gave that mug 5 stars. So, like, here we are. You know what I'm saying? So I feel
Yeah.
I'm like that person that's like, okay, I understand that like a lot of people don't like this book, but also like I have to read it myself first.
Mhm. Yeah, totally. Those are the end of the comments, so we can get back into a reading sprint. But Neva, should we be saying goodbye to you before we do that?
Probably. I'll have to leave before you guys come back. But
Okay.
once I get like to work, if you guys are still on, then I will be in the comments.
Okay, so then if anyone wants to say goodbye to her actual face, then this is the time to do it.
Bye to your
Come on.
face.
Bye to
Bye.
your face, your
And then
beautiful
we have
face.
sprints. I have sprints tomorrow with Leandra and Brittany on Sarah's channel. I did
Yes.
link them on my sprints from last night. I think they're linked on Brittany's sprints from
From this week.
So like,
Yeah,
bye,
and if you
Tina.
refresh mine, I think I added it, hopefully. So yeah.
I'll read you Matilda next. Bye.
Everyone's saying goodbye. It's so cute.
I use his face. I love this.
Okay, yeah, say bye because by the time they come back, I'm gonna have to be off and go to work. Are you gonna say bye?
Bye bye.
Bye, Ari.
Bye.
But I'll stick out here while I read Ari her chapter of what are we reading? Matilda. Her chapter of Matilda.
Can I
But
show
if I
her the
just
book? Can I show her?
sure you can show it.
the book?
I mean, Brittany already knows it because she bought it for you.
Oh my gosh, it's so pretty.
Love
cute.
it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brittany.
You're welcome, sweetie.
What?
Oh, people are saying bye to Ari too. Gotta make sure we're showing those.
They're saying bye to you.
Yeah.
I'm saying bye then.
I know it.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay, so we will get into another sprint.
I need to go buy a cookbook. So
Yeah, I'm buying a book this sprint too, apparently.
Oh my gosh. Nicole
Look.
says that was her daughter's favorite book.
Nicole said that's her daughter's Matilda's her daughter's favorite book too. She saw the Matilda the musical on Netflix. And then I was like, you know that this was a book first, right? And she was like, no, it wasn't. And I was like, it definitely was. And then she bothered me for 2 weeks. And then Brittany was like, I'll just get it for her. Don't worry. And I was like, okay. Okay, sit down.
Okay, well, we will see everybody in 45 minutes. Happy reading, happy cleaning, eating, everything. Okay, bye. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I am good. How are you? How did you do? Are you still enjoying, or at least getting a grasp of what's going on with me before you?
Yes, I am enjoying it. Although it's definitely like I knew going in that it was heavy, but I think it's heavier than even like I was thinking it was. But
Yeah.
that not in a bad way. Like that's fine. So I made it to 21%.
Oh my gosh.
You are
1/5 of the way through.
I'm getting through it today. Getting a lot of reading done today. These sprints have been very good for my reading numbers.
Awesome. I'm so glad. How about you, Brooklyn? Are you still enjoying Save Me?
Yes, I am. It's really good. Like I'm starting to think about like every brother because there's 4 brothers and
Okay.
Yeah.
Where are you in this book? And are you starting to understand why I love Keelan so much? Are you far enough through to understand?
I don't know if I'm like far, like I don't know. Sorry, my printer's like going off. Yeah, I don't know. I find like myself looking at each brother and just going like, I can't choose. Like I get her. Like I'm like, I don't want to choose. And I find it like it's definitely not my kind of thing to like want to be with 4 different men. But I want this.
Totally. I understand this entire feelings.
Yeah.
And I was like thinking about, I was like, is this incest? Like I had that question. Like I was
No, because they don't really ever
do anything with each other.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like it's a separate thing with that. Like the brothers don't suddenly turn to each other.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
And I get it. I'm like, I get it that they don't want to like have a falling out because of her and the fact that like it would hurt her to lose all of them as well. But yeah, I'm just trying not to like think about it like that as well, like not think about them being with the same girl kind of thing. But I really do like all of them.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to read this series because it sounds really compelling, like interesting and just kind of crazy. Yeah, I finished the chapter that I was reading for this book, and I think I'm gonna now pause and then switch back to Evelyn Hardcastle because while it's so good, there's this one line that like almost got me, and I was like, okay, no, we're good. And then we kept reading. So it's really informative and it's really important, but it's definitely like you need it in small doses kind of thing. So I recommend it for anyone who wants to like look into that type of stuff, like mostly about Jewish history and just in the last, it mainly focuses in the last couple like 100 years, but there are references to like just historically how hard it has been for that community, which is just, it's really helpful for me to know. But a few people have joined, including Mel. Yes, hello. Everyone's saying hi. The one thing is that Nicole is saying that she's buying cookbook. I wonder which one.
I believe we all bought, we had a little chat while we were buying cookbooks at the start of the last sprint. So we're getting prepared.
I love that. Yeah, and everyone's saying hello to each other. That's me saying hello. But let's see here. Yes, smiles all around. Hellos all around. I believe I left a comment just letting everyone know that so Neva had to leave, but remember her channel's in the description, as is Brittany and Brooklyn's. And Neva's also does a lot of like her own reading sprints, vlogs, and like Hello-a-thon, I think is the best way to pronounce that, which is really exciting. So if you want to do like a readathon, check that out with hers. People are saying hello to Nell. I just love this. Nell, you are so popular at the moment. Let's see here, drinking some coffee, just having a good time. Jean asked, does anyone remember book crossings? Which I don't know what that is.
I didn't know what this was either, so I'm going to go with no.
Yeah, like I was wondering if it was in reference to how we were talking about like little free libraries.
I assumed that as well. That is what I assumed as well.
Yeah. So no, Jean, if you want, you can please enlighten us. So Lauren from Happy Haunts Library says hello. Just joined. Was that the last sprint? No, it wasn't. Not too sure how long we'll be on. I said that we would be doing at least one more if you all are good, we could do more than that. I don't know. Brittany's been on for a while. Brooklyn just joined, so
I'm fine to go right until bedtime if you want to. I'm good to go.
Lovely, perfect. Also, look who's in the chat. Neva, long time no see. Yes, so great. Let's see. Chrissy also left for a bit. Oldest, they think is sick, which is it's too bad. I'm so sorry. I hope that it doesn't get so bad. It's tough when like another person close to you is sick because you're like, I don't know what to do. They don't understand why they're not feeling well. But yeah, major cuddle time sounds like a good idea. Lauren is totally in for more sprints too, which is great. Let's see here. I did not read this sprint since I was on my way to work. Yep, makes sense.
No.
Yes, don't read and drive, people, unless it's an audiobook. Let's see. I finished A Court of Frost and Starlight, 5 stars. And you said this was a novella, right? In the series?
I don't even know if it's considered the novella or if it's just super small.
Yeah.
In comparison to the other ones.
Just a tinier book, so
it might be a novella though.
Oh yeah, that does look quite short.
Get spoiled.
I mean, in comparison, how many pages is it actually?
This
don't
one's
spoil
like
yourself.
200. Yeah, I'm going to the last page.
Just do not read any of the words.
What was it? You said
I'm
like
so
200?
excited to read the series. Yeah, 230.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's probably novella then.
Yeah.
230.
Yeah. Well, speaking of owning series that you haven't read yet, didn't you say that before, Brooklyn, that you bought the Avatar series, but you haven't read it yet?
Yeah.
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 Awesome.
And Throne of Glass, I think I read like the first 2 and then I bought the rest and then I bought all of A Court of Thorns and Roses because I just know that I'm going to love it. And like, I love Sarah J. Maas, so I'm going to, I just know.
Yeah, there's definitely, we all have those authors, you know, where they're auto buys. You're like, I don't care if they come out with a book next year, I will be getting it. Exactly. Don't have to know what it's even about. Well, yeah, congratulations. I feel like a lot of people have had 5-star reads during these sprints too, which is so nice. Besides your 2-star,
I was good, except me, who started the sprints with a 2-star book. So you know, that was not how we wanted to start the sprints. But
started from the bottom. Now we're here. That's what that is.
It was all uphill from that point.
Yeah. I am making chicken, and in true fashion, with sprints, ordered pizza. Lovely.
Absolutely. That is the food of sprints.
Oh my gosh, I know I want pizza right now. Just love that you love this, Brooklyn. Oh yeah, that's so exciting. I know Neva's like champions this series all the time. For sure, I need to read it myself. I read 2 chapters, going to head home from my mom's, so I probably won't read in the next one. That's okay. Again, don't read and drive. That is not recommended. Chrissy says hi, Brooklyn. Yay. I spent the sprint to try to pick my next book. I read a little bit of 2 books. What were your thoughts? Were you intrigued by both, or was there like clearly a winner? I also didn't want to choose. Yeah, I know, right? Like it's like when you've got 4 options and they're all great. I don't know. Like the ultimate, that takes Love Triangle to a whole new level. Lauren was able to read a few pages of a new nonfiction book I started, Tales from the Haunted South. It's a peer-reviewed history book debunking ghost tour myths.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah, I mean, if we're being honest, Haunted South, I was thinking different things. So just because I didn't know, I don't know, different things went in my mind, but very interesting. Very cool. Yeah, Neva can.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
There isn't.
That's good.
No one ever.
Because I'm not for that.
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah, not to say anything.
That would have made me
like
extremely uncomfortable.
Don't cross, if you know what I mean. That's what that sounds like. So perfect. Made broccoli beef during sprints and read some of The Fall of Babel or Babel. I think it's Babel, isn't it? I've heard you say it before, Brittany.
I think I usually go with Babel, but I've heard it both ways.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I don't really know. I'm sure there's a correct way.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know what it is.
Yeah. Because I also think of like Babylonia. Like I'm thinking of other certain historical terms that have that like phonetic thing going on, but I hope you're liking it. The thing that surprised me was on chapter 4, Simon and Anthony. Okay, so this is also just to fill you in, Brooklyn. Izzy is reading the first book in the Bridgerton series. So
Oh,
the Duke and
okay.
I. Yeah, have you read it?
I haven't read it, but I've watched the
Yeah, I've watched it.
seasons
Okay.
that are out. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's made me want to read the book actually, and Brittany said that she wants to read it too.
Me too.
So Simon and Anthony are friends, but Simon told Anthony that he was going to kill him. That surprised me the most. By the way, I am going to have a break. I'm eating. Yeah, you go ahead and eat. That sounds good. Was it Simon told Anthony that? Oh, yeah. I guess that doesn't happen in the TV series. It's like the other way around, isn't it? If we're not to spoil anything. Yeah, it sounds like things are very different. I listened to 6 chapters, took my daughter to work, and washed the dishes, feeling productive. Yeah, Nicole, you are. I mean, you've already finished another book. You're 6 chapters into this one. Like, holy moly. Nell says, whoop whoop, Evelyn Hardcastle. Yes. I genuinely am like really excited to get back into it because I'm feeling invested in the world. Like there's a lot going on. Brooklyn, I don't know if you'd be interested in it, but I'm finding it interesting so far.
Everyone seems to love it. So yeah, I need to check it out.
Yeah. I enjoyed it. I can't wait till we have the discussion for it. Like I want to discuss it with everybody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I want to finish it in time so I can like be a nice like commenter in the comments, being like, oh my gosh, I can comment and know what I'm talking about. Especially now that I have read it, like, or now that I am reading it. It would be different if I haven't read it. I can like wait, but now I'm invested enough where I have a time.
Yeah, it worked out that no one else has read the book, so we moved the live show. I'm the only host that has read the book, so we went.
Yeah, you're like,
Sunday may not really work.
Yeah, this isn't about Brittany telling you what happens. It's supposed to be a give and take conversation.
No, I am not running the whole show by myself.
Yeah, for sure. Amy got to chapter 17 in Final Girls. I feel like you're getting through it really fast, Amy. I'm getting more invested, but still a bit wary knowing how much Brittany didn't like it. However, I loved the last time I lied, and Brittany didn't. So
this is true. This is valid. You may like it. I'm okay if you like it, and I didn't like it.
Yes, it's very much okay if you like it. Stars Hallowathon is the April Gilmore Girls themed readathon that Neva's doing. Yeah, so thanks for giving a bit more context. Yeah, and she does like an entire announcement video on her channel, so definitely go check it out. I did dishes and swept during that sprint. Awesome. Can you tell I am really trying to get my house in order today? Yeah, and we fully support it. Last weekend when I was sprinting with Brittany, literally those 8 hours, I was only doing audiobooks. So I was cleaning my entire apartment the entire 8 hours. Did I clean everything? No, but I'm feeling a lot better about how my apartment looks. So I listened to 9% of Youngbloods, and I am loving it so far, even though it says born vampires. What does that mean? Like born vampires? Are they?
Can you be born
vampires?
Yeah, I wonder if that makes a difference. That's the tough thing because like there's all that when we're talking about paranormal lore, there's like all these expectations. So sometimes authors like to switch things up, and so it's like, are we talking like a Renesmee situation or
True.
something? Like, I don't know. Other authors have found a way. So instead of only, okay.
There was more.
We're posing questions, and there's already. Thanks, ML. Sorry, she's really like. Can you please get to the next comment? Instead of only bitten, and sometimes I can get cranky at stuff like that. I'm okay with this, but I absolutely cannot do half vampires. You're either undead or not. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's a bit too kind of crazy because the vampires are supposed to be dead, so that makes it really weird. Or hi, so Lauren, how are you? Yeah, that's great. Just everybody check in with each other. That sounds great to me. Got no reading done, but got some editing done. So I'd say I was productive.
That's very productive because I always have editing that I need to do, and then I put it off until the night before I need to edit.
Yeah, and let's be honest, when it comes to motivation, it's easier to motivate myself to read than it is to edit. So, Next sprint, I will hopefully finish editing. Yes, we will be thinking about you. Hopefully you'll be done by that. It's considered a novella. Okay. Even though it's, oh my goodness, are we really this far behind already? Great. I was like, we talked about that a while ago. I feel like, okay. Yes. Oh, Nell is totally supporting that. That's awesome. Cool. Oops, I meant this book as born vampires, as in born that way from two vampires mating. Rolls eyes a bit. Yeah.
Okay.
That is so funny. Oh my gosh. Hey Nicole, I'm doing well. Lounging sounds great. We support all of that. Best way to spend a weekend. I agree. Yes, lovely. I need video ideas. If anyone has any, please let me know. Yeah, seriously. If anyone has any ideas in the comments, or I always like to look to see, book tags, especially even if I haven't been tagged. I'll be like, well, that looks like fun. I'm gonna pluck that idea.
Absolutely.
Yeah, or even just like finding themes, like your favorite books that you don't get to talk about very often. Like I feel like
even today I had like my spring TBR. So just I picked books that were springy.
Mhm.
Feel free to use it.
Perfect. Yeah, just like
I'm not the
themes.
only one doing it. So feel free, have a good time.
Yeah. I saw that you had done that, and I think in Autumn from Nose in a Book, she actually chose her spring TBR, and found books, literally like flipped through the books, finding to see if they start in like the spring time, and was like, so you could do something like that where it's like, hey, if you're in the mood, you know how like it's like autumnal reads, reads that happen during the fall while you're reading in the fall, like that kind of thing. It's awesome, and people are always looking for that, like book lists, so that they can kind of choose. So yeah. I started Murder in a Mystery Suite this is by Ellery Adams. And I know that was a typo because I know that author. And Guidebook to Murder by Lynn Cahoon. Oh my gosh, Tina, you are always juggling so many reads. Like, good for you. That is amazing. Not going to continue with either right now. Oh no, you didn't like either of them. Oh no, or at least you weren't into them. Sorry, when I got dramatic for a second. I'll read them eventually, but my anxiety has been really focused on books I'm reading. Yeah. Especially if you like have already kind of started a few, and even if it's different, like maybe you're reading an audiobook and maybe you're reading an ebook, and then you just start to feel the clutter, even if it's not like an actual stack of books. So I get that. Yeah. Okay, great. And everything I'm reading has been, oh no, triggering me, not in the sense of the book has content, but my anxiety is messing with the book. Oh yeah, okay. Then definitely don't be reading anything that's doing that, because then you know that it's like environmental things that are going on, that it's not the book itself, but definitely switching things up. Books with springy covers or themes. Yeah, Lauren, you are on top of things. Exactly. Let's see. Should I read The Fine Print or Music of the Night, Phantom of the Opera retelling on my Kindle? Oh my gosh, I'm going to be embarrassed myself. I've never seen Phantom of the Opera or like read, because it's a book,
I've never
right?
read a retelling of it, which makes it interesting. I only gave The Fine Print 3 stars, but I know a lot of people like it. So
I know it's always like a
Music of
disclaimer.
the Night because I wasn't that in love with The Fine Print, but that's just me.
Yeah. So we have one vote for Music of the Night. And honestly, like, I would be interested in that. I've also similarly, I read a retelling of Dracula, and I never read Dracula, and I really loved it too. So I don't think
still not read Dracula?
No, I still haven't. No, I know. Isn't that crazy?
You have to read Dracula. It's my favorite. It's my favorite classic of all time. I love
It's
Dracula.
one of my favorites too. It's so good.
You need to read Dracula.
Oh my gosh, what? That is crazy. Okay, maybe I'll have to prioritize that as a classic that I haven't read before. But yeah, I read A Dowry of Blood, and that's like a retelling from the perspective of like one of his like the like wives of his harem, and I really enjoyed that. It did make me interested in Dracula. So yeah, and Neva's like, yeah, I DNF'd Final Girls. Just don't care.
This buddy read is not going well.
Yeah. But also, to get back to The Fine Print, Sarah gave it 5 stars. So we have a spectrum. So you've got someone who is kind of like, it was fine. Other people who loved it. So this doesn't necessarily help you, Neva, but
it doesn't. We're all over the place with this pick.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my gosh, I went to a secondhand book sale yesterday and purchased 49 books. I just unpacked them and counted them. Yeah, I feel a book haul
Yes.
coming on.
I want to see all the books.
That's so
Yes.
good. You could find like good books at a secondhand sale because I always go to them and there's never anything there. 49 books. Oh my God.
Yeah. I wonder, like, was it like a huge event, kind of like a festival or like a warehouse? Like, I know that some of those exist where it's just like all of these sellers come together and that's the perfect time to find like really good
I would
reading.
be like so excited.
Yeah. And I'm actually, I will admit, it's a little disappointing it's not 50. It would be like
Yeah.
perfect. It's like, like, can you imagine just,
It's like I
counting
need
them
one
up?
more, making it even.
Yeah, lost opportunity. I just locked myself in the den at my sister's. I'm not available until I'm done. Oh, I thought you locked yourself. Like I was getting nervous for you. I was like, where did you lock yourself in or out of? Okay. Sorry. I just got really scared for you, Nina. I was like, oh my gosh, you shouldn't be messaging us. I was like, call for help. I'm not available until I'm done with the next sprint, unless the house is on fire and she is having the baby. Oh my gosh. Yeah, definitely. No emergency like childbirth. Oh my gosh. I can't get any reading done. I keep getting interrupted. Still trying to finish my book, but oh my gosh, yeah. You know what? Sometimes you just are currently in a place where it's very chaotic. Everyone else is living their lives and they expect you to be a part of it. And it's like, listen, I'm trying to be in a fictional world right now.
I'm reading.
Exactly. Your world doesn't exist. This one does. So yeah. Maybe I'll start that then. Yeah. So originally me was like, maybe I'll start the fine print. Is that the
Yeah.
Lauren Asher
is.
one?
Yeah.
Okay. It's on KU. Also, The Phantom of the Opera is Neva's favorite musical and is the reason I decided to be operatically trained at 16. Oh my gosh. Well, that's really cool. Yeah, I have to see it. I know that there's so many classics that I haven't seen or read. And every time I see that, I'm like, add it to the list of things I gotta do.
Chrissy, I 100% have seen almost every episode of Wishbone when I was a child. So like I understand.
my gosh.
Me and you we understand.
I don't even know.
Do either of you know what this is? You are both younger than me, aren't you?
Oh no. I mean, I know some older things.
So
but I don't know what
Wishbone
that is.
was a Jack Russell Terrier.
It was a Jack Russell Terrier.
Like a real Jack Russell Terrier. Like this was before CGI and we knew how to make things that would focus. That they dressed up in costumes and basically he could like dive into a book and would like be a part of the story of the book.
That's like a Blue's Clues.
Yeah.
Yeah, except it was a real dog and he like could talk,
Yeah, like
and
cooler,
be, like part of the story and like go through the story and be like like doing
yeah. Is it so you're saying it was like a real Jack Russell Terrier, kind of like Homeward Bound?
Yeah.
Which is also
it must have been a very well trained Jack Russell Terrier because it was like it was the only character. Like it was like the main character of the
I hear they're so smart though. Like I hear that those dogs are super smart. Izzy's back. Hello. I tried her F1 series and I just couldn't, maybe because I'm an F1 fan, I don't know, but I DNF'd and I don't know if I should try her other series. Is that about Lauren Asher?
I think this is Lauren Asher. Again, I maybe am not the best person to ask. I only give it 3 stars.
Yeah.
And I've been debating whether or not to continue with the series, but none of the other books have audiobooks. So that pretty much has decided it for me because I didn't like love the first one. If they come out with audiobooks for them, I
may be willing to do it.
They're very chunky considering they're contemporary romance.
I always question when romances are a bit chunkier and I'm like, why is it chunkier? Like what
they were originally written for KU and you get paid per page.
Yeah.
I think, I don't know if I was talking to you or Neva or I heard other people talking about that, but I didn't realize that like that's clearly a factor why if it's KU, original.
But it just seemed a little longer than it was necessary.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Dracula is one of my favorite classics, says Jean. Rebecca is also one of my favorite classics. Oh, I want to read Rebecca so badly because I read a collection by Daphne du Maurier, and sometimes it's called The Birds because that's the Alfred Hitchcock movie based off of her story that everybody knows about. But I think it was republished. I think that's what it was republished under. But I read it like it was a library copy. It was called Kiss Me Again, Stranger and Other Stories. But it's a collection of these kind of like eerie, spooky stories. And I really loved it. And because I like the short stories, Rebecca is obviously another huge classic that I've been meaning to read. Oh my gosh, I thought that was like the alarm again. And I was like,
Sorry,
I swear
it
you've
was
already gone over
My
time.
sister was FaceTiming me. I didn't know if that went. That's funny that it went through the whole thing.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
saw
they
like
go
I
through
saw
the
her screen
computer.
flashed.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, don't
Well,
apologize.
my phone went off 5 seconds before yours. I was like, we're doing so well as co-hosts.
Yeah.
Phones.
Izzy, I don't know what you missed. The thing is, it's really tough because we talk about a million things. But if someone in the comments wants to let her know what we've been talking about, it's like so many crazy things. I was totally thinking I would have bought one more to make it 50. I know at that point, like, is any of the books you have like a series? I would have picked that up. But it's tough if you're just like grabbing and going. You probably didn't even realize how many you bought until you got home. It's a little community book fair called Bookarama. One of the local schools put it on each year, and the books are $1 to $3. And I get a lot of new authors to try and classics and hard to get books. That is literally secondhand books are perfect for classics. They're perfect for like trying out like finding rare books, that maybe someone's just had their shelf for a while and like reprints. Like I'm someone who reads a lot of like golden age detective fiction. And so sometimes it's really tough to find books if they've been out of print since like the 40s or the 50s. It's like, well, there's only so many copies out in the world. So that kind of makes my job harder, but it's not a bad problem to have when part of your job is reading and looking for books. So I shouldn't complain. ML, wait, there is going to be another Hunger Games movie, the Snow prequel.
Yeah, for Songbird and Snakes.
Yeah, that's right. What did everyone think about that? Because I didn't read it, but I heard that like the general consensus was a bit disappointing.
Yeah, I didn't really like it.
It wasn't great.
Oh no! That really
I just think I think it was flawed from the beginning of just like nobody really needed to know President Snow's backstory. Like I just didn't feel like it wasn't a necessary part of what we needed. Does that make sense? Like I just feel like right from the get-go.
Yeah, it's a weird character to like follow. Like I feel like honestly, if you're going to choose a different character, it would be interesting. Maybe even kind of depressing too, probably. But who like Haymitch or like a different character who was like.
I think that would have made so much more sense.
Yeah, someone else's Hunger Games. That would be
not
so
someone
cool.
who we like literally hate so
or
much.
like any of like we saw, especially in book 2, you see so many of these past champions. You could have followed any combination of those people, and that would have been a much better prequel than President Snow's backstory, because you're trying to like make us feel empathy for him, and I'm like, I didn't need to. Like I never felt the need.
Yeah, exactly. Like I think it was maybe during a time when we were really into like villain origin stories, and so maybe she thought, oh, this could be good, but it's like kind of a flop. I actually have read Picture of Dorian Gray, and you know what's so funny is I only recently read it last spring, about a year ago, because it was required reading in my graduate course. So I hadn't read it before then, and I really liked it. Like I thought it was really interesting from like an academic standpoint. But yeah, I know that Brooklyn also loves it.
Yes, I do. I did it for my last year of high school, and I did like a big presentation comparing it to American Psycho, the movie, and I just like loved it. Like it was so cool. It's what got me into psychology. Like I loved it.
That's so crazy. Oh my gosh. Brittany, have you read Picture of Dorian Gray?
I have not, but now I feel like I should.
Well, this makes me feel better because I can be like, oh, well, I haven't read Dracula. You haven't read The Picture of Dorian Gray.
We should do a video where we read each other's favorite classics.
Oh my gosh, that would be so fun. I don't even know.
Like a collab video.
Yeah, that'd be really
that
cute.
could be Brooklyn's favorite, and you could pick a different one if you wanted to.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So you would read Brooklyn's. I could read Dracula. Okay, listen. Well, things are happening.
Well, we'll talk about this. This is an idea.
Yeah. Ah, cool. Very cool. Also, because I've been, it's classics. I want to read more of them, but I just need the motivation, like something to actually push me to pick them up. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wishbone. Wow, taking it way back. Nell says. That is so funny. I almost want to look up and see what watch the episode, an
highly,
episode.
it was a great thing when I was a child. I think now I'd be like, I'd probably still like it now just because of nostalgia. Like if I would get my son to watch it probably and be like, here, watch this.
Oh,
And
yeah,
he'd probably be like,
sure.
what is this janky?
Yeah.
the
Maybe
worst
not,
graphics
though.
ever.
Like sometimes it's kind of nice. Like my dad, he grew up on like Leave It to Beaver, if we all know like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so I really enjoyed that when my dad shared it with me, but it's also like, oh my gosh, television.
I feel like anytime I watch something from when I was a kid, I'm like, it's so blurry. Was TV really this blurry?
Yes.
And I just was not aware because
HD,
it's all I knew.
You know? We were like watching everything in standard definition or lower, pretty much.
I was like, no wonder. I was like, it did not feel like this when I watched it back then. But now I'm like, how did I know what anything was happening?
Oh, for sure. There's this one of my favorite movies of all time is this classic movie from like I think it was like the 1920s or 1930s, but it is like you can just tell that it almost feels like you're watching through kind of blurred glasses. It's called My Man Godfrey, and it is so funny. It's so good. It's like this classic romance. And I'm just in love with the two characters. So if you all want to watch it, you should. But it is like when you're watching it, you're like, I'm very aware that like cameras have come so far. Yeah, like it's like they just all have this kind of like glowing haze, like angelicness, and it's like no, it's just because the camera isn't that good.
Yeah.
Like yeah. Like a dream state is what it always looks like. But Jean says, I went to a used bookstore yesterday and nothing from this century was there other than YA and Kelly Armstrong. Most of the books were 70s, 80s. They had a whole wall of Mary Higgins Clark books. Oh, for sure. You definitely can find a lot of those like just like mysteries of that era too, like the prolific mystery writers. Yeah. Love Phantom, says Lexi. We used to watch it every year in band in the time between the end of our Christmas concert to when Christmas break actually started. Oh my gosh, I'm such a loser because I don't know it. Like I feel like I know like certain references. It's one of those things where you know how a lot of us know the term like, oh, it's a catch-22, but how many people have actually read catch-22? I feel like it's like that, where it's bled into the culture, but that doesn't mean we know like what the books were. We even did a marching band show based on Phantom years ago called Tragic Lovers. Oh my gosh. That's really cool. Yes, Lauren Asher books. Cool. For me, they have hyped Lauren Asher as smut. The F1 didn't have any smut. Really? So you got to be careful when things get
The fine print does.
Yeah. I also got a heap of Danielle Steele books for $1 each, as I like reading them after I read a heavy content book. Honestly, yeah, I could totally see you having like go-to authors after you have a heavy read. That's actually really smart. We were just talking about that like not long, maybe at this point it was long ago because we've been sprinting for a long time. But when ML was first talking about reading like just like trashy vampire books, like you need that after, especially even if it's a book that's like you feel like you've changed your life. You're like, this book was so impactful. It's like, okay, don't move into another, like, don't go into another book you have high expectations for. Like, read something just for fun.
And sometimes you need something that you know you're gonna love, like just because it's a fun time, not because it's like the best book of, but like you know those books that are just like a fun time.
Yeah, they're amazing. You'll have a lot of fun. They won't win any awards, but that's okay. You know, yeah.
Not every book is meant to be that.
Yeah, exactly. Like it. Sometimes it's even like I would love to see this book turn into a movie just for the fun of it. You know, that kind of thing, where it's just entertainment. Chrissy remembers coming home from school, would watch episodes when she got home. Yeah, love that it was like he daydreams into stories that he reminds him of a situation that is going on in the episode. Yeah, very cool. Rebecca is my all-time favorite classic, says Lauren. Just did a video on the book and films last month. Okay, well, in that case, all of us should go check out Lauren's channel. Yes, that sounds awesome. But I almost like, maybe that should make me prioritize reading Rebecca actually, so then I can like thoroughly enjoy your video.
I haven't read yet, but I should.
Yeah, no, it just looks so good. It's like this kind of gothic, kind of scary-ish feels. I really love the short story collection, so I would totally be down to reading the book. I might have to find episodes to see. Yeah, honestly, just go down some nostalgia lane. I was recently thinking that I wanted to go back memory lane, and it feels weird because I've got a Scooby-Doo poster behind me, but like watching like classic Scooby-Doos. I don't know if I'd actually find them as enjoyable, but like the originals from, I don't know, I think it originally came out in the 70s, didn't it? Which was before our time as children, but like
Been
they were,
a minute. Yeah.
yeah, something like that. Sent a link of an episode. Oh, cool.
Yay.
Chrissy is on it. Heart for Dorian Gray. Yeah, that's awesome. Has anyone read Frankenstein? I recently read The Dark Descent of Elizabeth or Elizabethan, I was reading Frankenstein. Okay. I get it now. The Dark Descent of Elizabeth Frankenstein, a retelling, and loved it. I'm thinking I need to pick up the original. Sometimes reading retellings first does get you into the classic. It's so
Makes
true.
it easier to understand as well, because sometimes they can be really hard to read. It's a good idea.
Oh, for sure. I had to read Frankenstein. I say had to, not that I didn't enjoy it. I actually really enjoyed Frankenstein, but I've read it twice in my academic career for different classes, which is weird. Like I read it once in high school and then I had to read it at one point in college. And there's like a lot that goes on in it. Like I feel like knowing a little bit about the story is very helpful because it is it can be confusing, I think. Yeah, like I think I enjoyed it better the second time around when I already knew about it than when I first read it in high school. So yeah, very interesting. I'd be interested to know what your thoughts are. Usually there's actually a lot of misconceptions about like when people think of Frankenstein today, like how we see it in our culture, like because the whole idea is that Frankenstein isn't the monster. Frankenstein is, so popular culture has changed it a lot. So I'm sure that retelling helped you kind of rework your thoughts on it, I'm assuming. Wait, that's such a coincidence. I just tuned in when you all were talking about the Hunger Games prequel, and that's my current read. Oh my gosh. Well, Amy, I'm sorry, you probably got some mixed signals there. I hope you enjoy it, though.
I hope you are enjoying it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I haven't read it, but I've just heard things about it. I got a 1965 edition of Anne of Green Gables. Oh my gosh, 1965 edition. I feel like there probably is like a really pretty or interesting cover,
Absolutely.
Yeah. Danny, I read Frankenstein and it was really good, but a little hard to read since it was written quite a long time ago. Yeah, like just language is different, as Brooklyn had said. Yeah, like just getting certain references, but I think the retelling will help. It's my favorite book from when I was a kid, and my daughter loves it too. So I'm collecting different editions for her about the Anne of Green Gables.
I love Anne of Green Gables.
That is one of the reasons I avoid classics. I'm so hesitant. Right. Yeah. But like, I think we believe in you, Danny. Like, I think that you've got enough kind of reference to understand. And sometimes even like just kind of reading or watching like some synopsis beforehand. Like you don't have to read the entirety, but just see like what a few of the events are leading up to it just to get you grounded. Like I do that for my classes sometimes before I like I'm taking a Shakespeare course and I literally read the synopsis of every play before I have to read it just so I know what's happening because the language is so different from what we're doing today. That's why I watch the dating reality shows on Netflix. It's trash TV, but I need that low stakes, mind numbing drama after a long day. Yes, no, for sure. Oh my gosh. I remember when I haven't watched in a while, but like the Love is Blind, I still remember being obsessed with season 1, just the chaos going on with it. And it was the perfect kind of like mind numbing situation for sure. It took me a while to read, but I'm glad I did. If you are interested in it, then I vote give it a try. Yeah, for sure. I think the other thing is sometimes what we struggle with classics is just that we tend to read them at a slower pace than we would modern day language books, those types of things. Like if it was written in 2023, it just will be easier for our minds to understand the scene versus older books are usually like very scene heavy as well, where they talk about the setting. It's not as like action packed. And so just with classics, I personally prepare myself that it'll take me longer than it would a book of the same length that was recently published. So yeah. Your video was amazing. Oh, Nicole gave it 10 out of 10 Nicoles would recommend. That's what I get from that comment. So perfect. Yeah, but I was younger. When I was younger, I love Scooby-Doo. I will want to rewatch like all of them, like especially the older ones. Yeah, like the older ones just have that kind of like classic feel to it. There are so many remakes of that show too, though, which is kind of crazy. I didn't realize that it became like popular again. I love Frankenstein, says ML, and I teach it in every intro to lit or lit class I have ever taught. Awesome. Like I do, like that's one of the classics that I'm very glad that I read myself. You know, like you just feel like that's an important one. Not that any classic is unimportant, but my dad watched the original Scooby-Doo when it came out, and so I watched it when I was younger too. Yeah. Like I think that's like one of those kind of nostalgias that you do adopt from your parents for sure. If you're going to read Frankenstein, I would read the 1818 text, not the 1831 text. Nicole, can you please divulge why? I would be interested to know like what happened in the 1931 like there must have been certain like serious changes, maybe in language. Yeah, that'd be interesting because I have never heard of that. Wishbone, Magic School Bus,
Clifford. Oh my gosh, I love Clifford.
Literally my child.
Yeah, all of these are so great. What I still can't get over is for the Magic School Bus that who's that actress who's in Grace and Frankie? She's the one who's the teacher's voice. As soon as I discovered that connection, I'm like my mind's blown. That's so funny. I can't remember her name though. I could just look it up, but apparently I'm not going to. So I'm just gonna keep going. Apparently the 90s had a lot of dog shows. Oh yeah, for sure. A lot of dog shows.
We did like dog shows apparently for children.
Yeah, I don't know. Man's best friend, I guess. My boys, when they see videos from my childhood, they're like, "Mom, no wonder you have eye problems. This is cringeworthy." Oh no, yeah, because it's also like, yeah, we're forcing ourselves to watch these things that are horrible for our eyes.
That's why we had to sit so close to the TV because it was like blurry. I remember being like camped like right in front of it.
Yeah, exactly. If you have trouble with classic, my advice is to listen and read along with it. I do this for all my. Yeah, I did that with recently. That's like a new hack this past year that I did that with Emma for Jane Austen, and that's like her thickest, in my opinion, I think, like Jane Austen book, and that just like was a game changer for me. Like I just still enjoyed it, but it helped me keep pace. You know, like I was like picking it up more frequently than I probably would have, so I got done faster. So yeah, good tip, Nicole. Oh my gosh, same now, yeah. I have a video that comes out on Fridays called Friday Classics, and I talk about what I liked about them. Not analytical at all. Perfect. I mean, that sounds great. I think like the reason why classics are intimidating is because they also often are associated with academia, like high school, other things. And that just makes you not interested because you're like, oh, this feels like work. Like it reminds you of the dark days of going to mandatory school.
Yes.
Love is Blind just released new episodes yesterday, so I will be watching that. What are the chances? That is so funny. I think a lot of people get really analytical, and that turns a lot of people off.
Yes, I so agree because we don't analyze every contemporary book we read. Like we can just read classics for the enjoyment of it, not necessarily to like pick everything apart with it.
Yeah, for sure. And it can even be simple of just being like, oh my gosh, that wouldn't happen. Like nowadays, I would have said this, you know, it's just comparing to modern day. Like it doesn't have to be like this academic scholar from the 20th century said this. And it's like, I don't care.
Exactly.
Yeah. Who is Dorian Gray? I've never heard of him before. Oh, so Dorian Gray is the main character in A Portrait of Dorian Gray. And he's like, basically the premise is that he's this young, very attractive, youthful man that is often praised for his youth. Like there's this idea of wanting to preserve youth throughout the entire book. And he kind of finds a way to stay young. And there's just like all of these trials, and it gets a bit more sinister because it like things get more serious. I don't know. I can't really explain it any more than that. But Brooklyn, if you want to talk about it more, you can please.
Yeah, I just like, it's just so beautiful, like the writing of it and the way that they like picture him as well. Like I just think you should just go in and read it. Like I think it's not like any other classic that I've ever read. Like it's not hard to read in that sense that everyone thinks that classics are. I think it's a lot more modern than the other ones, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But yeah, I reckon you should read it. Like, it's really good.
And it was
And-
also like Oscar Wilde's the author, and he's more
Yeah.
known for like his plays, but that was like his one novel, I think, that was at the end of his career. So that's also why, like, I don't know, I feel like you can tell that he had thoughts. Like he was like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna write this story. This is super creative. You know, like how some people's debut, like this was clearly not his debut. Like he was obviously knew what he was doing. What's interesting too is we were just talking about how you don't have to get into academic things, but I learned that I think it was only like 5 years before he ended up being jailed for being a homosexual, like for being gay. For sodomy and things like that, which is like just horrible. But it just, I don't know, I think it puts you in perspective too, knowing that about him and knowing like where he was in his life, because he talks about certain things that like it makes
it really
sense.
comes
Like,
through in his books. Yeah, like all his book, like it just it shines through his perspective, and he was like a bit like ahead of his time, I think, with how he thought about things as well. So
yeah. Sure. Nicole, you are the sweetest. She is sweet, but she's also honest. So I think that we all should go check out your video, Lauren. I just subscribed to your channel. Yay! Making friends. Everybody, subscribe to everyone. I'll have to check out your Friday Classics videos. Another small booktuber, Jennifer Chastain, has a classics series where she does something similar, and I have enjoyed it. Oh, cool. Yeah. Reading Off Grid. Her first name is lost to me, but she's also a booktuber that I like to watch. And she reads one nonfiction and one classic per month and purposely does a video in her reflections about it. And like the last one she just did was Wuthering Heights, which I love as a classic. Yeah. So I highly recommend you go check out Reading Off Grid if you have the time. If anyone is looking to read some classics, I have a Discord book club called the Serialized Book Club, and we tackle the big classics. We break them down and read a little at a time. Weren't you doing like the Count of Monte Cristo recently or something? Let me know. Nicole.
I was just thinking that I think I saw sprints for this.
Yeah, I think so.
In my
awesome. Yeah. So funny. Yeah. Lily Tomlin. Was that a reference to?
I think that's the Miss Frizzle.
Yes. Magic School Bus. Yes. Lily Tomlin's the actress. Yeah. And she's the voice for the teacher. I'm currently on spring break, but I am trying to get all of my planning and grading done and then binge reading books all week. That sounds great.
Love that.
Take advantage of the free time, because you probably know with grading, like there's always more things to grade, always more things to plan, more people in your life to have to carve out time for. So yeah, read when you can, for sure. What books are you thinking about reading? Are you already kind of planning them, or are you going to let yourself mood read during that week? Apparently there was stuff taken out of Frankenstein, but I'm not sure what was taken out, but the original was 1818. Okay, that's interesting. That would be something to really look into. Excuse me, that is how I read every book, Pushes Up Glasses, especially my 2000s trash vampire novels. Kidding.
Like, let us dissect this novel.
Exactly. What does it mean that this vampire is attracted to like a young girl that's 100 years younger than him? What does that mean? Not to call out Stephanie Meyer, but we see you. Was teacher from 1720. Kate McKinnon. She's the SNL. She's the comedian and everything. Was a teacher. Oh my gosh, I didn't know that. Oscar Wilde is a very lyrical writer for sure. Yeah, yay. Thanks everyone for subbing each other. I love it. Loved The Importance of Being Earnest by Oscar Wilde. Yes. He was arrested in 1895, and it wasn't that long ago, but he does tongue-in-cheek comedy. Yeah. So yeah, it was like 1895, and I think the book came out. When did it come out? I can't remember, but it was like around that same time. So yeah, it was some serious stuff, but he just wrote beautifully. I'm reading a ton of chunky fantasy and Hunting Adeline, which I'm super excited for. Yeah, that is really cool. I've heard a lot about Hunting Adeline, I feel like, but I don't know enough
Yeah, I've seen it around, but I actually could not even really tell what it looks like. I should probably look.
Yeah, for sure. Yes, I am doing Count of Monte Cristo, Middlemarch by George Eliot, Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens, and in April we are starting Anna Karenina. They are read as they were originally published. Yeah, Anna Karenina is a classic that I've had on my shelves for a long time, and I've always, at one point I owned 2 copies for some reason. I must have forgot that I owned that classic, bought another one, and so it's like, and proceeded, owned 2 and still didn't read it. Like, oh, like, can you believe that? Oh my gosh. Anyway. And no, you don't have to do them all. You just pick what you want to do, and we chat about it in Discord. Yeah,
Right.
that's actually really lovely. And again, it gives you the motivation to pick up classics. I've been seeing a lot of Verity by Colleen Hoover on BookTok. What do you guys think about that book? I've personally never read anything by Colleen Hoover, but I know that Colleen Hoover's super popular, especially Verity. I know the story of Verity because I just knew I wasn't going to read it myself, so I had friends tell me about it. But I think both of you have read Colleen Hoover, so maybe you can speak to that.
Verity was in my top 10 books of last year, so that should tell you what I thought of Verity. However, please check trigger warnings before you read that book because it is so dark. And it's the only thriller that Colleen Hoover's ever written. It's so it's very different from like Colleen Hoover.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I was gonna say that's, oh my gosh, someone's joined the chat that
you have a bot.
Get away! Everybody shield your eyes. Don't look at the chat right now.
Though, the first time I ever got a bot, I was like, I've made it.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Like, I didn't know.
The one last time they were like, what did they say? You guys are stupid or something? That was
it was like, you're an idiot. You're stupid. Just kept going. I was like, block. I was like, where are all my admins? Like, I have quite a few, and no one happened to be on. I was like, oh, oops.
All right, everybody charge, go after. Yeah, that was like scary. It was like, okay. And it's called like Tinder chat, which I don't. Weird, very weird. Anyway,
I don't even understand like why this happens. Like what part of book sprints just causes the sex bots to pop out of nowhere, but for some reason it does. I don't get it though.
Seriously, especially when it's like, oh my gosh, like I don't know if it's also like the longer you're on, the higher chances they find you. You know,
I have no idea.
Very scary. Anyway, we all survived. Okay, phew. Anyway, I do not recommend unless you regularly read dark romance. It is super dark and involves human trafficking. That's good to know. Yeah, so content warnings, not what Colleen Hoover usually writes itself.
Oh, that's, I think, Conti Adeline.
Oh my gosh. Okay, what is...
Yeah. That's not very...
Okay, so there's okay. So there's hunting. That's really funny. Yeah, so that's good to know too. Okay, so that one's dark. Okay. Oh yeah, because okay, that makes sense because she was the one who brought up the title in the first place. So okay, I'm following the chat. Are you? We're fine. Let's see here. I've heard great things about Verity, even from people who don't like Coho. I know that's right. Coho is the fan name. I'm thinking of DNFing Echoes. It got interesting, but still not feeling it. Yeah, it sounds like, I mean, you were thinking about it before and then you said it got interesting, but if it's already falling flat again, maybe DNF.
Yeah.
Your choice, but I personally liked Verity, but like Brittany said, it's very intense. Thanks, Camilla.
It is very intense. Like, and I read a lot of dark thrillers, and I will even be like, there was a point in about the middle of this book where I had to put a bookmark. I know I read it in 18 hours, so I didn't put it down for long, but I read the book in 18 hours, but I put the bookmark in and I had to just like, be like, okay, I need a minute to process that.
It feels like someone's watching you when you're reading it as well. I hated that feeling.
Yeah. It's hard. It's a hard book. It's
okay.
hard.
Oh my gosh, very, very interesting. Yeah, and you can always like see like non-spoiler, like sometimes if you go to Goodreads and see like non-spoiler kind of feelings for it, that might be helpful. You've been spanned. Yes, ML, thanks. Yeah.
ML's
oh
on
my
it.
gosh, that was so scary. But we all made it, so that was great. The opening scene in Verity is a bit full.
Seriously? I have never seen a book where I'm like 2 pages in and I messaged Neva and was like, what did I just read? Like, this is how these people are going to meet? Okay.
I guess that's good though. Maybe that's better for you to be like, okay, page 1, I know what I'm in for, rather than being like, shocked.
It drops you right into just like, what?
Yeah. So you know what? Maybe just start it. In that case, read the first couple pages. Decide if you're ready for it. I don't think I will pick up Colleen Hoover due to all the DV in her books. Yeah, for sure. Like that's definitely why it's good to check out content warnings, see if it is for you. If it's not, then you know better than anyone else if you should be reading that book or not. So it's the smut talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, we were suddenly talking about, they heard Verity, they heard dark romance, they heard human trafficking. They're like, they want me. These are my people. Like, no, it is not.
We are not your people.
Yeah, we are like, get out of here. Everyone's welcome except for you. Let's see here. Yeah. That made me laugh when the bot came in. Yeah, you probably like saw that I was freaking out. Oh gosh. Definitely check trigger warnings, of course. Yeah, thanks, Amy. I'm glad that everyone's kind of on the same page where it's like, just do your due diligence for researching things. A lot of them are quite heavy. A lot of love interests are super questionable. Yeah, like probably I've heard that it's ideas where they're love interests that like just wouldn't be healthy. You wouldn't support it in real life.
Absolutely. There's a lot of trauma bonds in coho books for sure. And I would not classify any coho books as a romance by any means. Like there's a love interest, but there's a lot more of a toxicness in it. Yeah.
Like I think when Verity came out, it was then put on like the top, like either the short or the long list, probably both, for Goodreads romances. And I remember people saying, should this book really be technically on this like short list? Because it's not, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah. DNF party, yes. Fully support you. And again, you can always pick it up later if you're interested in it again. Wrecks me every time, says Nicole. That's really funny. But also I'm sorry that it does. Hello, Neva. I hope work is going well for you. And meanwhile, everyone's saying hello. Yay. Yes. And Chrissy is making sure that Neva knows her influence reaches even when she's not here. Yes, that's awesome. Oh yeah, sorry that your computer froze. Hopefully you were still able to kind of hear our talk about it. But you can always go back and like rewatch, then catch up maybe during our next sprint. Yeah, Neva's like, that is not a romance at all. People are rude and they and think they need food from Taco Bell, so I've been not reading LOL.
How dare they?
Seriously, how do these customers come into a business expecting food? You know what? Yeah, you go ahead and read. If I were your boss, I would say you go read. But sadly, that's not always okay in the workplace. But yeah, so we've reached the end of the comments. If we want, we can get back into a sprint. If 45 minutes is good for everyone.
Yeah, that's perfect, actually.
Yay, great. And yeah, it looks like Neva's saying, who gets, I know, as if the food's in the name, they should know that that's not real. Yes, I did. I was able to join through my phone. Okay, great. My boss allows me to read between orders. Lovely. That honestly, protect that boss. We need more bosses like that. Okay, then we will see everyone in 45 minutes. Happy reading, eating, sleeping, whatever you got to do.
Hello.
Let's get back to that screen. Yay. I don't know why I do the 15 minute thing because we usually go over, but I just like to
It's nice to know like how long we've been gone over.
Yeah, exactly. Then I'm like, okay, at least 15 minutes has passed. Moving on. I hope everyone did well during those sprints. How did you all do? How did you do? Brittany just said that her camera isn't working, so
Okay.
she'll be right back. But yeah, how did you do, Brooklyn?
I didn't read anything. I was getting ready. I'm going out soon. But yeah, I was just chilling, and I did a scratchy. Do you know do you know what a scratchy is? It's like what do you call them? I don't know it's like a
Is it like a lottery
gambling.
scratch
Yeah,
ticket?
yes.
Oh yeah,
that's
okay. We just call them. Oh, I love how scratchy. That
Yeah, we
actually
call it
is
a scratchy, yeah.
Yeah.
And I didn't win mine. It was like a Monopoly one, but my partner did. He won $20, so we were really excited about that.
Oh my
Because you
gosh.
never win on those things, so it was like really exciting.
I know. Or if you do, it's like equal to how much the ticket costs, and you're like, okay, my
Exactly.
life hasn't changed. Nothing's
Yeah.
happened. But
Yeah.
that's very fun. What are you getting
Yeah.
ready to go for? Or are you guys like going out to something specific?
It's his dad's birthday tomorrow, so we're having like a barbecue at his family's house.
Yeah, lovely. That's really fun.
Yeah.
Brittany, how did you do?
Good question. I came back and I was like, I clicked on and the camera would turn on, but I could tell I was frozen and the light on my webcam was gone. And I was like, what has happened? What has occurred? Like, I don't know. I was like, I guess I toggled it a few times. I was like, I'll come back. I'll be back. One second. I got to 29%.
Oh, very nice. Almost a
I
third of the way.
just got to like a really important moment and a realization in the book. And now I'm like, I really need to go to bed because it's like 10:30 and like I'm going to get up really early tomorrow with my son. But like, I don't want to,
Yeah.
I
You
want
don't
to
want to
keep
leave it
reading
at
the
that
book.
point.
Like, I want to keep reading the book, but I have to be smart.
Yes.
Have you watched the movie? I don't know if someone asked you before, but have you watched it before? No. Oh, it's so good. I'm excited for you. I haven't read the book yet, but I want to because I love the movie so much.
No, but it's making me really want to watch the movie.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So honestly, the book wasn't
anything.
really even like on my radar, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like I did have it on my Kindle, but like it wasn't really a priority in any way, shape, or form. I just got it like on a Kindle deal a month ago. But I'm doing a secret vlog project that's going to be a series on my channel that I'm very excited about.
Yeah.
And this ended up working for that. So I was like, oh, okay, well, this is a good time to pick this up, I guess. It's not what I was expecting
Yeah.
at all, but like it's so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's so cool. I know when we were first talking about what you were reading, I was like, it kind of reminds me, like, I know there's a movie, and then we were talking about it. I'm like, oh, it's literally the movie based on the book. Okay, then never mind.
Yeah. We were like talking
I have
about
seen that
there's a movie with these two characters, and I was like, oh, is there? And we did not even realize it was the movie for this book for a good like 3 minutes of talking about it.
Oh my gosh, yes, so silly. But yeah, I'm kind of at the pivotal point in the book for me for Evelyn Hardcastle where you're like I've been in one person's body and then I've just hit day 2 where now the character is discovering that they're in another person's body, and I knew it was coming, but just like the shock factor was very fun. So yeah, this is very good. It's totally giving me all the vibes of like time travel and like meeting each other, and you've got to like I'm sure there's going to be an aspect where with every day the character is aware of whose body they're in as well, but they can't let their past selves know that they know. Like I'm just assuming that that's what's going on, and it's just going to be really
honestly, because I think I put this in my vlog and then I went like, that doesn't make sense, but I'm gonna keep it in anyway because it makes sense. But I was like, time travel is really complicated. And then when I was editing, I was like, I sound like I think time travel is real, but I realized that it isn't.
Like I like the way you're talking about is like a conspiracy theorist. Like they already made it. It's already a technology that the government isn't telling us about.
Because time travel is complicated, this is what's happening. And then I went to edit it later and I was like, I sound like a person who thinks time travel is real, but it is in the book, but it's not real in person. And I do understand that.
Yeah. Like I was telling my dad about it. I was trying to explain it and he made it very simple. He's like, oh, it's like Back to the Future. And I'm like, oh, I guess it is. 'Cause,
Yeah.
like,
I kept thinking about,
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone watches The Flash, but because The Flash goes back in, because and he's always worried about messing up the timeline because he goes
Mhm.
back. So I was like, that's what it made me think of.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. I'm excited. Like I really like it when there's complications like that. Like I love movies that do that. So I think I'm
Yeah.
gonna love this. I think we left off like Nicole had just said this and she said coho books
True.
are what you read to know what you don't want in a relationship.
This is true. No one should ever aspire to any coho relationships, honestly.
Maybe Ugly Love. He's really good at the guy, and that's really good.
Oh, is it? I haven't read
Yeah.
Ugly Love. I have it, but I haven't read it.
I think that's like a nice one. It's like not much trauma in it, really. Like from her previous relationship, yes, but like this current one is like a good one.
Right.
I think
What an interesting tagline. It's a nice one. Not much trauma in it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
Minimal trauma. Minimal trauma.
Yeah, so funny. And then Nell was saying yes to Nicole's comment, I think. And then Izzy said that she does want to try them. So, because it was Izzy who was originally like, what do we think about Verity? And then we just went down the rabbit hole. Wow, read the first 25 pages intro, and I am mind blown. Anyone who fancies themselves a lover of dark tourism needs to read this book. Now, which one is this? I'm trying to remember.
I always go, I should write down what people tell me they're reading, but because
No,
honestly,
seriously.
sometimes I'll remember, but like half the time I can't even remember what I'm reading. So like,
Yeah. I'm trying to
I do my best.
Lauren, what are you reading, Lauren? Okay. You can remind us in the comments.
You might need to tell us again.
Yeah, because I'm trying to remember, like, because we were juggling a lot of like different kind of dark things. Like some people were reading dark classics, and other people were talking about dark romance, and we were talking about Colleen Hoover. So there's just a lot juggling. Yeah. Lexi didn't read. Totally fine. I got home from my mom's just as the sprint was starting, so I took a shower and started a load of laundry. Nice. A lot of laundry has been done on these sprints, I think.
I feel like laundry and eating is a whole part of sprints that happens in like every sprints.
Oh, for sure. If you didn't do those two things, did you really do reading sprints? That is the question.
I don't know.
Yep, ate dinner. Tina ate dinner, fed her cat. Lovely. Even the cat got to eat. Awesome. Watch some YouTube. Also decided that I'm going to start reading fan fiction soon. Well, what fan fiction? Because let's be honest, there's like a million out there.
There's a lot.
Yeah, I know. Who was it? Oh, it was Neva. Neva was just saying how she was reading some fan fiction. I don't know what kind. Was it Harry Potter?
Basically has only read fan fiction all week. Went into a slump due to Magnolia Parks. And that's all they have wanted to read. So
yeah.
And I support that choice.
Yeah. And that's another example. An amazing book. You know what? Another option is not just like kind of trashy, fun pop genre books, but like fan fiction. I think that's a great idea. Danny didn't read. Caught up on some BookTube. Yeah, I know. I've been getting so behind. Life. It's so tough. Like I don't want people to think that I don't want to support their channels. You know what I mean? Supporting your content, but it's just there's only so much time in the day.
I just have come to realize that I will always be behind. Like even when I do a really good job of putting a dent in it, I'm still behind.
Yeah.
Because you have just so many friends in the BookTube community that I'm like, oh. I try to watch everybody's videos and I try to comment too, to like, show the support and the engagement, all that stuff. But it's hard to do that all the time.
Yeah, for sure. That's why I think reading sprints allows for that immediate response versus like watching the sit down videos. I mean, I'm also the one who's doing sit down videos, but we're doing our best. Amy somehow managed 60 pages. Oh my gosh. That's more than a page a minute.
That is amazing.
Awesome. Yeah, I wonder if it's like really content or like dialogue heavy. Like sometimes when books are designed, kind of reminding me of like plays or the way where it's like action first.
This is Songbird and Snakes, isn't it?
Oh my gosh. Yeah,
that's
Amy was. That's right. Because when Amy arrived, we were talking about it. Yeah. Are you liking it, Amy? I mean, getting through 60 pages, I feel like that means you've gotten through a good amount of some type of thing that's going on. So it'd be nice to know what your thoughts are. Read 18% of Satan's Affair. This is the prequel to Haunting Adeline. I'm at 50% now. We were just talking about that because Sophia from Loaf's Literature, I think, was talking about that. So what are the chances? People just tend to read around either conversations or other books around the same time. That's crazy. But yeah, hopefully you're liking it. I just got to chapter 15. You're really flying through that book, Nicole.
Flying.
Oh my gosh. The reason why I'm mentioning that is why I've never read a book that wasn't on the Goodreads. I'm not holding me back, so I want to start doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. Yeah, like I what wasn't Neva was talking about that. Like she was struggling with like how do you like keep track, saying like I'm reading, but I'm not reading what's on Goodreads. So it doesn't it doesn't count towards your Goodreads goal, books, and other things, but it's like it counts as reading. So it would be nice if there was a way for you to like add other books that are published. Yeah, like traditionally.
Yeah.
Sorry, typo holding me back. Yeah. Oh, we got there. I just don't think I'm very good at reading comments. Like we're readers and suddenly I forget to read like how
Honestly, it would not be reading sprints if I lost the ability to read while trying to read comments. I'm like, nope, can't talk. I cannot speak any longer.
When I try to like put emotion into it, like someone's talking, and then I lose myself because I like realizing I'm trying to pretend to be someone else's voice. Book 13 is it's only like 5 hours. Okay. And at 1x speed, and I'm at 1.6. So yeah, you're definitely going to get through that really quickly. Yeah. I honestly love that when I see how much the time is in 1.0 speed. And I know I'm going to at least do faster than that. So I know it's not going to take that long. For some reason, like, I feel like it's a race against the 1.0 speed people or something. Izzy managed to get into 28%. So in my Kindle says page 104, and I'm 13 minutes left in chapter, and 26% of the book. Okay. Well, are you liking it so far? Like, are you like, are you enjoying the differences between the book and the TV series? Or were you hoping that they'd be a bit similar? I'll track it a different way, and I want to get into more reading physically. Yeah, like, that's kind of how I keep my own reading journal, mainly so I can kind of keep track when I'm counting as books, when I'm not counting, that kind of thing anyway. I am getting meds for oldest, so at Wally World. Sounds good. Oh my gosh, I haven't heard the term Wally World in a really long time. I also just like haven't been to a Walmart in a really long time, which like at least in the US, that's crazy because there's Walmarts everywhere.
I was literally there yesterday.
Oh my gosh, okay, perfect. Yeah. It was like there's like a Walmart has everything.
Well, it's honestly the only like department store we have in Canada. So like it's the only option because we don't have like Target or anything like that. So
yeah.
It's Walmart or it's like there's no other place to go.
It's weird. I always forget, like in my area, there is a Walmart kind of not far away, but the Target is closer. And so I just go there when I need like random kind of department store hodgepodge things. And I personally like Target better, but it is a bit more expensive. I finished editing a video. Yay, Amy, good job. Waiting for it to export so I can upload, which will take forever. I'm just throwing in my own commentary there. You didn't say that, Amy, but we know it will. Got to chapter 18.
I will say I uploaded my video for today at like midnight last night, and it uploaded so fast. And I was like, well, clearly this is when I should be uploading. No one is on YouTube apparently. And this went swimmingly.
Yeah. It's like there's no traffic. Yeah.
No one's trying to upload videos in the middle of the night. So obviously this is when I should be doing it.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Seriously. I hung wet laundry, started the last load of laundry for the day, and cleaned the toilets in this sprints. Good job. All while listening. I'm at 20% now and still liking it. Oh, awesome. That's so good. Yeah, you did a lot of cleaning today that like nobody else will do it. So you got to do it. Yeah. Thank you very much, Leandra, Brittany, Neva, and Brooklyn for this prints. Of course, Camilla. It was a most enjoyable experience. Take care, everyone. You too. Thanks for being here if you still are. Hope you have a good night or depending on what time zone you're in, just a good day. Yeah, Neva's been reading nothing but fanfic for sure, and we support it. I've been considering fan fiction for a while, but like 10 minutes before this print ended, I was looking at Rafe Cameron fan fiction. I wonder what that is. I don't know what that is. Oh, wait, hold on. Is that
Rafe?
Yeah, that's just the repeat of the comment. He's a very messed up character from Outer Banks.
Okay. I know what Outer Banks is. I just haven't watched it. I don't watch that much TV. If we haven't noticed through these sprints of anytime an actor or anything's mentioned, I'm like,
Who's that?
Yeah, for sure. Like even I saw the first season of Outer Banks, and I remember it was like things were happening. It was during like lockdown times, and so we were like everyone was obsessed with it, my coworkers, because it was really weird. I was deemed an essential worker when in reality I know for a fact I was not essential. So I was still going to work, and like my coworkers, like during the days we just like talk about all of the shows we were watching because there's nothing else to do. And Outer Banks was one of them. So yeah, that one like blew up during that kind of time, and it's still going strong. Season 3 just came out. Yep. And I think they just announced that they got approved for season 4 too. So they're going on for a while. And the previous 2 seasons, I hated him and didn't understand why people loved him, but season 3 changed me. Oh, that's always interesting when you have like a character that you're kind of like, they're meant to be the bad guy or they're meant to just not be liked. And then they have this like story arc where you're like, actually, and usually that makes me like them the most out of everyone when they like turn bad to good. Yes, and I want my comments to be meaningful and engaging, but sometimes I end up just leaving a smiley face. Yeah, like, you know what? Like when you do that, I'm sure that the booktuber knows for a fact that it's like, you know what? This person did what they could to support me, you know? Like I don't know. I would appreciate a smiley face.
I would always appreciate just an emoji because I also know like sometimes I'll enjoy a whole video, but I just don't know what I don't have anything to add to the conversation.
Yeah.
But I want to be like, hey, I loved your video. And that's a good way to show it. So
exactly. Yeah. We know that everyone has busy lives and like you only have so much mental and social capacity per day. So
it's
like,
so true.
Yeah, totally fine. It's pretty good. I'll admit it is a reread. So it's not taking a lot of time. Oh, okay. So it's like Amy's rereading that prequel. A lot of effort to read, which is probably how I'm reading it so fast. Yeah, totally. I haven't watched the series. Oh yeah, okay, that's right. So Izzy hasn't watched the Bridgerton series, but oh my gosh, how unique that you're starting with the book first. Cool. Yeah. Let's see what happens in the show. Yeah. So reading the book and then I'd be interested to see what you think having read the book first and then, you know, I know there's a few people in the comments who already say that they prefer the books better, but yeah. I started uploading a week in advance so I can avoid anxiety on uploading times. Yeah, that makes sense. Although going on vacation recently has put me behind schedule, so I was anxiously, anxiety ridden. Upload this morning, yeah. Especially when you're like trying to set yourself goals of like doing this many videos a week or this many videos a month. It's like you can feel the pressure. Yeah, they are approved for season 4. Very exciting. That's what I thought. Everybody in here telling me how cute I am in my fancy manager shirt.
Yeah.
You are. That is so funny. Yeah, you're so professional. This season then end on a horrible cliffhanger, but I love the show. Oh no!
That is wait for it when it's a cliffhanger at like the end of a season. It's like a whole year or something.
It's so hard.
At least they are good for another season though. Like I've seen it where seasons end on a huge cliffhanger and then the show gets canceled and it's like, well,
isn't that the worst? I'm like, no
satisfaction at all. Currently uploading. Yes, this will take forever. Yeah. Yep. Also, I started nothing and just went back to fan fiction. No, we support you on this journey.
Do it, Neva. Do it.
Totally. And honestly, like that can be just super fun, resets you, might inspire you to pick up other books that it's like reminding you of. So you enjoy. Wait, no, I didn't realize the typo. It doesn't end on a cliffhanger. Oh, it didn't.
Oh, okay,
It
that's
didn't end on a cliffhanger.
Oh, well, that's good.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, either way. I posted a 24-hour reading blog for whoever was asking about me doing another one on Thursday.
nice.
Okay. Oh my gosh, very fun. And also, again, in case people who haven't been here the entire time, Sarah is hosting reading sprints tomorrow on her channel. If you have been following this for a while, you might have to refresh the page to see in my description, because I did at some point add a link. So you can just hit notify me on her channel, and then you'll know when to show up tomorrow. But yeah, very exciting. A lot of loose ends are closed up, but I want another season. That's what I meant. Sorry. No. Oh, Tina, nothing to apologize for. We're here for it. That's cool. I would love to join a 24-hour sprint. Oh, Izzy's down. Very cool. Oh, yeah, sweet. Yeah, everybody, like, if you are interested in ever doing reading sprints, whether it's like trying it on your channel, trying it on someone else's, like, don't ever be afraid to ask or say that you're interested, because I don't know, I feel like all three of us can say like how nerve-wracking it was when we first started. Not that I'm very much not a veteran, like I've only been doing it for a month or so, but like you all were so supportive and really helpful in me getting the confidence to do this. So yeah, don't hesitate to ask anybody. I have 8 fan fictions downloaded. Oh my gosh, Neva is ready for the long haul. At least I'm
Neva is prepared.
Yeah, she's prepared for anything. If suddenly she can't, like, she gets stuck at work forever, well, you have a lot of reading that you can do while you're at work. I hope that doesn't happen. But what is 24-hour reading vlog? Asks Chrissy. Like, just like it says filming reading for 24 hours, or seeing how much you can read in 24 hours.
It can be both, can't it?
It can definitely be both. Yeah. I've done it both ways, where I've done like just but from like noon to noon.
Mm-hmm.
Or midnight to midnight. And then I've done with the stop and start the timer, which took me 9 days. So prepare yourself for how long that will take, because I was so frustrated by the end of it, because I did not expect it to take as long as it took. And it was at the end of a month. I had like 3 days left in the month, and I was like, oh, I'll just mood read this project and then I'll start next month's TBR. Well, a week into the next month, when I had not gone to any of that TBR, I was not pleased with my life's choices.
Yeah, for sure. Especially when you're like trying to keep track and reading. Like we've already talked about audiobooks being like, oh, a 14-hour audiobook. Okay, well, what about another? And then another. And yeah, you don't really think about how many hours you're taking reading and being like, yeah.
I thought I was like, oh, I read so much. I read at least 8 hours a day. No, I don't.
Yeah. Yeah. Like maybe we do while doing other like 5 other tasks, but it's like an actual.
Yeah.
I was like, oh dear.
Yeah. I am always down to do sprints, says Chrissy. Yeah, like totally. So if like, just don't feel weird about offering it up, because it's nice to know. And I would feel like I've offered it to some people and been like, hey, if you're interested, just let me know. And if you're not, that's also okay. But you can put yourself out there if you want to. I didn't read that comment, Nicole. I struggle with reading vlogs. I fall into a book and forget to check in. Yeah, like you're just like thinking about it and you're like, oh wait. Or when you get to the extent where something's happened, but then you like don't want to give huge spoilers, so you have to like make sure you're speaking on feeling instead, and it's just a mess and a half, for sure. I've been wanting to get back into vlogs though, because I haven't done them in a while. I feel like they're more time consuming too, because you are jumping, and then the editing process is a lot.
The editing is so much harder than a sit down.
I say both of you vlog far more. So
I haven't for a while. I've got this my Chain of Thorns vlog, and I added like all the clips into iMovie to edit, and it's like 40 minutes long. So I'm like, I have to go through all of this to do it. I don't want to edit it.
I totally understand. When I did Rome Comic-Con in February and decided to do 7 and 7 in vlog, all 7. And I, for some reason, did not. Well, I was reading 7 books in 7 days, so obviously I didn't edit as I went. And I went to go edit the clips, and I had an hour and 30 minutes of footage. And I went, someone help me. Someone send help. I need.
Yeah.
Someone please help me. I need because obviously I'm not a big enough booktuber to be putting out an hour-long video. Like no one's gonna watch that. I am not Gavin. Like
I know, it's true. Yeah. And it's just like, it's going to take like probably 4 to 5 times longer for you to rewatch and edit the video than it does for the video. Like it's 40 minutes means like times that by a good amount to actually get through it.
Yeah.
Mm-mm. Lexi says that, she's always down to sprint as well. It's the only way I actually read anymore. Yeah, I feel like that's like been the sentiment about a lot of people being like, yeah, we need more reading sprints. And correct me if I'm wrong, Lexi has been on Brooklyn sprints, right? Or is that not true?
I don't think so.
Oh, then maybe so then I feel like maybe I've seen Lexi on someone else's sprints.
No, but we've chatted about doing a Tuesday night sprint, so we need to actually like do that, Lexi. I know we chatted about it and then it never came to fruition, so we need to make plans.
Yes, do so, because then I work on Tuesdays, but then I always kind of come in the end and I can be a commenter.
Tuesdays in April are going to be, Brooklyn and I have made plans for Tuesdays in April, so
yay!
be
Lots of
prepared.
sprints happening.
There's going to be lots on Tuesday nights happening.
Perfect. That sounds great. I did like 10:30 to 10:30 for mine. Okay, yeah. Yep, good. It took me a very long time to do the 24-hour timer challenge. Didn't help that I did it 3 times. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Lexi did it. These videos are so good. Lexi did one time with audiobooks, one time with ebooks, one time with physical reading to see how the difference between the 24 hours.
That's such a good idea.
That's that's really fascinating. Like, yeah, I didn't even think about that. I was just like, just a hodgepodge of 24 hours of something, but sticking to a certain medium. Yeah. I think I might do the live of wrap up. It seems like an easy way and also a great way to engage with the audience. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Like doing a wrap up but live.
Yes. I love live wrap ups.
Mm-hmm. I honestly have never thought about that. That's actually a really good idea. I try to dedicate 6 hours a day to reading, a couple in the morning and around 4 hours or more in the evening. I don't watch TV very much. Yeah, I don't own a TV. So if I do watch something, it's like on my laptop, which is just not super conducive to like cinematic feelings, But I also like tend to try to read just before bed because I think it's healthier for the mind. Because if I'm like watching something before bed, like I feel like I'm awake longer as I'm trying to fall asleep. I've never done a vlog. I have a camera that works best in a static location, so not sure how to make it work. Interested in ideas.
I only use a stand-up camera in my vlogs. You will never ever see me walking around like this and vlogging because I have a nerve disorder. So I'm too shaky. Like no matter what stabilizing things I put on a camera, it is trash. It's utter trash. So I will just set up a tripod and a place and I just talk to the camera there. So that's how I do my vlogs as well. I don't like I'm never walking and talking to a camera. Never.
Yeah, and I think I've never done it where even mine are all sit down, like with the few vlogs that I have done on my channel. Like I just like would prop it up and maybe I'd like sit in a different place depending on where I'm reading. Like I would vlog from here, I'd vlog from in front of my bookcase or other things, and then just doing like little things in between. So yeah, I don't think you have to be on the move unless that's the kind of videos that you want to do. I also just always like, I don't know if we've ever talked about this, but I just record on my phone. Like that's what my quality camera is, and like that works well too. So yeah.
I think you'll be surprised how many booktubers use their phones because I have like people that I know, like Brie has like 3,000 subscribers and uses her phone. And I'm like, well, then why am I? Should not be worried then.
Yeah, especially because like with every new phone creation, like the camera gets really good. Like you can still get to what like 1080 HD or whatever. So
you can actually set your phone to 4K.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing lately. Yeah.
Wow, we learn something new every day.
The storage, like that gets me. Like if I had a camera, I feel like I could manage that better, but I just like forget I filmed things and then they're in my iCloud and it's just such a mess to find. So I feel like if I had a camera, like all of my stuff would be on the card and I could find it easier. But other than that, like it's so fine to use your phone.
For sure. Yeah, Neva says, I don't edit my vlogs, or if I do, I edit very little. I tend to just say what I need to say and move on with vlogs. It's the sit-down videos that get rambly. I do my wrap-ups live every month. Oh, yeah, so Neva does it. It's what people prefer on my channel. Okay, yeah, so maybe even just ask people what they're interested in, those who watch your videos. I use a tripod while filming my vlogs. Yeah, that makes sense. My arm gets tired if I try and walk around during vlogs. Yeah.
That too.
Yeah, for sure. I do have a TV, and I'm trying to read more books than watching TV. Yeah. You know what? The thing is we should never feel guilty. Like if we want to watch something, enjoy it. But if it's something that you want to do, like reading more, then it might even help to like read in the room that the TV isn't there, you know, or like the same thing if you get distracted with your phone. I've heard that it could just be helpful to charge your phone in a place where you can't reach it, like across the room, you know, when you're charging it. So it's like you're less likely to pick it up, like, you know, different things, but also never feel badly about watching something because sometimes we just need it. Yeah, Sarah uses her phone to film. Yeah, it seems like that's the general consensus. I moved my clips straight to iMovie. I've gone back to editing on my phone. Yeah. Do what we got to do. My house is too dark to be on the move. Yeah. I was gonna say, like, we're going through dark spots.
This
like,
is also accurate as a parent. Like, I don't want you to see the mess.
Yeah, I know.
I strategically set myself up.
Yeah, like right now, what you're seeing, if I flipped it, you'd see a very different.
Right. I look so put together, but if you saw it from a different angle.
Yeah, exactly.
When I was house sitting and I was doing my Chain of Thorns vlog, I like had all these clips of me talking, and then I didn't realize like there's photos of this person's family in the background. Like I can't have this in there. Like it's not, it's my like family, but like I'm not in the photo, and it's just odd to have that, and like they wouldn't
just
appreciate
like have
that.
them around.
I just had to refilm everything.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I've even thought about that sometimes if I'm taking a picture of something and I'm like, oh shoot, there's something near that has like a piece of an address or something else. It's like I don't want anyone to know anything. Like, you know, like who knows? For sure. I am always in the same area, and I try to hold phone, and clips are short because I can't hold my phone for long enough. I film 4K on my phone too. Yeah. Makes sense.
Actually, I think Chrissy, I think you're the reason I knew I could put my phone into 4K, to be honest. I think you told me this.
Oh my gosh. That's so, I'm going to have to look at my own phone and see if I can do that with mine. Nicole uses her phone for both BookTube and her craft channel. And I have 27,000. I know. Listen, Nicole is like this amazing craft channel. Everyone needs to go check it out. What is it? I don't know. I can't remember what the title is of your channel. So please, Nicole, put it in here. So if anyone's interested in doing it, but like, I feel like I want to learn how to knit or crochet or do something. So I've been meaning to check out your video so I can learn. Sarah says, as soon as I film a clip, I immediately move it to CapCut. So that's what Sarah uses. That's pretty cool. I listen to audiobooks and play my Switch, but if I'm in a slump, I watch TV. Yeah, listen, sometimes, reading a book, getting out of a reading slump, sometimes reading books isn't the right way to do it. Like it almost seems like a crazy thing, but it's like trying to read more books is actually probably not a good idea to get yourself out of a reading.
Sometimes I think it's better to just not try because you actually get out of it faster than if you're like trying to force yourself to read.
Yeah, like overthinking it. Danny says, I'll have to give it a try. Thanks for the info. Yeah, of course. Honestly, again, like if anyone else has any other ideas, this is the great time to workshop stuff with everyone. Neva says, I'm not sure I'll ever get a camera. It's easier just to film on your phone. Yeah, like as we said, a lot of other like bigger booktubers still only use their phone. So I guess it just depends on.
It's also just way easier to move the footage like to because I have an Apple to Apple. So moving footage from my phone to computer takes all of 10 seconds. Like
yeah, so true. Yeah, I don't have an Apple computer, but like I do have the iCloud that just goes up to iCloud, and I have the iCloud app on my computer. So yeah, for sure. Neva always sets her sprints up in such a way in the kitchen so you can't tell what's going on. Yeah, it's like very artful. Chrissy's house right now looks like an episode of Hoarders.
I mean, you are moving, so that's very accurate. Probably that's how like every moving house looks. I hate moving. I cannot. I feel so bad that you have to move because it's like the worst.
Yeah, just so much stress, and also like the packing up and then the unpacking eventually. Like you never know where anything is. Yeah, yes, my place is trash, Nicole. Yeah.
All the time looks like it's a lived-in house. I have kids, like, you know.
Yeah. But you can't do 4K with front-facing, right? I was asking this. That's true?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, gonna start filming with the back camera because I figured out how to mirror my phone on my Apple Watch. Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's such a good idea. Because
Yeah, all
I
of
don't
these hacks.
That's a
myself,
fantastic
but then I
idea.
look at myself too much, and then I'm not looking in the camera. So that's a good idea.
Yeah. I think so because you're like, what? LOL.
Yeah, I think you are the reason I know that.
That's so funny. Izzy says, what is a reading slump? I've been hearing it a lot. Yeah. With a bunch of emojis. Yeah, like a reading slump, it's basically when you just find yourself not really interested in any type of books, or you're struggling to motivate yourself to read. It could be the book's fault. Sometimes a book gets you into a reading slump, whether it be an amazing book that you know that you just can't top that experience. So you're like stuck on what to choose. Or it could just be like every book you're picking up, you're not in the mood for, or they're just, the wrong books for you. Maybe they're not good books. And so you kind of like, I think it makes you like mentally exhausted. You can't figure out what's going on. So there's just like a million different reasons for why. Basically, you just can't read is what it is. Yes, thanks, Nicole. Perfect. Everybody, I subscribe to her. Yeah, I literally subscribe to her. So yeah, I haven't watched any of those videos because I want to like be prepared for when I want to like learn how to crochet. But my phone has the abilities to 4K because I always use my front camera.
I feel like mine does too, actually.
Mine won't let me on front camera, only back camera.
That's so
I can do 4K on mine.
Rude.
Oh my gosh, I just learned how to I clicked on the little HD thing and it switched to 4K. That's really cool. But it did. That's really interesting. Okay, I'm learning things on smartphones. I swear, sometimes I'm like, what do they call a Luddite? Like, I'm not really averse to technology, but I somehow kind of am.
I can't get 4K on my front camera. My phone must be too old for such businesses.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we've reached the end of the comments so far. I know, Brittany, you're heading off to bed. Yes. Brooklyn, you're getting ready to leave. I don't know when you're leaving.
I gotta go now. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's totally fine. To be honest, we've just hit the 8-hour mark. So I'm also kind of
I was going to say, are you like, okay, that's it.
Yeah, so like if everyone in the comments is okay, I always feel badly when I don't do the last sprints banner so people know that was the last sprints. Yeah. Before we leave though, if anyone in the comments or if either of you know of someone who's currently sprinting,
I was just about to look at that because I think there probably is. Lexi's sprinting, I know that much.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. So Lexi's sprinting,
and Margaret's still sprinting too. So
who else is?
Margaret, the word nerd.
Oh yes, the word nerd. Okay, great. So yeah, like just didn't want to leave anyone hanging. So if you're still interested in sprinting, you can go to their channels. But yeah, for sure. Yeah, of course. Thanks everyone for like who was here for the entire time, for part of the time. Like we really, I don't know. I'm speaking for Brittany, Brooklyn, and Neva, but we appreciate it. Yeah. And also again, like everyone is linked down in my description. In addition to other people that I know who've done sprints, I try like every time to include different names so that you can find different people who are sprinting. So if you sprint and like I haven't mentioned you yet, I will at some point, or just like let me know that you'd like me to put your name down so that others can find you, because like that's what we're here for, just to like help others find each other. So that's totally fine with me. Yeah. Thanks everyone. Thanks everyone's so nice. I hope you all have a great evening or a great morning, whatever your day is. So yeah. Bye.
Bye.